Düsseldorf, good morning world. Welcome again to the Bandai Card Games Fest here live in Düsseldorf. We're on day 2, and what a fantastic day one we had. I'm Shaudo, your host for the weekend, and I'm joined by the fantastic Wassi.
How's it going, Chow? I'm loving it. We had a great day of action yesterday, but this is where it comes down to it. We've got a lot of players in 5 games, and they all fighting for the championship. But I think for a lot of people, the main goal today is get that invitation to Worlds. That is what people are really fighting for.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, to be able to say that you're a European champion, though, is no small feat. That's nothing to sniff at, especially with the cards that you get as prizes. So
some of those prize cards are very sweet.
Oh, incredible. It makes me want to join in as well. So what have we had so far? We've had Digimon. We've had Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World and Masters.
Yep.
Gundam, and One Piece, of course.
Yeah, One Piece, of course. You guys need to know we have our own stream over at One Piece Card Central. We're going to be showing you all of the rounds going through today before we get to the final on the main stream later. That is this stream here. We've got all the rounds. We've got a top 32, 16, 8, and 4. We're showing you all the action over on that stream. So if you're a One Piece fan, if you want to be following the One Piece card game, make sure you get over there because I mean, it was fun yesterday, and what? Today's going to be less fun? No, that's ridiculous.
It's going to be more fun.
Yeah.
And I do believe the One Piece stream is then coming over to this mainstream, right?
Yes, the final will be on the mainstream. We've got 5 finals today, back to back to back to back to back. We've got Dragon Ball Fusion World, we got Dragon Ball Masters, we got Digimon, we got Gundam, we got One Piece. And the thing is, we got all those finals. We're going to set them this morning, right?
Tell them.
And then we just go back to back to back to back to back. 5 finals in a row.
Tell them.
Yeah.
Tell them.
I told them.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I actually can't wait to see who's going to win and with what cards. Do we think we're going to see any meta changing plays today?
We've got 3 less surprising decks, more surprising decks, less normal decks. There we go. Over in One Piece, we've got a Bello Betty, we've got a Rayleigh. So we might have some interesting things going. We've got a Lim, who's pretty high seed as well.
I have 4 limbs.
Well, you were saying yesterday you wanted Lim to do well.
I did.
We got 12 seed Lim over in One Piece right now.
Okay. So we're going to see some action today, right?
We are, and there's some other stuff going on, right?
We do, yeah, absolutely. So we have got producer Shun, a special message about the One Piece card game from the wonderful producer Shun. Alongside that, we've got a Digimon panel, we've got a Gundam panel, and then we've got the prizes being given out, we've got the trophies being given out, we've got the finals, as we said. So it's an exciting day today.
Feels a bit rude if we do like 5 finals and don't give out the prizes. I think people might be mad at us.
You can give them to me. I'll look after them.
Oh, they're on display around the room right now. They are pretty spectacular.
Keep an eye on me. If they're not on display, you know where they went.
And if you're in the room, we've got Stamp Rally. We've got the shop if you were lucky enough to get a spot on the lottery. We have got all kinds of fun going on here. And they're building a giant mural of Luffy using One Piece cards.
Yeah, and it's going to look great. It's going to look great. I'm really excited. And they've got the giant One Piece card game as well.
Oh, yeah, we've got jumbo One Piece cards where you can actually play with a Learn Together play set, but in jumbo form. So your Luffy, your Zoro, your Nami. So, yeah, we've got
I think I might need to take a camera out during the break and have a wander around and talk to a couple people. Would you like that, people at home? Yes, you would. I can see the comments. Yeah, they like it.
Yeah, people are hyped. We've got 5 games. We've got 5 finals. We've got some lovely messages. I think we might be getting closer to starting off, honestly.
Yeah, we're kicking off with top 8. In Gundam, I believe.
We are.
Yeah. So, what do you say I'm going to do the thing. Do you want to do the thing with me?
Let's do the thing.
Yeah, let's kick it off.
Whoa.
Ciao, thank you, Ross. Yes, hello, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Day 2, Championship Sunday for Bandai Card Games Fest here in Düsseldorf. My name is Ben. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the multi-stream desk. And along with me to kick things off, it's Nicholas. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. We started with an LCQ on Friday, and then we had grueling rounds of Swiss yesterday. And now we're down to the top 8 of Gundam. We have 8 players left vying for the spot and the crown as the first Cardfest champion in Europe in Gundam card game.
Absolutely. It's Championship Sunday and it's top 8 for pretty much all of our games across the Bandai catalog as well. Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World and Masters, they are in top cut, as is Digimon, and we will be bringing you every single grand final of all of those games throughout today, so be sure to stay tuned with a couple of extra little goodies along the way as well. But as Nicholas said, we're going to start our focus off on Gundam this morning, which is actually at a really, really interesting spot here. I've got the breakdown of the top 8 in terms of color combinations for you for the Gundam. We have, leading the way, quite surprisingly, 3 blue-white decks, 2 blue-green, 2 green-white with that Wing Gundam Zero package, and 1 red-white deck as well, rounding things off.
Yes, I am so excited for the red-white deck. If you were here yesterday and watching the stream, you would have heard that I am a massive fan of these effect damage decks. They are so intricate to play and so interesting to play at the same time, because the way that the player goes about sequencing their turns and putting down the correct type of math in terms of damage to fix what they're trying to do, get rid of the opponent's board, and then go for a game is such a fun thing to watch, and I love it.
Absolutely, and it's interesting as well because we have seen a couple of red-white decks brew up and pop up in some of the tournaments over in Japan at that level 1 of competitive ladder for the Gundam card game, but they've not really had the same kind of carryover here to EU or even to North America as well. So now getting to see one of them in the top 8 of what is the biggest Gundam card game event probably over here in the West in general as well is really, really intriguing. Why do you think that it's taken so long, perhaps, Niklas, for that deck and for this color combination to make its way over?
I think it comes down to the card game is still kind of new. Came out in July, and quickly we had a few decks like setting themselves at the top. We had the Wing Gundam Zero, and we had the 1 Year War blue-green aggro deck. And those decks, they were easy to access, easy to understand. And with the short amount of time in terms of preparation up until this event, a lot of players probably thought, you know what, I'm going to go with what is proven. But now we have a player thinking outside the box, saying, you know what, this deck has potential. It takes time to learn, but I'm going to invest that time into learning the deck, learning the lines, learning the math against all of the different matchups, and then we saw it pay off for them.
For sure. You speak as well about the effect damage decks that you're very, very happy to enjoy playing. Unfortunately, one of the decks that is not among this list is blue-red after having a breakout performance over in North America. 3 out of the top 4 decks last weekend at that offline regionals being blue-red. None of them here this weekend. Do you think that's just a case of a region differential? Or instead, it is a case of just a meta call kind of thing?
I think it's a question of comfort. It came sort of out of nowhere, and with only 1 week to prepare for Cardfest with that knowledge in mind, I think players went safe. They had already done a lot of preparation. They were not going to go away from that preparation, so they stuck with what they knew best.
For sure. Well, we are, for those of you who are liking some of this outside-the-box thinking, going to be showcasing our lone red-white deck in our top 8 feature match. And it looks like the players are ready to go. It's going to be Chris who will be piloting this red-white list, who managed to get 6th place in the seedings, and it is Thomas, who was 3rd in your seedings, who is going 2nd with a blue-white Epion style build. We are underway. Of course, we are in best of 3 now in these top cut stages, a 60-minute time limit, so plenty of time for these players to play to the finish and get 1 step closer to their first ever Worlds invitations.
Yeah. The super interesting thing about both of these lists is that they are playing white. So we will see a lot of interesting counts in terms of cards that are going to make the decks more adaptable to different situations. We see immediate pass back from Chris to Thomas, and Thomas is now going into his level 3, and he plays that Overflowing Affection, arguably one of the best cards in the entire Gundam card game, because it is so efficient. Drawing 2, discarding 1 from hand into trash, allows you to mold your turns and really build up for those power plays on curve plays.
Absolutely, especially in the early game stages. If you are going second and you get that EX resource, of course your EX resource, remember, counts towards your level. So on turn 1 going second, you have that opportunity to use the overflowing affection, not burning and using your EX resource to do so, and getting that real nice early consistency filter, which Chris is going for the same thing here. Overflowing affection on level 3 for him, drawing those 2 cards, and now choosing what one to discard away, potentially something here that we're looking for that's going to be not as useful in this matchup, or something that we've got a little bit too much of clogging up the hand right now. First unit comes down in top 8, and guess what? It's Gundam Lefrith.
Gundam Lefrith, like the infamous blocker in white. It is so efficient with its stat line. Being a 2/4 level 3 cost 2 is so amazing because it is able to survive many of the units that get deployed around the same time. We have not seen Thomas deploy any of his early game blockers just yet, and I think the reason why might be because he does not want to give Chris the value with cards such as close combat. He wants to wait with those low HP units before playing down his units because he doesn't want to allow them to get removed too early.
Well, we do see a unit committed to the board now for Thomas. It is going to be a Lefrith of his own. That's the regional alternate version of it. And now we see our first base getting played down. And this was a card that you mentioned a couple of times yesterday, Nicholas.
Yes.
The Mining Asteroid Palau.
It is an amazing card in this meta because being 6 HP means it is going to be able to survive many of those key numbers, such as 5 in terms of AP, like when you think of the Saku 2 and the Acro decks, when they are linked with the Char Asnable, they will be hitting for 5, which means the base does not go down in one attack. And also with the King of the Format, Wing 0, they have that level 6 Wing Gundam with Breach 5. That will also not be able to remove it. But we see another Mining Asteroid Palau getting deployed immediately, which telegraphs that Chris is really digging for some cards right now. He is searching for his, I assume, uncurved plays, because his hand might be filled with too many late-game units, and he knows that around the mid-game, he needs to have at least some sort of pressure.
Yeah, this is a really, really awkward sort of early game that Chris is going into here. You'll very often see players destroying their own EX base to bring a new base in. Not only gets that extra 2, or in this case 3 HP on your base header of the EX base, but also draws you that card into hand from the shield area, as opposed to running the risk of it going into the trash if it isn't a burst card. But seeing 2 of them is certainly a little bit out of the ordinary, and Thomas must see that and recognize, okay, there's a window for us to maybe try and push that aggression here. We do see the L-Strike Gundam come down, not burning the EX resource to go for the link pair, but I do think that I saw there was a Kira Yamato in hand for Thomas, so could have been an opportunity to link up that L-Strike with the Kira Yamato. It would bounce the Lefrith into hand and then swing for 6 to blow up that Mining Asteroid Palau in one fell swoop.
Yes, as you alluded to, I think it is a very conservative play from Thomas, and I think it makes a lot of sense in this situation. Even though he has the option of bouncing that blocker and immediately getting rid of the base, he does not want to use the Ale Strike super offensively. He might want to use it reactively to the opponent, and at the same time conserve that EX resource to make sure that he has that level advantage going into the late game. Because the best thing about Ale Strike is being able to bounce something strong and then destroy something else on the field in terms of units and not just go for shield area cards. We see immediately Chris responding with his own Ale Strike linked with that Kira Yamato. He decides not to attack with it. Makes a lot of sense because the Ale Strike bounces something with 4 HP or less, but it is now not able to bounce that linked one because it is now 5 HP due to Kira Yamato's stat boost.
Yeah, I was just about to say, talking about bouncing some very strong things back into hand with L-Strike Gundam abilities, being able to send that unpaired and unlinked L-Strike straight back into hand. So a little bit of a punishment there from Thomas, being a little bit maybe too conservative with his link pairing. He's obviously going to get the opportunity to link without burning the EX resource on this level. But Gundam card game is generally always a game about tempo. If you find that your opponent is taking 1 or 2 turns off to sort of set things up, not necessarily committing as many units into their battle area as they potentially could do, then they can start to really fall behind quite quickly here. So Thomas now looks like is going to recommit that Ailstrike Gundam back onto the board, but is he going to link pair it himself, which he could have done on the last turn? But like you said here, Niklas, the only target for that bounce effect is going to be the Elfrith.
Yeah, it's only the Elfrith that is available here, and I wonder if he is actually going to link it and bounce the Elfrith and try and hit the base, because with the -2 AP reduction from the Kira Yamato that can be so conveniently placed on the Ailstrike on Chris's side would allow the Ailstrike to take down either the opposing Ailstrike, it gets all kinds of confusing with both of them have Ailstrike, or just let the base go. But he is still being very conservative with his link plays, because in this game, you want to be the one having your opponent reacting to what you're doing and not reacting to what your opponent doing. So I think he's actually trying to reverse it a little bit here. He actually wants to react to what his opponent doing. That is why he's being so conservative. He's waiting for Chris to go sideways with his units before committing to too many cards on the field.
Yeah, which I think from an ideological standpoint, at least classically in the Gundam card game, does make a lot of sense. Blue-white has traditionally been known as the color combination that has been a little bit on the more controlling side, whereas you've seen already red from your opponent with the Mining Asteroid Palau, with a close combat that's been in the discard pile as well at this point, that's generally be a little bit more mid-rangey in its approach and can turn up the heat quite quickly. We're obviously highlighting the Sinaju as a card to watch out for in this deck, but you've also got to run into things like Aegis Gundam. You've obviously got all of the red STO6 cards as well that could potentially be a threat to be a little bit more low to the ground and devilish and scary. So I can understand from an ideological perspective here why Thomas is wanting to be that more reactive and responsive player. I just think I agree with what you're saying here, Niklas. I think this could end up being a little bit too punishing here, and Thomas is waiting too long for an opportune moment that might never come. Chris, on the other hand, however, is already starting to dial up the heat with both of his units turned sideways. The EX base is gone, and some damage is on both of those Elfriths, respectively, for each player.
Yes, and here we see the Launcher Strike getting paired with the Kira Yamato. Chris is saying, you know what? You're waiting. I'm not going to wait anymore. I'm going to put on the heat, and I'm actually going to produce more stuff than you can react to. And even if you try to go for those value exchange where your unit survives, that's where the red deck comes in and actually thrives, because they have access to the effect damage and finish off these units without hurting their own units in the process.
Yeah, the beautiful thing as well now for Chris is there are 2 Kira Yamato pilots aboard 2 of those mobile suits at the moment, and that on-attack ability of the Kira Yamato pilot to choose an enemy unit and reduce its AP for 2 during the battle isn't a hard once per turn. You can do it multiple times, so you can use one attack to target and reduce, say, the active Ailstrike blocker, force the other one to block in, as was the case here for Thomas defensively, and then use the second one to go, okay, I'll now swing into that rested unit and make me take no damage with that reduction effect, though. So now Thomas is going to have a look at things and say, you know what, we're going to have to go a little bit taller. Freedom Gundam is the way that we are doing it. We've kept onto that EX resource for this entire game so far, so now up to that level 7 stage to get ourselves a 4/6 blocker that could get a lot of reduction going off.
Yes, and the amazing part about the Freedom Gundam is when you pair a pilot with that unit or one of your other white units, you get to put -2 on one of your enemy units, and combined with the Kira Yamato, you can actually get up to -4 for that turn, which means an incredible value exchange in terms of damage.
Yeah, we see the link pair here as well for the Freedom Gundam onto the Kira Yamato. This is also making this a really strong unit in terms of AP and HP at 6-7 at the moment in its stat lines. And now just deciding on that AP reduction from the Freedom Gundam trigger, which is going to go into the Ale Strike, and then Kira is going to apply its minus AP2 onto the Ale again as well, meaning that there is very little damage that has been taken onto that Freedom Gundam in this swing.
Yeah, so whatever time and preparation Thomas has done has really paid off now. Look at his board. He completely reduced Chris's side of the field, and with minimal amounts of damage on his own. He is now in control of this matchup, and that's the key word here, control. You want to control the waves of your opponent, and I think Thomas might have actually baited Chris into a very tough position right now.
Yeah, it's intriguing as well with Chris. I believe there were 2 resources left open in that turn for Thomas where he was playing out this link pair with the Freedom Gundam. So there could have been the opportunity, maybe depending on the damage, to utilize an action step at the end of the turn, because you do get that little window to try and help clean things up a little bit. So close combat or battle of aces really could have helped if they were available to him. I know that I believe that I saw that there is 1 close combat that has been discarded away, but now it's time to get some link pairs of our own. Aegis Gundam with Athrun Zala link pairing here, meaning we're going to get a burn damage on the attack of Aegis Gundam, and when linked, Athrun Zala during this turn can also attack active enemy units that are level 5 or lower. And look at this, Niklas.
Yes.
Board is clean.
Yeah, the amount of damage he was just able to output in 1 turn due to that when attacking effect, where you can deal 3 damage to one of your opponent's units if they have 5 AP or more, or sorry, if they're level 5 or higher, was just amazing. Very nice cleanup play by Chris. And this just showcases that even with minimal amounts of damage on the opponent's side, the map fixing from red and white is just immaculate.
Absolutely, as we see a Gundam Elfrith come down. It's also got a pilot underneath it as well to go ahead and pair, so not going to be able to attack on this turn because it has to be a link unit for it to be able to get that attacking advantage. But here, just boosting up that Elfrith stat line a little bit more. It's already very, very well statted for its cost and level 2-4 at base level, but now going to be pushed up even further to be able to survive some of these higher AP swings that blue-white is going to try and push into. Especially clever if we are worried about that Epion coming down anytime soon.
Yes, and it also plays perfectly around Kira Yamato, right? Because the Elfrith has 4 HP, but without Runsaler underneath it, it's now a 6 HP unit, which means it's protected from the bounce effect. So very nice play by Chris, making sure that he does his best to protect any sort of stabilizing board.
And now we see another copy of Freedom Gundam being played down here onto the board for Thomas, seeing the remainder of the resources being rested here. And that's just going to be for another Elfrith. So just a reparation of the board here for Thomas. But I think every single unit that Thomas has played so far in this game 1 has been a blocker. We've not seen anything like the RX-78 with Amuro Ray so far. We've not seen anything like Tolgeese. We've not seen Epion just yet either. It's all been this very, very defensive position that Thomas has taken, which, as we've been reiterating, has been paying off so far. But does there become a point where this patience starts to tip into complacency a little bit more?
Yes. When it comes to these sort of control-style decks, typically towards the late game, both decks can start running out of gas and cards in hand. And being a blue deck, you're have an easier time refreshing your hand in terms of resources. So the longer the game goes on, the better it is for Thomas, technically. But Chris is probably going to try his absolute best to not allow the game to reach that point. And we see him going wide again, because what's the best thing against blockers? Having more attacks than they have blockers, right? But he is also being careful with that Elfrith. It does not make sense to attack with it.
Yeah, and here's going to be one of the biggest equalizers in terms of that card advantage point that you are making there, Niklas. Yeah. A show of resolve being played by Thomas. Having access to blue means you have access to this unfiltered draw 2 for just 3 resources here as well. And it leaves us with, looks like 6 resources still available to work with here. So another freedom potentially with a link pair still on the table here. A Tall Geese with an Oztrait link pair as well. We've got Zex Merkees to link pair with Gundam Epion in this build to get that +2/+1. And during link, we can draw 1 if the unit destroys an enemy with battle damage. Instead, though, we see the RX-78 making its way down onto the board. Still no link pair here, though, right now. No Amuro to be able to link pair underneath it and start getting that resting away of some of these blockers that Chris is putting down.
Yeah, especially the Epion with Zex Merkees is going to be extremely dangerous for Chris in the late game, because as we can see right now, Chris, his units do not hit very hard. And the effect of the Gundam Epion when it's linked with the Zex Merkees means whenever he destroys a unit, so in the case of a block being declared, he also gets to draw a card and restand the Gundam Epion. So it's a tough situation where either you let your shield area cards go or you just give your opponent even more value. And when it's linked, the Gundam Epion, it turns into a 8/7, which is a very, very tall stat line.
Yeah, and also a tall stat line is this 4/2 that is currently being generated by this Sword Strike Gundam token Striker Back, having been played down as the last action for the turn there for Thomas, as we go straight back over to Chris, who, remember, did take a couple of cards into shield area pretty early in this game to try and give himself a few more options by playing double mining Asteroid Palau in the early stages of this game. For Thomas, he still has all 6 cards remaining in the shield area, but there's no base in the way to protect them. Just this army, this swarm of blockers that Thomas has on the board. We now see full frontal making its way down onto the board, and that's going to be really helpful with this L-Strike Gundam, because when paired, we can choose an enemy unit with 4 or less HP and return it to its owner's hand. But by targeting the token unit, tokens don't live in players' hands in the Gundam card game, so it's essentially a 3 destruction of a unit that was looking to make some very awkward math trades for Chris later on.
Yes, it turned into permanent destruction, which is amazing at this point in time. Speaking of time, both players are still at pretty healthy shield totals, and they've almost spent 20 minutes on this game 1. So that's got to be something that both players factor into their mind, because they are playing a best of 3. So in order to have enough time for full 3 games and avoid any of the nasty tiebreakers, I think they might have to start playing maybe a little more aggressively.
Yeah, it's going to take one of these players to finally say, okay, I've had enough with all of this stalling around and just waiting when playing blockers down and playing a little bit more casually and conservatively. Yes, we don't want to make any mistakes, but we don't want to make sure that we're playing ourselves out of that World Championship invite contention here as well. Thomas is going to continue to go wide with another copy of L-Strike and another copy of Elfrith here. And with 5 units wide in our battle area at the moment for Thomas, we're only 1 more away until we have a full battle area and we start needing to have to destroy and take away some of those units, because you can only have a maximum of 6 units in your battle area at any one time in the Gundam card game before you have to start removing some of them away to make some room, essentially. Is that a level 10 pass from Chris?
I think it is.
Wow.
He is very low on cards in hand, and I think that indicates his hand is probably full of these action commands. He's waiting for Thomas to start actually doing something before he can even play his cards. And when you look at this wide board on Thomas's side, you spoke of Amuro Ray not really being played just yet. This could be a setup from Thomas, because when that Grandpa Gundam is paired with a pilot, it will provide an additional point of AP to all of his units, which means currently, as of right now, he would provide an additional 5 points of AP to this board, making it extremely difficult to for Chris to get any sort of value block on his side of the field.
And of course, you have that resting capability when paired as well to choose an enemy unit with 5 or less HP and rest it. So be able to get that Rick Diaz out of the way for the turn. We'd also be able to get the Launcher Strike Gundam out of the way for the turn. But instead, we're seeing a big payment here of resources. And it looks like Thomas has now finally had enough. It looks like it's Epion time here, one of the newest Legend Rares to join the game from GD02. Do we have the Zex Merquise to link pair it onto and start to go ahead and cause some havoc? We don't.
Still not yet. This is insane. Both of them are building massive walls and just staring down each other. But I do believe Thomas is the one who is right now dictating the pace of the game, because those units have massive stat lines.
Yeah, having that RX-78 and the Gundam Epion on them is just, first and foremost, 2 units that don't have the blocker keyword on them, so are only going to be useful as attackers, either into that mining asteroid Palau, which can be cleared in one swing thanks to the Gundam Epion's natural 6 AP. But Chris still, with all of those blockers in the way of his own, he's going to want to try and get a couple of attacks to go through first and foremost, get some of these blockers out of the way, as well as finding this Zex Merquise as well, because the restanding ability, the ability to make the Gundam Epion active if during your turn one of your enemy's units is destroyed by a unit's attack of your own with battle damage, that only happens during Link. So we need Zex Merquise to be able to have that ability activate for us. It's not like the OG Tall Geese where we can pay a bunch of these excess resources and just restand it. Who would have thought that in GD02 meta we'd be crying out for a 4-resource Tall Geese here?
No, excellent point. I think right now...
this has just been another level 10 pass from Chris as well, by the way.
It is. He's probably chock full of those battle of aces, close combats, unforeseen incident, just waiting for a reaction. But nothing is happening. Although we also have to keep in mind that Chris is playing that Sinanju, and when that Sinanju is paired, it will get high maneuver. So it can work around all of these blockers and still put damage onto the units on Thomas's side. And the great thing about the Sinanju is once it's paired with full frontal, it will turn into a 7-6. So taking it out in response is probably going to cost the unit. We finally see an attack being declared by Thomas. He is initiating. He knows, you know what, my field is full. There's no reason for me to play any other units because that just means I have to discard them. So I'm just throwing away cards from my hand. No, I'm gonna get my my attacks in, and then after that I can see, okay, is there any reason to remove some of the units that I have attacked with in favor of another unit? He probably won't remove the Gundam Epion because it is the boss unit off the deck. No blocks declared from Chris. Oh, this is amazing. So we see Amurue get on the Ailstrike, and this means 2 things. A blocker is getting rested and returned to hand. So it's an attack on 2 fronts in this situation. That is amazing because now we have 5 attacks that can go into the shield area, or we can go for the cleanup of the rested unit and still go for shield area and put Chris on a dangerous amount of shields.
Yeah, this is really, really big here, and it feels like that Thomas has now finally been the one to say, you know what, enough of all of this. We are just going to go ahead and start to initiate the race a little bit further. We see the flip of the shield area card, no burst being activated there from the Ailstrike pair attack. We're now seeing a Lefrith go into the shield area as well now. We only have 3 more attacks right now on board as things stand without having to defeat any one of our units. So we will not be losing the game right now as it stands because we do have those 2 blockers still active for Chris. Thomas continuing to push the offensive here now. We see the unpaired RX-78 is going to go forward, and importantly, this is still just a 3-4 because the during pair effect isn't live on the RX-78. 1 more and 2 more swings still to come potentially from Freedom or Elfrith, but I have a funny indication that now with the space opened up in the battle area for Thomas, those units aren't attacking this turn.
Yes, they are not. This is what Thomas wants to do. He wants to force Chris to do anything, and whatever Chris does in that situation when it comes to the Venus just opens up more value plays for Thomas. So announcing that attack is absolutely fine. He still gets something out of it. He still gets to play cards for turn, and we see another Freedom Gundam hitting the field. This is Thomas's game right now.
Yeah, this is looking very, very scary from Chris's perspective. Indeed, does have a pair with it as well, a link pair, in fact, with another Kira Yamato pilot. So we are going to be able to reduce down this active Ailstrike Gundam. If we want to push one more attack further in here, we are going to go in with the link unit, and it's going to be into the launcher strike that we're actually targeting with this swing. And the Kira reduction looks like it's gone into that as well. So it's just 1 AP's worth of damage that launcher strike is currently able to do in this trade right now and in this swing. And Chris says, yeah, you know what? I don't want this paired Ailstrike to go away right now. We're just going to let the launcher go.
Yes, this is attack on two fronts right now. Got the damage into the shield area card, so he advanced his win condition of the game overall, but at the same time, he's making sure that, okay, Chris, there are no shenanigans from you. You won't have enough units to finish me off on the crackback, and if you try to deal with my units on the crackback, you're not getting closer to winning the game as a whole, holistically speaking. So this is very, very, like, it's almost surgical precision from Thomas right now.
Yeah, and Chris here put into a really awkward position there with that attack, actually, with the Launcher Strike Gundam, because with Chris having declared the block with that paired Ailstrike, there is just the opportunity here, I believe, if the maths adds up correctly, to swing that remaining Freedom Gundam that's still active on Thomas's side of the board into that Ailstrike and get rid of it and leave Chris with just a heavily damaged paired Gundam Elfrith on the board, and Thomas still being at least 4 units wide, with 2 of them being paired in some way, shape, or form. Still with plenty of cards in hand as well in this situation. Chris only on 2 shield area cards, and there is exactly that. The Freedom does elect to go in. We are seeing in the action step unforeseen incident as well to reduce the damage that's being taken back, keeping that Freedom alive. And this has gone from bad to worse for Chris in the space of just 1 turn, and this is that kind of turn we were crying out for. There is a base now as well to get us the extra card draw, and Chris, I think, is going to be very, very close to scooping this one up.
Yeah, the Kusanagi just annihilating the rest of Chris's field. This is looking extremely difficult, and Thomas making sure to protect his units as well as he could with that unforeseen incident. Like, it's just negating any potential damage that the Battle of Aces could have caused on the field. So I think right now Chris needs to think about this long term, right? They've spent half an hour on this one game.
Yeah, I think there is no easy way of putting this. If I am Chris, I think in this position, I am scooping.
Yes.
Unless there is a card that I have forgotten about in GD01 and GD02 that says, wipe the board, restart game 1 over again with 60 minutes still on the clock. I think this is getting very, very cagey. We are seeing the Aegis Gundam get played down here, which is going to buy us a little bit at the very least. Getting the attack off, dealing some damage in, and getting rid of a Freedom Gundam here. We do see close combat now getting activated as well. See another Lefrith in hand. I think there's a Rick Diaz. I see Athranzala, Kira Yamato, and full frontal. I think that's the entire hand here. So it's blockers and some pilots that can pair up and give you a little bit more defense. But Thomas here still has that numbers advantage, and all it takes is for Thomas to go, okay, here's a Zex Merquise now for you to worry about on this Epion to really make some scary considerations.
Yes, I think it's very important for Chris to have a blocker here, because technically Thomas would have lethal on board, barring any base bursts from shields. So he had to play both offensively to some degree and defensively at the same time. We see Okay. So we just unload the entire hand onto the field and return to 6 units on board for Thomas. And Thomas still has 5 shields and a base on that board. And if he's being intelligent about this, next turn he announces more attacks than Chris can react to. But also, right now, Chris only has 1 resource open, so it could also be a fine moment in time to attack with some of those big boys.
The old famous, all 10 resources, dump the hand play and show I've got more units than you. Can you deal with all of them? Thomas here just trying to make a consideration about whether it's worth firing an attack into the shield area or into this heavily damaged Aegis Gundam. There's only 1 HP that is currently on the Aegis, but there is the pass declared from Thomas. And honestly, I think this is smarter here right now, just having the pass being declared with all 6 units active. You can only attack into rested units unless in the case of an Aegis link pair you are able to find that. Athranzala's active enemy target only happens during this turn, so it's not a on your turn effect, so it only effectively happens the once in that situation. So Chris is going to need a lot of work here to try and get this game and get this turn back into a situation where he's not just losing if Thomas has things passed back over to him. What can Chris find? What has he got on the top of that deck? Is that a Sinaju that we found?
Yes, it is a Sinaju, and there is a full frontal in hand. So we can still get some attacks into the base and deal some damage to some of these units. However, it only deals 2 damage, and all of these units have more than 2 health, so it's only going to soften them up and does not prevent getting punished on the crackback.
Yeah, it's not looking good by any stretch of the imagination. Do see that there is an Athranzala, however, that is currently being paired onto this Gundam Elfrith. There is the reveal of the Sinaju. And now Chris, with just 1 card in hand, couple of resources open, looks like has just passed over the turn. So Thomas here has 2 blockers that he's got to face down. There are 2 resources currently open, so there is a potential of close combat or full of a Battle of Aces Live.
We see the burst of the Striker pack. This is amazing. So he has no Earth Alliance tokens in play right now, Chris, which means he actually gets to deploy a 3/3 blocker. So now he's being rewarded with an additional defensive option, and depending on what Chris does for the remainder, what Thomas does for the remainder of his turn, this actually provided Chris with an additional offensive option too.
Yeah, importantly, it is the 3/3 blocker token that is created here from the burst. You don't get the choice as you would, as if it was activating during the main. It is going to be an Ale Strike that is going to go ahead and be created. So I believe if that was the Launcher Strike that was attacking in there, that Launcher Strike shouldn't be going down because it's a 3/3 blocker token that we are creating. I don't believe the Launcher Strike had any damage on it, and Launcher Strike does have 4 HP on it as well. So we do want to double check that just in case that has been the case. Either way, though, Thomas is continuing on with these attacks here and swinging with this RX-78. Remember, this still isn't paired, so that +1 AP boost is still going on. And I think we are correcting the board state here with that token that was miscreated from the burst. Can be something that is easily mistaken because of the way that the card works in main, but you do create a completely different token when it is activated from the burst.
Yes. It can easily be a case of muscle memory just kicking in when you see the card. And we are still waiting for the resolve of the RX-78 is no longer attacking.
Yeah, so I think what we're doing here is we're rewinding the game state to the point where the 3/4 blocker is attacking in because the 4/2 was an illegal unit at that point in the game. So we're just rewinding to make sure the math is correct, and of course, because that will change the decision of what blocker that we use here.
So good fix by the judges. Now we see the attack of the RX-78 go into shields. We have only 1 blocker option left to us on Chris's side, and Thomas.
It's not going to work, though.
Yeah, it's not going to work because now he has the Earth Alliance token in play.
And there's going to be the scoop up. Immediately seeing that from Chris. A burst that could have very well been impactful and helpful, but unfortunately just stacked at the wrong time there. So Thomas taking a very, very long and patient game one there. But as we've been saying throughout the case of game one, if there's any color combination and deck where the late game really starts to favor this more controlled and measured play style, it is blue-white.
It is blue-white. They love to go to the late game. We did not see the crazy amount of value that it actually can accrue in terms of hand cards in hand, because at one point Thomas was actually the player without any hand cards in hand, and I think some of it stems from the fact that Sexmer keys never got under that Epion. So the Epion attacks were not as powerful as they could have been, both offensively and in terms of resources.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously Chris as well, having those early turns where he had to go double mining Asteroid Palau there. We had a slight inkling in the back of our minds of going, oh, okay, this doesn't really seem like it's going a great way. Obviously, we didn't get an opportunity to see whether these players elected to take their mulligan at the start of the game ahead of game one either. I imagine that must have been the case because there's not very many turns and not very many games where you will happily keep a double base hand in your opening hand. You want them shuffled back into the deck to hopefully get them put into the shield area.
Yeah, because even though they do pad the shield area, you have to take a shield when you deploy the bases, so they even out the number you have on the in the shield area. So definitely not the case of keeping a two base hand willingly, I think.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting ourselves prepared and up into game number 2 here. Looks like Thomas is going to get a hold of that EX resource here again into game number 2.
Interestingly enough, I think.
Yeah, really, really intriguing because generally a lot of players in the Gundam card game like to go second if they have the choice, because the EX resource counts towards your level. You start with that level advantage in the early stages of the game. So very, very intriguing that we are putting our opponent on that second curve. Yes.
Looking at Chris's lists, I mean, he does have access to the close combat on level 2, but with the units that Thomas is playing, there are not any great targets for that command card. So maybe it's just. It's got to be a question of Chris saying, you know what, I want to be the one to declare the first attacks.
Yes.
But at the same time, when we look at how the first game went, both of them were extremely patient in the early and mid game. Not a lot of attacks declared. So I'm very interested in knowing why he decided to forego that EX resource.
Well, we'll see if it pays off for Chris because we are underway in game number 2. Chris is 2 games away from that top 4 placement, from netting those extra regional championship prizes, those Grandpa Gundam themed prizes, which are absolutely glorious to have in any Gundam card game player's collection.
Look amazing.
Thomas is just 1 game away from it though as well, and we'll have the excuse to show them off playing this blue-white Epion control. And already Thomas starting off in the stronger position at level 4 now as we draw up our resource for this turn. Show of resolving because Chris has had no units on board for the first 3 levels.
Yeah, this is a perfect moment in time to be using that card because it is quite expensive, costing 3 resources, which is going to impact your future plays. But when nothing offensive is happening on Chris's side, might as well just take the time to build hand for those future turns and be able to respond much more efficiently and also be able to outlast Chris.
Yeah, as we go and see a first base being deployed, it is going to be the Rolula that is being played down here from Chris, not being replaced again by another Rolula or mining Asteroid Palau in this instance, but at the very least it is going to be a 5 HP base, it is going to be an extra card into hand, and importantly in this scenario as well, it's a damage onto that Gundam Elfrith, putting it into that 3 HP range, ready for Battle of Aces to potentially take it down on the end term action step.
Yeah, I think though, because outlasting the opponent is the name of the game in this matchup right now. Spending 2 cards to get rid of 1 is going to be very, very expensive. So I think it's damage that is going to bleed into future turns. I don't think it's meant for immediate removal. But we see the overflowing affection from Thomas here. With that huge hand, you have all of the options available to you. Thomas must be feeling quite good right now. He does decide to get rid of an Amuro Ray. That means either his hand is so good that he does not care about getting rid of probably one of the best pilots in the entire game, or his hand might just be too full of pilots right now.
Yeah, this is a very, very bold play here from Thomas. That was actually his second overflowing affection of that turn as well. So he saw an extra 4 cards deeper into the deck with those overflowing affections. We now see Ailstrike getting link paired here into the board state. We see a belt locker being bounced straight back up into the hand. And again, Chris continuing to be patient here, not immediately swinging in and clearing the way of that EX base, and still allowing that Gundam Elfrith to be around with the 1 damage counter that was on it from the Rolula deployment on the previous turns.
Yeah, but Chris does not want to give Thomas the option of responding to Chris's Ailstrike with Thomas's own Ailstrike and the Kira Yamato effect, because right now attacks into the shield area card, I believe, would be happily accepted.
Yeah, well, we now see a base of our own is going to go ahead and get deployed. The Nahel Agama makes its way down onto the board. No target to be able to rest anything with, unfortunately, but this might be a situation where we are just trying to fix the hand a little bit. Further to your point earlier you were making about discarding that Amuro Ray, and with multiple overflowing affections on the previous turn, that hand just might be a little clunky at this point in the game. Too many pilots potentially, too many late-level plays. And speaking of late-level plays, we've got Sanaju link pair on curve here, and no EX resource having to be spent for it because we have gone first.
Yes, and interestingly enough, this...
Why are we not swinging with it?
That's what I was about to point out. Even though it's a hyper-aggressive card, he chooses to not swing with it. So I think what Chris is attempting here is just to be the one with the widest field first of beefy units and then go sideways, because he is not being pressured a lot by Chris, but I think it's also very dangerous to allow Thomas to be at such a healthy shield amount.
Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is give them a load of blockers and then a load of shield cards as well to be able to work with. We're seeing a link pair. Now we're seeing a pair of an Amuro Ray pilot. Are we going to be able to target anything with the rest? We are.
Because the Ailstrike only has 5 HP, only, quote unquote, with that Kira Yamato underneath. So once again, a magic number being achieved here.
Yeah, and with all of the reduction effects of the AP as well from the Freedom and with the Kira Yamato pilots as well. We're actually getting, I think, 3 instances of AP reduction in the space of that turn there. We've got the Freedom gun getting played down. We've got the link pair. Actually, no, it is just the 2 because Freedom's restriction is a once per turn. So it won't actually double trigger after Amuro goes and jumps into the Gundam Elfrith. That would have been maybe a little bit too far in that situation.
100%. Also, going back to Chris being too passive with his attacks there, not attacking with a 5 HP unit is dangerous when you go up against Blue, as we saw how he got punished by that Amuro Ray. Because Amuro Ray, it is... I wouldn't even call it a jack of all trades. It's the master of offense and defense. So losing out on that attack is probably going to be something that hurts him in the long term, because time, as we talked about in the first game, is the key word here, and they do not have a lot of time left. And both players, they have still ways to go to finish this game.
Yeah, well, the problem as well here, speaking about time, is that if this game does end and we go to the end of time, Thomas does just advance. He is one game to 0 up in this best of 3, so he will go through and advance into top 4. Chris needs to get his skates on if he wants to try and bring this game back into parity, bring this set and his run back into a chance of qualifying and advancing into top 4, because right now, as things stand, it doesn't matter about base damage, shield damage, whatever. Thomas does just advance if this game does finish in time the way that it's looking right now.
Yeah, and it looks like he has identified that he is actually going to be aggressive with that Ale Strike and Kira Yamato Link, getting rid of that potential blocker in the Elfrith, targeting down the Freedom Gundam.
And it looks like that is going to go ahead and just see the block getting declared there of the paired Elfrith with Amuro Ray. So that is going to go down, leaving Thomas with just the link paired Freedom that is on the board. But importantly, I'm pretty sure that's quite a healthy Freedom as well that is there right now. So Chris won't necessarily be as tempted to just go in for the trade here potentially with how damaged that our Ale Strike is right now on board at the moment. That's only living with 1 HP as things stand at the moment. We are just going to go ahead and see the swing, though, into the shield area. Sanaju is going to get some damage activating on its attack trigger, and then we are going to strike a pack, get ourselves a token, and this is starting to look a little bit better here now from Chris's point of view.
Yes, and by attacking into that base and putting the 2 damage on the Freedom Gundam, Chris is effectively saying, hey, I'm forcing you to react to me, and by softening up your Freedom Gundam, no matter which target you go for, your unit will more than likely not survive the exchange, unless we see some unforeseen incidents happen. It passed back to Thomas, and Thomas, I think another Kira Yamato here would actually be amazing, right? Because then we get the immediate removal of the token, and we can actually also battle with that Ale Strike and survive an exchange due to the -2 AP. But Thomas has not shown many signs of wanting to do that just yet.
It is going to be a payment of 5 resources instead here. So this is just going to be another copy of the Freedom Gundam, unfortunately. Yes. So no removal of the 2-4 token that had been created with Striker Pack. This is the Launcher Strike token as opposed to the Sword Strike. And we are going to see a new base getting played down here. This is going to be the Agama base that is very, very apt at dealing against things like green-white, nullifying its breach. But there's no breach to be seen in this build right now. So it's just going to be an extra 5 HP and a draw of a card in that shield area.
Yeah, definitely just meant for cycle here. We do get to see the attack of the Freedom Gundam with a very substantial amount of AP reduction. Is able to spread it out, having the Kira Yamato target the Launcher Strike token and attacking into the Sananjo, making the Sananjo a 5 AP unit, ensuring more than likely that the Freedom Gundam does survive because there are no resources available to Chris, so he cannot respond with something like Close Combat or Battle of Aces.
Yeah, and I like the reduction there as well of the token in that scenario. It makes it take absolutely no battle damage back in that swing and in that block declaration. So you've essentially just gotten a unit off the board for completely free in that scenario. And now Thomas with double link paired Freedom Gundam on the board and just over 10 minutes left on the clock as well. Looks like is in a very commanding position potentially to start going forwards and even closing this best of 3 set out as we see a swing into the Agama base to get rid of it. There is the close combat.
Finishing off that Freedom Gundam, amazing. Finally, some of the setup that Chris has been preparing in terms of the ping damage is paying off.
And now we see Justice Gundam is going to go ahead and get played down here. The level 7 5 cost on deploy creates a 2-2 blocker token alongside with it. No pair, unfortunately, in this situation, though, so no ability to turn that Triple Ship Alliance unit token that we bring with the Justice Gundam into an attacker on this turn, and essentially give a token a link capability without attaching a pilot.
Yeah, and in many ways also some sort of pseudo suppression, if that was the case, being able to being able to remove 2 shields in one go, but unfortunately no link. But still, great play. Being able to set up a wide field and actually pressure Thomas right now, because Thomas has 4 shields left. Maybe if Chris has access to another Justice Gundam and then link it that turn, he would actually have lethal on his turn.
Yeah, it could be very, very sketchy indeed for Thomas now in this situation, because remember that Sinaju as well does have high maneuver at the moment, so is able to sail over all of these blockers and any blockers that Thomas tries to put down. Here is another Elfrith, though, another defensive option for Thomas to just try and stick in front of this Justice Gundam, of this 2-2 token, if that tries to get in for a little bit of extra chip damage here as well. Another Elfrith coming down, and for Thomas, this is all about preservation. This is all about trying to ice this best-of-3 set with the 1 game advantage and get himself safe and secure into that top 4.
Yes. I am almost 100% confident that Thomas is aware of the time that has been spent on that first and second game that they are currently in. So in his case, all he needs to do is extend the game as much as possible, because based on time rules, he would be declared the de facto winner of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. As it looks like Zexmer Keese is going to go ahead and hop up into the Gundam Elfrith, at least one of the Elfriths there, to give it a little bit of extra AP and HP. It will make it a 4-5 currently on the board, which would be able to trade quite handily into that Launcher Strike token, not quite into the Justice right now, with it being at a 5-5. Would need 1 extra piece of damage to be able to deal with that one there. Chris looks like first things first for him. Probably going to see this attack with the Sinaju just to get an extra attack into the shield area that will be uncontested thanks to that high maneuver, and put Thomas down to just 3 cards left in the shields, and Chris try and put him 1 step closer to making the tiebreakers and the overtime rules make a little bit more of a situation. Justice is going to swing in first, though.
No burst, just the Gundam Epion getting removed there. It's a tricky situation right now for Thomas, because he needs to be very careful about how he declares his blocks. There are no resources spent on Chris's side, so he has access to all of the reaction commands that he has currently in hand. Once again, just going aggressive, cannot contest it.
Yeah, and also still keeping up all resources active to threaten if there's just any more link potential in the hand as well. Thomas allowing that first attack of the Justice to go through into the shield area is an interesting choice there, but the second one has to go through double close combat now to make sure we've got rid of this boosted up Elfrith and another Justice Gundam.
This is looking extremely scary now for Thomas, because Chris has developed an incredibly wide field, and he said, you know what, if you're not going to spend your units, I'm going to remove them for you. And it might have punished Thomas just a little bit, being too conservative with those blockers. At least one of them could have blocked the Justice Gundam, but decided against it, and that paid off for Chris.
Yeah, I mean, right now for Thomas, I mean, if you can get rid of a couple of these units on the board, if you find a pair with, you find an Amaro Ray pilot, you can rest one down. You still need ideally 1 more unit and a link pair to be able to swing into whatever you rest down, because if you don't get rid of at least 3 units on the board from Chris's side right now, if there's no burst base in those last 2 shield area cards, Thomas could potentially just lose. Epion does potentially change that around a little bit if we have Zexmer Keese.
And Sex Marquise would be quite nice here because if he is going for the cleanup, he is going to be rewarded with cards, and it would still leave a resource open to use something like Unforeseen Incident. But we see the Armor Array getting down to rest that token blocker. I wonder if Thomas is going to take advantage of that. No, he is actually resting the Justice Gundam instead. So this would indicate that Thomas is at least trying to target down the big boys on Chris's side.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure that if there is a base that is burst from the shield area, that Chris doesn't have an easy one-card answer to it. We do have Sex Marquise, though. Link pairing underneath with Gundam Epion, so now that reactivation ability is going to be live.
This is amazing, right? Because even if Chris decides to block with those tokens, Chris takes minuscule damage, is allowed to restand his unit and attack once more. So using the blockers here against the Epion is not that great. So he recognizes that and just lets the Justice Gundam go.
Yeah, really heads up here from both of these players in this situation. We are getting very, very close now towards the end of this set. We've got just over 4 minutes left on the clock, and Chris is really knocking on the door with that double Justice Gundam, with those 2 Phantom tokens that are still active and on the board right now. Thomas has activated his Epion restand, it looks like, so is going to go ahead and try and make a declaration into the other Justice. There will just be the block that will go forward. It will be a trade as well, which still does net Thomas some cards thanks to the Sex Marquise effect as well.
Yes, and we did clear a good amount of units. Now we are attempting to get rid of the Sinanju because it does have that high maneuver, so the Gundam Ilfriv would not be able to deal with it. So currently, we did stabilize a little bit. However, something like 2 link plays this turn would offset any hopes for Thomas to secure this game.
Well, I think I've got good news for Thomas. I don't see even a single unit on the board in the hand right now for Chris. I think it's all commands that are currently in hand for Chris. So it doesn't seem like that there's going to be the opportunity for the game to be turned around and this tied up on this turn here. We are seeing the tentative swing in with the Justice Gundam attempting into the shield area. Thomas will just take absolutely no chances. There will be the block. And there is actually a Rick Diaz that is in hand for Chris. So misspeaking there is a unit in hand, but not one that's really going to impact in terms of Chris trying to win the game on this turn.
Yes. And we see the attack and the 2 damage then being dealt to the Freedom Gundam. And we just put down the blocker, the Rick Diaz.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to win the game on that turn. Give you the opportunity to burst in that last shield base. We draw up to level 10 for Thomas here. We've got just over 2 minutes remaining. So there could be the opportunity that this is the final turn if Thomas is going to sequence this out and get a little bit more cute with things. We do see Ailstrike come down with a link pair.
Okay, this is amazing. We can get rid of the Justice Gundam. And not lose our unit. I think it's better to get rid of units than declaring blocks in this situation. You don't want to allow anything to happen in terms of attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, the Ailstrike is going into the Sinanju, and with the reduction from the additional reduction from the Freedom Gundam.
Ooh, unforeseen!
Unforeseen protects the Sinanju. I mean, Chris has been saving those reactions for a very long time.
Yeah. But this is really, really big here because now Thomas has got to go, okay, do I fire my Freedom Gundam into the Sinanju, make sure that the high maneuver unit is gone, and run into the potential that if Chris does have a link unit here and I've got no extra blockers or things to protect myself with the remaining resources in hand, that I could just be losing. We do have to get rid of that high maneuver, though. It posts way too much of a threat. We do have more blockers. We've got a striker pack as well.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Like, Thomas has been preparing for this. Look at the healthy size of his hand right now compared to Chris. And Chris, he's struggling to get rid of that last shield. And even if he does get rid of it, Thomas can deploy a base from hand, meaning that even if Chris were to produce yet another high maneuver unit, it would not help him. Chris, attempting to go wide, immediately does so.
Yeah, but the problem is look at that time that's on the clock. There's 15 seconds that's left here. So Thomas, through this turn, will more than likely draw through this overflowing affection. And with 5 seconds now on the clock, it looks like with this declaration, this decision on the overflowing affection, Thomas is going to be able to take this victory and go through into top 4 because the player with the most game wins is declared the winner of this match. We'll make sure and we'll see just exactly when time is going to be called, because by our count and by our clock on the screen, time is up. So we'll just see exactly what the situation is here as well on the table. But at the moment, Thomas, after the decision of that overflowing affection, still playing things out.
Yes, it looks like they are being informed. Chris...
Okay, so it sounds like there's 2 minutes still left in this game right now. So our stream clock just a little bit out of sync with that on the table with the judge. So there is still a little bit of time here potentially, and that's going to prompt Thomas to go even further wider himself. We've got double Ale Strike. We've got that Launcher Strike blocker. We've got the RX-78 as well.
Do you think it was right to attack with that blocker in that situation?
It's a big risk. It's a very, very big risk. Yes, Chris is working with very limited cards in hand at the moment, but if in those cards in hand that there is the potential for a link, then, especially if it's a Sinaju link as well, then we are in big, big trouble. But it looks like it's just a pass on level 10 instead.
It could have also been a case of Thomas just hand-reading Chris incredibly well, knowing you've not deployed a lot. Even just deploying units just to get something down to pressure with would have made sense. Since you not did that, I'm going to assume... we do see the Mining Asteroid Palau burst there, promptly getting removed by the 6 AP from that linked Ale Strike. And we see Thomas just firing on all cylinders right now. They are both very well aware of the short amount of time that they have left.
Yeah, Thomas just putting the pressure on even further. Chris will draw one for turn. It's a Rick Diaz, which doesn't have a link potential, so is not going to be able to help us. And we've still got 2 blockers that are active as well for Thomas's side of the board in that Ale Strike Gundam, which is paired with a Zex Merkis and the Freedom as well. We're seeing close combat as well as a battle of aces that looks like that are combining with each other to deal with the link paired Ale Strike, or the paired Ale Strike at the very least. And now the Athensala
being able... should be able to attack into one. Well, the active unit is way too tall of a level, so it does not make... unforeseen incident. Does not even get rid of the Grandpa Gundam.
The last card in hand being unforeseen incident, even with the link of the Athensala there, not having the opportunity to get the removal. We are just going to put the damage onto that Justice Gundam here in this scenario, but with a draw for turn, and it looks like the judges informing the players on the table about the timing situation and that things are getting to a close very, very quickly here. We are seeing Launcher go in for a swing here. No burst in that scenario. We don't quite have the units on board to brute force all the way through.
No, because with 2 blockers and that 1 shield, he would just reduce Chris to 0 shields, and that's that. With only 1 card in hand, not able to produce any form of extra attack this turn. So right now, I think it's just a case of removing the units from Chris's side to prevent him from closing out the game.
Yeah, as we see the final shield area card is going to go away there from Chris's side. We are going to go all the way aggressive here as well. We are going to make the swing in. Chris will be forced to block unless he goes ahead and just concedes and loses the game in that scenario. We do have
another blocker.
And a top deck of an Aegis, that's not going to do enough. That is going to be the fist bump. And blue-white Epion in a thrilling best of 3 will take the victory, going all the way to the extremities of time by 2 games to 0. And that's the exact place that blue-white wants to live, right on the edge of that time limit, all the time in the world to build up and overwhelm.
I think this match was a perfect showcase of how dynamic the Gundam card game is, because this was one of the really calculating, grueling, grindy matchups, which are very different from the ones we see if it's the one-year war deck, for instance. They just try to end the game as fast as possible, deny you of any chance of making a comeback. But the blue-white deck is all about comeback. I'm going to extend the game. It's going to look critical for me, but at one point, I'm just flipping the game on its head, and now you're the one who has to respect what I'm doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that time and time again from blue-white in particular, even in the days of GD01 format, when it was the Unicorn combo. It was working on Unicorn mode and Destroy mode with Banner links to get that kind of way to overwhelm your opponents. And you were getting card advantage in that combination as well, thanks to the Banner draw one.
Yeah.
Now you're still getting the card advantage with Zex Marquise, but you're keeping the same unit on the board and potentially attacking twice with that Gundam Epion as well. It's a great new tool and a great new toy.
An amazing toy for the blue deck, because it's such a multifaceted card, right? You can go for extreme amounts of board control by attacking multiple units, or you can do, as Thomas did at certain points, is like get rid of a unit, but also getting rid of a shield. So you're advancing both sort of win conditions, right? It's an amazing.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick word as well on the red-white deck. Congratulations for them to making it all the way to top 8. That's no easy feat with a deck that is pretty firmly considered, I have to say, off-meta for the Gundam card game. What do you think was missing here, though, for it to push into that top 4? So,
looking at the deck list for Chris in that situation, he was clearly prepared to deal with a lot of the more mid-rangey and aggro decks. He chose to include multiple copies, like maxed out copies of Close Combat, saying, you know what, I'm going for the burn in the early game against these aggro decks, the one-year war decks, which have been extremely popular at this tournament. But when you go up against a deck with such tall stats like the one we just saw in the blue-white Freedom deck, it is just going to cost you way too many cards to deal with those units in the long term, and your hand is going to run dry. So he had to mix up his gameplay throughout the turns. Like sometimes he went aggressive with units, but then he had to try and still focus on the opponent's units, because he cannot allow those units to run out of control. So he was doing a battle on 2 fronts that probably were too much for him to handle.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations there to blue-white making its way through. The players for our top 4 Gundam game are going to be coming to the feature match area very, very soon as well. We're going to be sticking with the Gundam card game, so do not go anywhere on this Bandai Card Fest multi-stream for day 2 here in Düsseldorf, because we will be back very, very soon.
because we can't wait for this top 4 for the Gundam card game. I am Gabby, I am back, casting Gundam, feeling good, feeling comfortable there. I am being joined by Nicholas. Thank you for being here. This is going to be a doozy of a match. Please do tell.
Yes, this is going to be the El Clasico of this format, right? We have the quote-unquote King Wing Zero versus the blue-green one-year war deck. This could not be more exciting because it is also our top 4 matchup, and the two finalists and the winner of this tournament will actually get to the World Championship. So this is even more of a nail-biter match, because this is the match that actually will decide whether or not you can go to the World Championships.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, winner takes all, of course. Everyone wants the tournament title to their name. However, one thing bigger to win than Bandai Cardfest Düsseldorf is, of course, the World Championship. So as you said perfectly, this is the real I don't want to say the real finals, but this is the place to be right now.
Yes.
And as you said, El Clasico is going to be Wing Zero versus the one-year war deck. There's so many things that can happen in that matchup. Of course, the main goal of the one-year war is going to be faster than turn 8. You're going to want to win before that Wing Zero gets deployed, but will they get there?
Yeah, it's typically, can the Wing Zero stabilize with all of the blockers that they have at their disposal? Before GDO2, they would rely on the Soul Wards, the Striker Packs, and the Gundam Elfrivs, all amazing card, but now they also have the addition of the Rick Diaz from GDO2, so they have even more consistency when it comes to that level 3 blocker play in their deck. So that is going to be probably, in many ways, the deciding factor. Can I deploy these blockers, and can the one-year war deck then present their armor arrays to take care of those set blockers? Because as we've seen many times before, when the one-year war deck goes wide in the early turns, turn 2, like double Saku 2s, for instance, turn 3, and another, let's say, charge Saku 2 linked, and then on turn 4, they can get that armor array to rest one of the blockers and then go sideways. Because I think as the one-year war deck, you just want to go as wide as possible from level 2 into level 3, and then on level 4, if you have that armor array with the Grandpa Gundam and the additional AP on all of your units, then you just turn sideways and bleed shields from the opponent.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely correct. So as you said, armor array being the perfect answer to the blocker strategy in the early game, making sure you get through just in time. However, at the same time, on the other end, green-white has some answers on of its own. So what happens is, okay, how do I want to beat the aggro strategy then? You have cards like Sword Strike that are now being played, and not only that, you have options such as Plan B. I can spoil it a little bit because players are playing with an open deck list in this top cut. We see as a Plan B Justice Gundam, so we might even see Phantom tokens. Very, very exciting for me to see. So we do see that Edwin, our Wing Zero player for this match, has opted to go second, going for that EXE resource, making sure that if they do get to play a timely bird mode, they ramp a bit.
There we have it, Krishy doing the classical turn 2 play of the double GMs. He is already setting the tempo for this matchup.
Immediately being answered by the Lefrit, though.
Yeah. And now we see the Corsica base hitting immediately on turn 3 on curve for Krishiv. Amazing. Right now, his day is running on all cylinders. And because there's no other Corsica base in the trash just yet for Krishiv, he gets that tall keys for 2 token, which is going to hit hard. And depending on what happens next turn, well, with an armor array, rest one of those Elfrids, take care of the Grandpa, try and be aggressive with the tall keys token, because if a Gundam Elfrid decides to block it, it will get immediately removed. We don't have the on-curve play of the armor array just yet, but so you know what's better than that? Presenting more threats than you have blockers right now.
Oh yeah, look at that board state. I don't think Krishiv could have opened a better hand against the Wing Zero strategy. Look at this. So even with this board state, Edwin saying, okay, I do have 2 Lefris on the board, I can block a little bit. At the end of the day, Krishiv knows how to play against Wing Zero. At the end of the day, we are in top 4. They know what they're up against. So I expect that once again, we're going to see some very conservative Shah-Aznable linking up until it's finally time to actually close out that game. In the meantime, once again, we talked about that sword strike before. It has been deployed. It has been linked with Kiriyamato, making sure to bounce one of the units to stop Khrushchev in its tracks, at least a little bit.
Yeah, this was extremely important for Edwin right now because Khrushchev, he was being a menace in terms of board pressure. So with that sword strike on the field, being able to reduce some of the pressure and say, hey, you might want to have to attack into this unit now, otherwise I'm going to get even more value, because it is during link on attack, so it's not even just once. He can continue returning those units back into Khrushchev's hand.
Yeah, and in the meantime, mandatorily, I once again see very, very pretty card art, because on Khrushchev's end, not just any Gundam RX-78 is being deployed. No, it is the exclusive artwork from the binder that was available at the Bandai Card Fest. So Khrushchev said, you know what, these are so pretty, I'm going to get my hands on this immediately, and I'm going to show my opponent not just what's up, I'm going to show my opponent what's up in style.
Yes, because that's the great thing about these games, right? You get to play with these amazing looking cards, and it's just going to elevate the experience in many ways.
Absolutely. In the meantime, we see a bit of back and forth between the two players. However, I feel like Edwin still has enough footing to get to the late game. If he sees a timely death side being able to get an extra resource in risk, then we might just see a turn 7 Wing Zero, and from that point onward, it would be a pretty difficult game 1 for Khrushchev.
Yes. For any aggro deck, that Wing Zero is just a ticking time bomb. You want to finish the game before it hits, because 8 out of 10 times it is going to clear practically the entire board. And then from that point on, it is going to be very difficult to establish, because it is a deck that runs out of cards in hand. So during the later stages of the game, they will only be deploying very few units at a time.
And there's the death side we talked about. We just mentioned it.
We willed it into existence. And there we have a free exchange into the Grandpa Gundam due to the first strike. And we get that rested resource.
Cass's curse, honestly. I did it to them. I'm so sorry.
But yeah, as I tried to say earlier, if it gets into that later stages of the game where Khrushchev only can deploy few units at a time, then Edwin is in a position where he can start playing the regular Wing Gundam and target down those active units. So even if Khrushchev tries to set up his lethal by going wide, Edwin is then allowed to do a control aspect of getting rid of those units and at the same time applying pressure to the shield area.
You are absolutely correct. So we see some players opting for the Shenlong package to answer these aggro strategies because of that breach, but at the same time, you still have the OG Wing Gundam. It has breach 5, so it will even be able to go through any 5 HP base. Nothing to worry about. From what I'm seeing, I don't see any Agama on the end of the one-year war deck, which is to be expected. Very often they just play the Corsica base for that Tolgis token, for those Leo tokens.
Yes. Khrushchev is now in a position where he's staring down the underground desert base, also one of the very, very best bases in the game right now against this type of aggro strategy, because it has 6 HP, where 1 point of extra health is going to make all of the difference in terms of clearing that base in time and going for the shield. So we see Khrushchev, he's just dumping his entire hand. He knows it's time. I'm going to force you to have the Wing Zero. If you don't, then punishment is coming your way. If Edwin has the Wing Zero available to him.
Only one. Overflowing, we're digging. Khrushchev has some time.
Yes. So no Wing Zero, because the Wing Zero is one of those units where on curve, it is going to eat up the entire amount of resources available to you. So we see the Striker pack being deployed, and you know what? This is the next best thing you can do. if I can't clear it in one go, at least I can produce units to try and stop you from hitting my shield area.
And very clever going for the 2-4 there. You very often see Strike Effect lately deploying the 4-2, except against the 1-year war. Of course, you don't need that 4 AP. They are very low statted, or at least very lowly statted when it comes to the HP value. So sure, the 2 AP on the 2-4 blocker is more than enough.
Yes, you just want that unit to stick around for as long as possible. So you use it to block one of the 2-2s. It's alive. Okay, as Khrushchev, what do you do then? Do you still continue on attacking into shield area, or do you spend one of your precious attacks getting rid of that unit? Very, very, very strong stat line against these aggro decks, as you mentioned.
Oh, absolutely correct. And in the meantime, we do see 2 copies of Shah Zaku 2 on the board, which might slightly discourage Edwin from deploying the Win 0 unless Khrushchev is going to opt to not pair them. Because very important, in the case of Shah Zaku 2, they only get the destroyed effect during pair.
Yes. So that is typically one of the ways that these aggro decks keep some sort of momentum against the Wing Zero. They get to put the Char Asnaballs underneath. But no, Khrushchev, he knows, like, he cannot try and sit and play this smart where I'm going to wait with deploying my units until after you've deployed the Wing Zero. No, if he gets to deploy the Wing Zero, it is more than likely that I'm just not going to have enough time to finish this game. So I'm still going to challenge you as the Wing Zero player to have that Wing Zero. Otherwise, I'm just going to hit you with even more attacks next turn. This is just a, if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't.
Oh yeah, you are absolutely correct. And in the meantime, I feel like Khrushchev is trying to play into this by saying, hey, you also have some level 5 or lower units, so you're not only going to, sure, destroy my board, but you are going to detriment your own board state as well. Because look at this field. Sure, 5 units over there, 3 units on Edwin's side. However, if he only blocks once with either the Ill Strike or with the token, they are going to be low HP enough for his own Wing Zero to destroy them on the deploy effect.
Yeah, the Wing Zero is a double-edged sword. Most of the time, this is something that they do plan around, but you have to be aware of it, as you mentioned. We see the okay, so Edwin is also saying, you know what? Both of us are kind of racing. Oh, we had the Hero Yui underneath the Ale Strike. Amazing, because the Ale Strike is, when paired, it gets to return something with 4 HP or lower back to the hand of the opponent. So we see another Ale Strike hitting the field, along with that bird mode, Wing Gundam bird mode. So from this point of view, it looks like Edwin is saying, you know what, I cannot rely on the Wing Zero anymore. I'm going to match your aggression and be the one who goes wide, while at the same time reducing some of the tempo that you have on the field due to the effect from the Ale Strike Gundam.
Yeah, and in the meantime, the turn going back to Khrushchev. Oh, quite low on resources in the hand, as to be expected from an aggro deck. However, I think the card we just saw being top deck is a Shah Asnabal. So if everything goes well for Khrushchev, depending on what the other card is, we might just see a lot of pressure going down on the board. Is going to challenge the death side that is being blocked by the Ill Strike. What will we see happen? Will we see it being paired this turn to one of the Shah Zaku to trade and see a token? Will we keep up the pressure? What is your expectation?
Yeah, so this has been pigeonholed into that awkward situation for the aggro deck where there are so many units and blockers at the same time on Edwin's side of the field. So right now, Khrushchev, he has to identify, okay, how am I still playing to win instead of playing not to lose? Because as I mentioned earlier on in the game, every single attack from the aggro deck is so precious. Can I afford to spend them on trying to clear your units? Because you're kind of wide right now. If I don't deal with your units, I only have 4 shield area cards left. You technically have lethal on your side of the field. And that's even discounting any potential link plays from hand. But we see him go for the trade because he does get to produce that unit token, the 3/1 Saku token, that can provide some sort of pressure against Edwin. But it is now the ball is in in Edwin's side of the court. He is dictating the game right now.
Oh, absolutely. We, in the meantime, see a Sword Strike in the hand. We see Hero Yui. We see a Striker Pack still missing that key piece that we keep talking about, the Wing Zero. We're already in the range of Wing Zero. I would expect that Khrushchev would expect at this point that the Wing Zero would already be deployed. It hasn't happened for a couple of turns already, giving Khrushchev that information that, hey, he probably does not have it, so I might just need to use the time that I get as much as possible.
Yeah, and the thing about Striker Pack, it's an amazing, versatile card. However, it does have the condition that you cannot have any Earth Aligned tokens in play when you try to play it, because otherwise you will not be able to produce one of those tokens. So you kind of want to use the tokens that you have produced from one Striker Pack as fast as possible so that the next ones are alive. Otherwise, it's just a dead card in hand.
Something we saw in the last match, for example, with the double Striker Pack burst.
Yes. Like, we were about to say, oh, yeah, no, wait.
Never mind, that was already a 3-3, yeah.
He cannot even get the extra token. So, yeah, you have to be aware of that. Edwin sitting there, considering his options.
Yeah,
do you think in this situation that he should be like playing this patiently, or do you think it's fine for him to start being a little bit more aggressive? He is being aggressive with that Hero Yui because the Hero Yui actually is an amazing stat line on that Wing Gundam Bird mode.
Turning it into a 5-4. But to answer your question, I feel like in the game one, because don't forget, this is a best of 3 in Top Cut. In game one, you are going to be a bit more careful. You are going to be a bit more conservative. You're trying to download data on your opponent. How do they play? Do they know about this matchup? What do they know about the strengths and weaknesses of this specific matchup? And then if you're going to be up a game, either up a game or down a game in game 2, you're going to risk it for that biscuit. Because if you're down a game point, you need to give it everything you got to equalize the playing field and go for that 1-1, for that all-important game 3. At the same time, if you're up a point, you say, hey, I have a bit more leeway for the risky plays because I'm already up a game point anyway. So if that risk is going to pay off, that's just a quick best of 3 so I can get to that important final match.
Yeah. And you are playing a deck, or at least a matchup, where that is possible because of how fast the one-year war deck plays, right? Right now, Khrushchev, he is in a very, very difficult position. Like, I talked about earlier how he was playing to win instead of playing to not lose, but from this perspective, 3 shield area cards left, 1 card in hand, 2 units on field. He's staring down a base that is not cleared and 4 units on the side of Edwin. I think Edwin is more than likely going to be able to take it now, barring any potential base bursts.
Yeah, and that's the third one, and there's the fourth one. That's game 1 for Edwin. Clean stuff.
Amazing. Very, very, very clean stuff. I think one of the deciding factors in that game was actually that Sword Strike Gundam.
Oh, yeah.
Because returning one of these units back to Khrushchev's hand is going to mess, because for him it's shield mapping. How many attacks do I need in order to finish this game before it reaches critical mass? And just removing just 1 attack is going to completely offset any of those calculations, and then Khrushchev has to start all over because he still has to be aware of all the units being produced on Edwin's side.
Oh, yeah, absolutely correct. So, Sword Strike, we talked about it before the match. It is a great anti-aggro answer in this situation. So, Sword Strike allowing you to either go for that Wing Zero or go for that Plan B Injustice Gundam that we mentioned before as well, just biding that little bit of extra time. And looking at that Underground Desert Base, for example, it still had 3 HP left, and that was the exact amount of AP that we were missing from the board thanks to that Sword Strike Gundam.
Yeah,
so,
excellent point.
As a result, Khrushchev lost his tempo. Edwin was allowed to build that wall of blockers, and at that point, Khrushchev just said, okay, I need to get through this somehow, and Edwin says, no, I'm not going to allow you to.
Yeah, yeah. Very, very well played by both players. Khrushchev, he did exactly what he had to do in the early game. Kept up a lot of pressure, but Edwin, he stabilized. His deck came together. The strategy that he prepared for this specific matchup came together.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And once again, I keep talking about the nice and small tech options, and it's not a tech option whatsoever. But once again, talking about that 6 HP on Underground Desert Base and on Mining Asteroid Palau. This matchup, although it didn't look like it, was close enough to say that if Underground Desert Base would have been any 5 HP, other 5 HP base instead, Khrushchev would have still had it probably.
Yeah. Because the math would have fixed at that point. Because when Char Aznavour links with his specific targets, like the Sakuturu, it only hits for 5. And then the base is still remaining, and then you spend another pressure attack into it. And sure, you can use something like Grandpa Gundam to clear bases, but Grandpa Gundam is also a necessary piece to clear the blockers so that they don't bleed into future turns. So that 6 AP attack, due to the additional AP that the Grandpa Gundam gives itself, is now not going into the base. So it makes the math not awkward. They know this map by now, but it makes things more difficult.
Oh, the numbers game will always be a difficult game, especially for someone like me who is terrible at maths. That's why I'm here sitting next to you. That's why I'm not here on top 4 feature match table. But yeah, you are absolutely correct. And not only that, very often in the 1 year war strategy, you are gonna want to save your Amuro Ray for your RX-78, also dubbed the Grandpa Gundam, as you mentioned before, because not only do you want the rest effect on Amuro Ray, his pilot effect, very, very often that 1 extra AP on each unit during your turn as a result of the when paired effect on the RX-78 is crucial. That is crucial maths.
Oh, yeah. Because it even... like the GMs that you deploy early on, they are now suddenly on your turn 3-2s, which means with just 2 GMs on the board, you can actually clear a 6 HP base. So it is a magnificent math fixer for this deck.
Absolutely. In the meantime, Game 2 has started. Edwin once again getting access to that EX resource, meaning that once again we get a chance for a potential turn 6 Wing 0, which is a terrifying concept to think about.
Yes. Anything to speed up the Wing Zeros against aggro is something that they want to see. However, I think the reason why Khrushchev is deciding to go first is because he wants to put on the pressure. He wants to make sure that he gets so many units down that the RAM strategy of it all kind of dissipates. But he has not had the same amazing start that he had in Game 1. We did not see the double GMs hit the field. We just went into the on-curve Corsica base on level 3 to produce that 4-2 Torlgeese token. But the problem with that 4-2 Tolkie's token, if the Sword Strike Gundam attacks, what happens with that? What happens to that token? It just disappears from the game because tokens cannot go into hand.
That is correct. However, I will step in right here. What will happen is the Tolkie's token will return to the hand as by the effect of Sword Strike Gundam, where it ceases to exist due to game mechanics. So technically, it will still go back to the hand. In the meantime, let's take a quick step back from what is happening here. Instead, let's say, hey, what would we really want to see in this match? I talked about a turn 6 Wing 0, which would be beautiful, especially with those 2 Leo tokens, potentially some other things that might happen. What would have been really, really nice would have been if that Lefrith would have been a bird mode, and then the turn after we would have seen another bird mode, and then we would have seen a turn 5 Wing 0. I would have loved to see that.
That would have been literal fireworks. We see the bird mode though, so he is accelerating towards that Wing Gundam, and because of the it sounds wrong to say lackluster early game from Khrushchev, but less than optimal early game. That means this Wing 0 is going to be even more comfortable for Edwin to deploy when he reaches that point.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's just the cards you are being dealt. At the end of the day, Khrushchev is definitely playing to the best of his abilities. And at the same time, I feel like he might just be a bit more conservative on purpose, seeing, okay, the wall of blocks is something I wasn't able to go through. And the detrimental point where my deck was struggling was that I ran out of resources. So instead, I'll take a bit of time. I'll make sure I have enough Shah Aznavours. I'll make sure that I have enough Amuro Ray in hand. And then from the point that I've sculpted my hand to where I want it to be, I'll finish the game in 1 turn.
Yeah. Definitely something that could have helped him. He is playing a green-blue a few show of resolve would have allowed him to produce even more pressure. I think right now, Khrushchev, he would like a Link Grandpa Gundam to get rid of that Gundam Elfrith, because also that would buff the rest of the targets on his field so that he can get rid of that EX base in one go, because that is one of the...
Oh
okay,
no,
we
we already know that Edwin has Wing Zero in hand. We might go to the Wing Zero turn. Will he do it here immediately? I'm going to assume you're going to swing first with the bird mode. You're going to swing first with the Lafrith. But I feel like everything is going sideways here.
I mean, even swinging with the Lafrith, I mean, I guess you can, right? Because it will survive. It has 4 HP, so it won't go down. So to at least get some extra additional value of having spent a turn playing that unit.
You make such a fair point. However, I am holding my breath currently because I want to see that Wing Zero hit the ball, but will it? Will Edwin hit it immediately, or will he recognize that Khrushchev is also playing conservatively, and as a response, Edwin will say, you know what, I'm going to respect that. You have too many cards in hand currently for the first Wing Zero, so I'll just wait until I have the second one. We see 6 resources with 2 EX resources, so that should be the perfect 8.
Okay. Edwin, I mean, I would imagine if he had access to the Wing Zero here, he would have slammed it down immediately.
Sword Strike, Kira Yamato.
Sword Strike, amazing, right? So once again, doing that interaction with the token, making sure that it's not a resource that returns to the hand of Khrushchev, being able to deploy it again. Very strong. I mean, he is still in such a commanding lead. He has not even lost his EX base just yet. Khrushchev is not as fast as he would have liked. However, he does have access to a lot of cards in hand, so he is able to weave together, hopefully, a bunch of plays that will allow him to at least either put enough pressure on Edwin so that Khrushchev can win over, let's say, 2 turns, because he has access to that many attacks right now. Okay, and here we see it. Here we see it. So do you think he is going to target down one of the units on Edwin's side, or is he just going to say, you know what, I'm just going to sink 5 attacks into your shield area?
I think it's all going into the shield area because, as you mentioned before, if Edwin has the Wing Zero, he would have played it already. And you're absolutely right, because apparently I cannot count. We were on turn 5. We were not on turn 6. My maths, as I mentioned before, are terrible. That is why I'm sitting over here. That's why I'm not in the top 4 feature match. So I was going to assume FaZe was going to be the plays. In the meantime, we do see a quick trade, after which we will go FaZe. Of course, this does make sense because that trade...
There we see it. Once again, the base burst. Now Khrushchev is left with a decision where, okay, I mean, sure, I can attack into one of your units with my Rigdom and get that. Okay, no, he's saying, I'm not going to care about that. I'm going to put the Char Aznable on my Rigdom to get rid of your base immediately.
Wow.
Also, I think it was pretty important for him to at least remove one of the units on Edwin's side, because if Edwin then had a Link unit, he would technically have been able to end the game unless we see something like Glass Shield Base Burst.
Yeah, but also very, very smart in the meantime to put that Char Aznable under the Rigdom, because now it has 4 HP, which is just enough to survive that Wing Zero. It is going to be a very difficult game state. However, it will give Khrushchev a chance in this game too.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to come back to the point. I think if Edwin had access to the Wing Zero, he would probably have played it now. Use some of his own units that would get destroyed by the deployment of the Wing Zero to soften up something like the RX-78, or using the Elfrith to soften up that now bulkier Rigdom, and then clear the entire board and then start from there. But that is not the case. Definitely a thinker right now for Edwin.
Oh, yeah, and I want to say many things about what I would have done. I would have gone FaZe still if I had the Wing Zero. Let me quickly confirm. I'm pretty sure that last card, that one on the far left, should be a Wing Zero in the hand of Edwin. However... don't hide it from us, please. No, in that case, I would have just... I'm going to assume that Wing Zero is in the hand, and as a result, we are going for shield with the bird mode. So, since we're not doing that, I'm going to assume you are right, and I did missee that. Or, plan B, Edwin is once again being really, really conservative, as a result of picking up on small micro decisions on Khrushchev's end, just pivoting within that decision tree, going for another plan, going for another route, knowing, hey, you know, you do this thing, I respect that, but as a result, I will still want to have to play optimally. I want to go to Worlds.
Yeah, and we see a fantastic response against the Grandpa Gundam. This is one of my favorite plays that White decks can do against specifically Armor Array, is have that airstrike with that Kira Yamato, reducing tempo on the opponent's side by bouncing a unit back to hand, and then clearing the Grandpa Gundam without going down due to the -2 AP on the Kira Yamato. It is one of the best response plays to specifically a Grandpa Gundam, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In the meantime, turn going back to Khrushchev, getting another chance. The shields on Edwin's side have been whittled down quite a bit at this point. However, we do see the Zoward, we do see the Elfrith, and don't forget, we see one EX resource open. Can we confirm if unforeseen incident might be there?
Yeah. Khrushchev, unfortunately, does not have access to that high maneuver, but it is just as fine when you attack into a bird mode and get that breach too, so you still reduce some of the threats that Edwin has on his side of the field. Because right now, I mean, Khrushchev, with his low-cost link plays, if he was so lucky, he could have had access to just double Char Aznavour into the shield. But no, we see Angsha getting rid of the L-Strike and another Grandpa Gundam hitting the field. I mean, that's the best way to go around blockers. Hey, I can't attack into your unit because you have blockers, so I'm just going to target it with effect damage.
Yeah, I'm going to just have to respect the fact that you are playing blockers. However, answers to this, once again, we talked about Breach, we talked about Rigdon, we talked about the Shenlong package. That's not being here for the one-year war strategy, obviously. However,
Wing Zero hits the field, almost completely neutering the entire side of Khrushchev's side of the field, and with only 3 cards in hand and still staring down a blocker. I mean, so maybe another Grandpa Gundam link here with an Armor Array could end the game, right?
Oh yeah, but it is not over until the Shah Aznavour sings.
No. Oh, and here we see it. A show of resolve. Khrushchev is showing his resolve here in the final stretches of the game. Getting some additional resources. This is what he needs right now in order to be able to weave together his win condition. He is so close to evening up this game with
going for shield.
He's going for shield. It's going to be a trade. So he still has 3 shield area cards left himself, and Edwin only has that 1 attack right now. However, Edwin still has a lot of cards in the... Corsica base. Okay, he is effectively forcing Edwin to have some sort of multiple removal right now, because he gets the Leo tokens, and he can even deploy even more units from his own hand. And I think right now, Khrushchev, he needs to play to win. Just get as many units on the field as possible.
Hey, Nicholas.
Yeah?
Do you know what's stronger than a Wing Zero?
2 Wing Zeros.
Oh, yeah. So are we going to see that, though?
We see the immediate removal of the base. We see an L-Strike. Okay. Do we also have the pilot? We do have the pilot.
Oh, getting rid of that token.
And another Elfrith.
Oh.
Okay, Edwin just has all of the defensive plays, and he's being smart about it, right? He's not using the attack just yet. And that's one of the most important things you can learn when playing the Gundam game, is how to be disciplined, because you do not need to attack every single time unless it's actually going to mean something meaningful. Sure, he could have removed another shield from Khrushchev, but if he waited...
Do we have a double link play, though?
Do we? Maybe.
We have high maneuver!
Oh,
that's going to be
1-1.
He locked it in.
He tied it up with his high maneuver on the Saku 2. Amazing play by Khrushchev.
Wow! Incredible. So we did see the strike attack pass. We did see the 3-3 blocker. Edwin saying, okay, you know what? You got me down to the last shield. However, that was going to be a 3-3 blocker. And Khrushchev said, just watch me. And just linked up that Shah Aznavour for that high maneuver. Oh my days.
This is amazing. I will say this was magnificently played by Khrushchev. He was like a maestro, weaving together different turns, like saying, okay, I'm being defensive now, but I'm playing to win. I'm not playing to not lose, which is extremely important. He identified his win condition, and the win condition was a Char Asnable just dancing over those blockers at the very end.
Absolutely incredible. So once again, what we mentioned earlier in the game too, Khrushchev recognizing, hey, I need to be a bit conservative with my resources in hand because once I run out of my hand, it is going to be over. So I need to make sure that slow but steady wins the race, even though I'm an aggro strategy. He recognized that perfectly. And even with Edwin respecting that choice, noticing those micro decisions of Khrushchev's side, being a bit conservative with the wing 0 on his own, it still wasn't enough because of that last Char Asnable.
Also, now we got to remember, this match is even more exciting.
Oh, yeah.
This game, this third and final game, because
Oh, yeah.
as we talked about at the beginning, the winner goes to the World Championship. I mean, you saw that sigh of relief from Khrushchev. He's like, you know what? I'm still in it. I'm going to try and do my absolute very best to book that slot into the very first Gundam Card Game World Championship. I'm going to have my name in the history books, and the only thing standing between that and me is a very, very good player in the form of Edwin.
Oh, yeah, an incredible player, as a matter of fact. And not only is Edwin in the way, if everything goes well for Edwin, a huge wall of blockers will be in the way as well. Even with that high maneuver, who knows what will happen? And at the end of the day, Edwin, known from previous regional events where he just went wing 0 after wing 0 after wing 0, who knows what will happen in this all-important Game 3 in order to get to the World Championship.
We see an immediate mulligan from Edwin's side. He did manage to get a massive amount of blockers into his hand. However, he does have that ever so lovely overflowing affection. So even if his hand is potentially, because I did not get to see all of the cards, even if his hand is a bit clogged up in terms of pilots, at least he can try and dig for the pieces to link with those pilots.
Oh yeah, and in the meantime, we are going to get ready, cutting the deck real quick. Beautiful piece of showman and sportsmanship right there, just saying, you know, we want to randomize as much as possible.
I mean, even though both players are fighting with everything that they have, they are still at the end good and friendly competitors, which is equally important.
Oh yeah, that is beautiful to see.
Yes. And we see Khrushchev hitting it off with that turn 1 play. Amazing. He gets... Oh no.
In the meantime, we have lost the footage, so we can sadly not talk about what is going on the board. We are going to have to ask our technical team to make sure that we do get sight back on the table. In the meantime, Nicholas, if you were allowed to go to the World Championships,
yes,
what deck would you use at this Bandai Card Fest, and how would you try and make sure to win?
So, I've been asked this question one time before. If I were to follow my heart, I would probably play a sort of ping archetype deck, because that is my favorite play
That's just
style.
what you do.
But if I were playing it safe, I would probably be playing either 1 Year War or the wing deck.
That does make a lot of sense, knowing you. In the meantime, we have received broadcast back, and we can see what is going on at the table. Once again, we see 2 blockers on Edwin's side, as we mentioned. But in the meantime, Khrushchev once again going wide, building up that board.
Khrushchev, his blood must be on fire right now. He can taste it. He feels so close, and he's doing what he was not able to do in the first game. In the second game, go extremely wide in the early game. However, he is able to do that this time. So maybe the recipe for success in this third game is combining some of the aspects from the game 2 and game 1 that went really well for him. Early game pressure and being able to top up his hand with show of results towards the mid and the late game, so that he can keep up that pressure and make Edwin constantly have the answers to whatever it is that Khrushchev is doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But would you call that a recipe for success or a recipe for disaster? I think that really depends on
matter of perspective, right?
Absolutely. I really think that depends on which side of the table you're on for this.
Yeah. Khrushchev, no punches held back. He is going aggressive. He has already Edwin down to 2 shield area cards, while Krishiv has not even lost his EX base yet, and he has 5 units on the board. The ball is in Edwin's court right now because Krishiv...
We already have the token, I'm sorry.
We talked about it in top 8. The problem with the Striker Pack, it is a very versatile card. However, you cannot play it if you already have an Earth Alliance token in play. So you want to use the token as much as possible, but if you not even had the option of using that token just yet for a blocking or attacking, then any other additional cards of Striker Pack is just not going to do anything. We see some fixing. Krishiv, he is on fire right now. Immediately refreshing up. And we see, we see the scoop from Edwin, and congratulations to Krishiv winning his top 4 match, punching his ticket to the World Championship, the first World Championship in the Gundam card game. Here at Cardfest, I almost can't speak because holy shit, that match was over in the that game 3 was over in the blink of an eye.
And just look at the expression on Krishiv's face just now, just the relief, the moment of unbelievability. Oh my days, I am going to the World Championship. That is incredible. What do I do at this point? Because I still have to play the finals, but I know I'm going to Worlds. What kind of feelings would go through you?
I mean, I've never been in that position myself yet, but imagine he was behind a game. He lost the first game. He just managed to pull through in the second game, and then he kept that momentum up. He was feeling the fire and bringing it to the table. Congratulations to Krishiv. What a well-thought game by Edwin too. Unfortunately, he did not have the defensive measures in that third and final game.
No, absolutely correct. It was just not enough. Krishiv going too wide. However, still making top 4. An incredible achievement at this Bandai Card Fest. So huge congratulations, huge props, and huge credits to both players of this match. But at the end of the day, only one of these 2 players were able to go and lock in that World Championship ticket, and it was Krishiv at the end of the day. That being said, we do have a finals match to play. But before we do that, there might be a short presentation in which I have heard you and Mr. Nashimoto are going to discuss what has happened with the Gundam card game, and also, if I'm not mistaken, what is coming? Or am I not allowed to hear that yet?
Oh, yes. Nashimoto-san, the producer of the Gundam card game, is here at Düsseldorf Card Fest, and we are going to be bringing some extremely exciting news from for the Gundam card game later on. So make sure that you stick around for that, because that is going to be amazing, because the future is bright for Gundam. And I think what we just saw here, the game is, it's here, we're ready to play it, and we just want it to be the best it can be.
Oh, absolutely. That being said, I am going to catch up my breath real quick, going to grab a bit of water. I suggest you guys do the same, but be quick about it. Don't go anywhere, because we will be right back as well, and expect the same from you. See you soon. Oh, apparently I'm still supposed to be talking. I mean, at the end of the day, we are live, so that is bound to happen. We don't have to worry about it too much. I can still talk about what I like about the Gundam card game. I can talk about what I don't like about the Gundam card game, because that is a way shorter list. There is nothing I don't like about the Gundam card game. No. It is absolutely incredible. Look at it. Look at what happened last year. We had the beta events at the Bandai Card Fest in Utrecht. Everyone was very excited about it. I was there, as a matter of fact. Speaking of presentations, I was there last year sharing the stage with Taj, with Xiaodo, with Mr. Nishimura. Absolutely incredible. We were opening packs, we were talking about what's to come. We were just enjoying ourselves to the best of our abilities. So honestly, I'm trying to make sure that I'm going to be able to sneak up on that stage with you for that presentation, because I don't want to miss anything.
No. It's going to be so great. But you've been here from the very, very, very beginning, and the things that you've experienced so far, do you think it has far exceeded anything you could have hoped for, or do?
Oh yeah. It's definitely way more than I could have hoped for. However, that will have to wait until the finals. In the meantime, I heard that the winner is ready for that interview, going to probably talk about how they feel right now, the fact that they are going to Worlds. Do they feel in a sense of disbelief or anything else? We're about to find out. So we are going to that interview right now.
Really? That's so cool.
1 2 1 2 1 2. We are live with the winner, Krishiv. How are you feeling?
I'm still in disbelief.
Let me see your hands. Let me see.
They were really shaking. They're okay now, but
you know what? We shook hands, and
Yeah.
I felt the sweat, and I was
Dude,
like, yeah, that was hard. You
that's
know what?
no, that's just me being a sweaty boy.
I need to. I need to rename you to Game 2 Krishiv. That's now your name. That is your official name.
I genuinely
Krishiv.
think that Game 2 is the. I think I've been playing really well all weekend, but like I think that match is. So my opponent Edwin, I genuinely believe he's the best player in the room.
Yeah.
So I knew that was like that. I was gutted when I saw he was in my bracket. I was gutted when I saw that one of us was not going to be at Worlds.
Yeah.
And I was gutted when I saw my opening hand in Game 2 because I thought that was it. So I'm really proud of how I played because I think that is the hardest game I've played.
That was crazy. And not only that, but I think we need to emphasize you're literally writing your name into the history books right now. This is the first time that you're going through on the Gundam.
Yeah, exactly. I've been making Gundam videos for a long since the game came out. Shout out Ibo on YouTube. How to do it. Obligatory. Please subscribe. Thank you. But I've been making them since the game came out, and I love this game. It's so fun. The cards look incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I mean, look, you have so many alt cards, right?
Oh yeah. Did you?
How important is that to you?
I think my win rate increases with the proportion of my deck being max rarity.
You heard it here first. It's got nothing to do with skill. Just buy better cards.
Oh, absolutely. Better to be shiny than good. 100%.
Yeah. So Game 2.
Yeah.
That Wing Zero came out, and you were like, "Silence, peasant! Get back into it."
I think it was like the thing against Wing is that a good Wing player is really scary because as aggro, all the skill is on my end for the first half of the game. I cannot mess up once. And then all the skill is on their part for the second half of the game. They can't mess up once. And the problem with Edwin is he's really good. So I knew he wasn't going to mess up. He didn't make a single mistake. He didn't make a single misplay. There wasn't any bait, anything I could do. We knew each other's lists. We knew what we're playtesting partners. We were preparing for this tournament together. He's just a top guy. It was an insane game. Sorry, I'm not forming my words very well.
No, it's fine. I mean, you've just come off an insane win,
Yeah.
so it's to be expected. How important, because a lot of people say that discipline is really important in the Gundam card game, more so than some other card games. How important do you think that is?
I think it's really important. I think like what separates a good player from a player who's less good. It's a lot of the time it's playing through those bad hands. I guess this set is a really good example.
Very good example. Because Game 2 looked wrapped up at one point.
Yeah. Exactly. I think it's any player can be given the ideal curve in Gundam and just go off and win. But most of the time, that's not what you're looking at. You're looking at the average to below average rolls. And I think, both Edwin and I, we were talking about it during the game, like, what on earth was that? What was that game 1? What was that game 2? What was going on? So you got to be able to play through that.
Game 2, you were just like,
Yeah.
all over the blockers. You were like, yeah.
had to get rid of them. Got to deal with those pesky boys.
Absolutely. So, but then we go into. So we had game one, right? What happened there? Especially because the Wing Zero didn't even turn up.
Game one was really weird. We were both just drawing badly. We were just drawing bad cards. The stalemate at the end was basically because if Edwin had decided to try and go for game at any point, he was exposing a potential flip of a pilot. And even though it looked like I was really far behind, because my board was so wide and his base only had 1 HP on it, a link would actually potentially have been game, depending on what the link was and depending on any bursts. So it was a real back and forth there of like, and also just me praying, well, when you draw the Wing Zero, I'm done. So I really hope you don't have a Wing Zero. It was a tough one.
That seemed to be your strategy throughout, just go for the wide board.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
I think the way you overwhelm Wing is you need to know that there are these breakpoints in the matchup. You have to know, like, so Sword Strike comes down on level 5 4 cost. if Wing burns the EX resource early, then you win. So they're never going to do that. A good Wing player won't do that unless you really force them into it. So level 5, you know, Sword Strike. Level 6, you know, Ale or Death Scythe or Gundam. The problem is you have to take a 50-50s, and in game 1 you saw when I got linked by the Death Scythe, I was expecting the link from the Gundam because of the burst hero. So you know all these things are coming, and you want to minimize the damage from them, so you just go wide, keep your cards vertical, and then go in for 2 big push turns, basically.
And Edwin was playing really conservatively. It felt like he was almost reacting to what you were doing.
Yes, yeah.
Did you feel it was in your head at any point?
He was in my head because he's an incredible player, and I just knew that there was no chance that he was just going to make a mistake. I had to play perfectly and be lucky, and I mean that's true with all card games. You know, you put in the work, and that will get you so far, and then you need a bit of luck on the day, and I can't complain about my luck this weekend.
No, absolutely, and you know we got something incredible for game 2. I think that's one of those history book moments, and then we go into game 3, and then you're just firing on all cylinders. You're like, take that.
We were talking before the game, and we were both like, look, like we just need to high roll each other. One of us is going to win, and fortunately for me, Edwin, I could tell because he mulliganed immediately. Picked up his next 5 cards, and the look he had on his face, it was a very slight, just like a and I went, okay,
blood in the water.
That's especially because he's taken first, which usually means I'm going to be a lot slower, and he's got this extra resource to play out bases and interact. So it was scary, but him just not having anything, a handful of pilots, and so and because also I had that show resolve in my hand, I knew I could just hard commit my whole hand and refill on a later turn after doing my damage.
So it seems to me that the game 2 was pivotal not only as a win for you, but it also, would it be fair to say it rattled him a little bit?
I think so. I think he was feeling very comfortable. We know this is a close matchup, and we both respect each other a lot as players. But ultimately, whenever you're in these situations, I mean, there was a huge amount on the line there. I think what really helped me with game 2 is I finished the second game, and I'd forgotten what was on the line at the end of it. Like, it was irrelevant. And I only remember...
You were just there. You were just in the moment.
The moment I realized, oh my God, I think I'm about to go to Worlds, was when Edwin basically played the top 5 search and said pass. And I went, oh my God, 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 oh my God.
and then the state started.
Exactly.
And then you started sweating and shaking.
Well,
Before that, you were just like...
Exactly.
You were just
100%. Cool as a cucumber, 100%.
And... I guess my question for you is, how much does it mean that you're going to Worlds?
I genuinely, I actually don't know how to explain it. I've been playing competitively trading card games for like 10 years. Gundam is some of the most fun I've ever had. It's got, like, the community is fantastic. The people are amazing. And I've been taking the game really seriously since day 1. I got top 4 at the Seville Championships. I got top 16 at Bristol. So when I got top 8
Is Bristol where you're from?
I'm from London, but yeah. So
from London? Yeah.
Exactly. No, you know. And I think, so I put in the work, and I just think that I'm over the moon. I honestly could not be happier.
And so you should be. You should be. I mean, not only placing high here, with the potential to place even higher, but you're going to Worlds. And you had that game 2. I mean, I keep talking about the game 2 because you're game 2 Christian. That's your name.
I heard, like, there's static in the headphones, so we can't hear what the casters or anyone is saying. But there was a bit of a delay, and when I won, I kind of guessed it. Let's use like a 10-15 second delay, and then like 15 seconds later, even through the static, I just heard the
out front as well.
Outcry, and I was like, okay, that's a moment I will be clipping.
Absolutely. And what's the scene like in London and in the UK at the moment?
Oh, it's amazing. Really, really popular. Really, really popular. I encourage you all, come down to your local if you want to give the game a try. And if you're in London, hit me up. We'll play. I love playing this game.
Absolutely, and you can maybe be a game 2 Krishiv as well. Right, we're going to continue on. We've got a lot more coming. We've got the Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World coming up next, the finals. But Krishiv, congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Game 2 Krishiv. Congratulations. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage here on the Bandai Card Games Fest multi-stream for Day 2. Ben and Andrew here with you. And Andrew, it is time for our first grand final of the weekend. Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World is going to crown its champion.
I can't wait to see what we're going to be getting on this grand final stage for an elusive shot at a grand finals invite for the World Championship. We've seen a bunch of new decks because this is the first event that's using the new limited and restricted list, where we did see Cell and Majin Buu take quite a hit. But the more things change, the more they stay the same. Red Cell is still going to be making an appearance in grand finals.
Yes, Manga Booster 1 Cell still proving that even if you restrict Self-Destruct and the 5-cost Cell to just 1 copy at maximum, the deck is still very, very capable with cards like the Android 18, like the Android 16 from Manga Booster 1, and of course still being able to play that 5-cost Cell with Cell Jr. as well from Manga Booster 1. That loop is a really, really capable threat.
Yeah, and we're going to get to see a little bit more of what the deck actually can offer now that there's not just guaranteed play lines that are very, very simple. Obviously, if you do find your one-ofs, use your one-ofs. They're one-ofs for a reason. But we're going to get to see a little bit more variation in what the actual Red Cell game plan can be. And we've got a very, very interesting, very varied game plan on the other side of things. We're going to be seeing Giblet on the green side, going to be messing with their own energy. And that's going to be what their opponent is. So, you know, a very, very different approach to this game and this aggro.
Yeah, which is intriguing because we've seen a lot of green in the top cut stages. There was a lot of Son Goku from Manga Booster 2. There was a couple of other leaders that were running around in there as well in green. But Giblet is definitely one that I don't think a lot of people are expecting. We'll see just how it's going to be able to do up against one of the titans of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World format pre-suspension list. Is it going to have that same potency post-suspension list update as well? The game is ready to go, so we are going to get on our way to crowning our first ever champion of this Bandai Card Games Fest weekend. We've got Cell on the left-hand side being piloted by Francesco, and we have Derby being piloting that Giblet over on the right-hand side. You mentioned that this is going to be a little bit about energy manipulation here, Andrew. Obviously, as the unawakened side, they're just that basic 15,000 power leader. But what does this leader do when it does go ahead and awaken?
So when we do finally get from that 4 life at that standard awakening timing, you obviously maintain your when attacking, draw 1, but the activate main, you can place 1 of your energy from its owner's drop, and then if you have 2 or less energy, you can add 2 battle cards from your drop to the owner's energy. Then if you would add a card to the owner's energy during this turn, it goes to the drop instead. So you're not going to get that additional ramp, but you are going to get that quick Zenkai boost after messing with your own energy. This means you're going to get to manipulate your drop as well. So we're going to see that cards that sometimes would be permanently stuck in charge are actually going to be able to be used later on in the game.
Yeah, and what we'll also undoubtedly see as we saw Muri come down as the turn 1 play for Derby is a very quick onus on trying to self-awaken, get to that reverse side of the leader Giblet very quickly. I think I counted across underneath the 3 energy and below cost, there are 16 different self-awakeners in this deck. You've got 4s of Raditz, Super Baby 2, and Hit. You've got 2s of Muri, and also the Golden Freezer as well as an option. You also got even further as well with Cell that's going in there. So there's a lot of self-awakeners here in this deck. As over on Francesco's side, we're going to start off with a pretty standard turn 1 play for Cell. It is going to be that Android 18 that searches out a 5-cost or less Android into hand.
And of course, die rolls are really, really important in a lot of these games, especially when you're in that best-of-1 format, where if you're a deck like Giblet, you're probably wanting to win this die roll so that way you're not starting with that extra energy early on. It's going to be a little bit more annoying to try and actually use that activate main once you awaken if you've got that special energy clogging it up.
Yeah, as we see the 15k swing into life here, drawing the card on attack. Francesco still at that starting 8 life. Will be happy to go ahead and take the initial damage. And now we're going to go and see Hit make its way onto the board. Another Self-Awakening here on play. Adds 1 card from life to hand. And then when attacking, if you have less energy than your opponent, which will be the idea once we've awakened, choose all battle cards with a cost of 1 or less in your opponent's battle area and KO them.
Yeah, so that's going to be a great way to answer some of this early draw that we see from cards like the Android 18 that we saw opened up. So just making sure that we can fight for board without necessarily having to commit too many resources for that, and of course turboing that game plan so that way we can actually start using this backside of this Giblet Saiyan.
Yeah, and there's quite a few different 1 costs in the Cell deck that have some decent impact on the board state. We obviously saw the Android 18 make its way down onto board already. There is also the on-play Draw 1 Android 18 from FBO 6, as well as the Manga Booster Cell 1 cost, which is a 15k battle card. So if you're not awakened, that is already threatening an opportunity to take some damage if it does go ahead and swing. We do see Android 17 make its way down now, which is just a little bit of a consistency piece. On play, discard a battle card with Android in its traits from hand. If your leader is Android only, you draw 2.
Yeah, I mean, I love that we got the different sorts of variation between them, being able to set up drop and then just kind of accelerate draw power. Some people prefer to really rely on searches when they come down, and other people are a little bit more focused on making sure they just get as much draw power as possible. Once again, we're going to see the Raditz come down, just going to be able to add 1 card from life to hand if we do have that Giblet. And then, of course, we're going to be able to place 1 energy in drop as well. So this one works late game and also in this early game, we can use it to just really get to that game plan ASAP.
And we are in that game plan now as well, with Giblet being awakened. So we are going to have the opportunity to place 1 energy into the owner's drop. If you have 2 or less energy, add up to 2 battle cards from your drop to their owner's energy. The only issue is that drop is completely empty right now. So we can see here Darby is going to start comboing up in order to start to get those battle cards into the drop and get them ready for this activatable effect.
And the really cool thing about this as well is that you're going to be able to spend some of this energy, get it tapped to begin with, and then use that as your discard. So you're effectively, even though you're keeping that number quite small, the effective value of your charge is significantly higher than on the opponent's side.
Yeah, and especially because those battle cards on board as well can be used as combo power, as we are seeing right now here as well. It's almost like Debbie knew exactly the point that I was getting ready to go ahead and try and make. We see the Murray go and swing in, and Raditz looks like is going to be the one that is going to be contributed to the combo here. So this is going to be a 20k swing into 15k, demanding either a 10k combo to get out of the attack, or Francesco will say, you know what? This is going to be my last life I need to take before I can awaken. Let's just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, you're getting the most value out of your next turn now that we've actually gotten to go to this awakening point. And an extra card in hand is always nice across the board. So, I mean, it feels like really you're choking yourself out of resources if you were choosing to go minus from blocking here. So it makes a lot of sense that we're going to see us finally get into that 4K range.
And we are now at a 4 cost range as well, with Broly BR hitting the board from starter deck 10 as well. It's a 25k 4 cost that when attacking chooses up to 1 battle card with a cost of 2 or less in your opponent's battle area and KOs it. So we're going to deal with that Android 18 and then activate main. It's another facilitator for this Giblet leader ability on its awakened side. Place 1 energy into its owner's drop. If your leader is Giblet, you switch this to active mode. So it's going to have an opportunity not only to facilitate that awakened side of the leader, but also push 2 25k swings in at minimum. And even against this 20k leader now awakened, that's going to take that 10k combo to get out of.
It's so impressive how something that started with effectively a starter deck can really take you to the top echelon. It's a little bit when you're reading the Giblet, it doesn't always read as easily as some of like the cell cards, for example. But once you start seeing the lines move, it's so impressive what you can do with such little investment at that lower rarity. But obviously, we got a lot of bling on the table. We got some real shiny cardboard that we love seeing at that top level as well.
Yeah, absolutely. To that point as well, actually, just scanning through the deck list, I think well over half of this deck is made out of purely cards from starter deck 10. So if Debbie is going to be able to do well with it here in this matchup, in this grand final, get a hold of your starter deck 10s and get involved with Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, because it's going to be a great way to enter into a local tournament and go, you know what, I'm rocking up with a championship winning deck at Bandai Card Games Fest.
Bandai has always done a really good job of making sure that sometimes just investing in 2 starter decks can give you all of the 4-ups that you need to be able to actually go out there, play at your locals, start getting that experience in, so you can go out to regionals and things like this and end up playing at Bandai Card Fest. We're here every year, different place, different space, but the same games that you know and love.
Absolutely. As we are over with Francesco at the moment, we see Android 16 make its way down. A 2-cost 20k battle card that activates main, places this card in a battle area in its owner's drop. If your leader is an Android-only card, play up to one Android 17 or 18 with a cost of 2 or less from your drop in rest mode. This is another one of these really great consistency pieces, because with this, you can swing in with a 20k with it, force the combo out of hand like we've seen here from Debbie, and then activate its main ability, go back through your drop and grab either Android 17 or 18 to be able to play out, and it's going to be the Searcher 18 that's going to be the one that we target here.
Really cool that we get to see all 3 of the androids going in numerical succession, just slowly counting back down, and then we're back up to 18. And this means that the removal that we saw from Debbie during their turn actually has kind of been negated, because we're back to kind of going 2 for 2, piece for piece. Unfortunately, obviously coming in that rest mode means we're not going to be seeing any extra aggro to try and fight for board, but 17 is going to facilitate that just fine.
Yeah, and especially because the secondary effect now of Android 18 is going to be able to kick in as well. No targetable choices on the first turn when it was played, but now you also get to choose a battle card in your opponent's battle area, and it's going to get a 5,000 power reduction for the turn, which is one of the biggest aspects that has made this cell deck so capable. This power reduction in things like the 18, like this 4-cost cell that's now making its way down onto the board. The 4-cost 25k battle card on play, a battle area card on your opponent's board gets minus 10k power for the turn, and then on the activate main, you can put an Android 18 into the battle area, from battle area into drop, and then get a new cell on as well to continue this cost reduction, this power reduction capability.
And this is where we get to see the really, really cool things with how this line set up. We got to see the 16 give us the 18, which was then paid for cost for the self-destruct, and then we get to use the 17 at the end as well with that cell to set up for that card that we just read out, that 25 battle power cell, to really now establish the board. So whilst we have gone thin, we've established our real threat for the rest of the game.
Yeah, as the 4-cost makes its way back into the battle area now as well, and of course going into the cell leader as well. When it attacks, if a battle card with Android and its special traits is removed from your battle area by a skill during this turn, you draw 1, and then the cell leader becomes 40k for the battle before you even contribute any kind of combo power to it. So it's a really, really big beat stick of a leader, as we see now that trying to regain a little bit of this board state is going to be Debbie. We're going to see that leader ability go ahead and get activated here as well, it looks like, reactivating one of those energy from the drop.
Okay, looks like we're just going to double check what's in charge just to see how much we've got left in terms of actions to make this turn. But the big numbers, not only are you getting to fight for board, but the amount of damage that comes here, he is perfect. And, you know, if you're not perfect, you're not him.
Absolutely not. What we see here is going to be that leader action going ahead and getting used, paying the 3 energy. This looks like it's going to be for the Golden Freezer, and this is why we were having a look at how much energy was in Francesco's charge, because permanent on your turn, if you have less energy than your opponent, this card in the battle area gets plus 5,000 power, so it becomes a 30k attacker as opposed to a 25k, and the way the math works in Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, that will demand at least 2 cards out of hand in combo in the form of a 10k and a 5k to get safe.
Yeah, we talk about it as magic numbers in various card games that kind of use these attacker-favored ones, where as long as you can reach the number, then it doesn't really matter if you're over it. It's about reaching the number to force the additional resources.
So over to Cell we go now, just going into the charge phase here, taking one of those cards from the hand and putting it into the energy, so that you're able to pay for the costs of all of these cards. And Francesco with a pretty vacant board state at the moment, except for the 4-cost Cell, but that can change very, very quickly. This is a deck that likes to use its battle cards as resources, as it were, to be able to help facilitate into all of these other removal effects and abilities. So Francesco here with a bountiful hand, as you come to expect in Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World. A lot of players will accumulate that hand size really, really quickly with all of the self-awakening that you're doing, taking 1 card from the life area into your hand. You're obviously drawing 1 card as well when you're attacking for most leaders in the game. There are exceptions, of course. We saw the Dragon Balls in Top 16 yesterday, which is a leader that just straight up can't attack, but does still grab you a card by activating main and resting itself. So there's going to be a lot of card advantage generated in this early to mid-game stages. And then in the late game, when players feel like that this is the time where they can really start to win, is when you'll dump those cards out of hand, use those combos very, very aggressively, and try and get your opponent down to 0 life remaining.
And that's one of the things that's really impressive about the Cell that's made it so strong for so long, is that the leader by himself, just by doing the game plan that you're supposed to, is going to be that 40k base that just demands so much extra expenditure. The longer this game goes, the harder and harder it's going to be to actually keep up defensively on that Giblet side. Obviously, bodies on board these battle cards like the Golden Freezer that also demand a little bit extra respect if they do choose to go at life are going to try and help them keep up. But having access to a leader that's never going to not be able to push that 40k baseline is going to be a real problem.
Yeah, but a real problem now is, again, more of this card advantage that's being generated for Francesco here. We're seeing another copy of Android 18. And as mentioned earlier, this is going off this 2-pronged kind of attack, because not only are you filtering down, facilitating to try and get into those higher cost cards, in this case as well, getting into trying to find those one-offs now of the 5-drop Cell and the self-destruct. It's also getting that battle power reduction that is going on, targeting the 4-cost Shallot that is on board at the moment. And now with Android 16 making its way down onto the board, we've got this 20k power battle card that at the moment is going to be swinging into 20k if the Shallot is what we are attacking into here.
Once again, Android 16 here for a good time, not necessarily a long time. He's going to be able to take himself out in order to try and push this Cell advantage a little bit further. Both the offensive one and this kind of early ramp card that we saw before are going to be sticking around for a little bit, a flash in the pan, final flash some might say.
As we see a combo out of that attack, now there is going to be the activate main ability popping itself and going to grab an Android 17 or 18 back again. It's going to be another one of these manga booster Android 18, so that's 3 of the 4 of them that we've seen just in this turn alone. There's going to be the 4th copy as well that we're going to be able to search out, and this has been a lot of looping, a lot of searching. It gets to a point as well, Andrew, where you go through all this searching and you start to see the remainder of the deck again.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where for other games where you get to pick the order of where cards go to the bottom, stacking them in the correct order actually can genuinely be game-losing, game-winning. So the fact that we're starting to see cards that we know we saw off of a reveal earlier is really, really impressive. But it does mean that as we go longer, deck out does become a real factor.
Yeah, as we are now going to see a pop as well of that shallot. Just immediately go ahead and get rid of it. Now we're going to see the swing in with the cell. This will activate the plus 20k battle power as well, because a card has already been removed by an effect with that Android 16. Another attack flies in. That one is going to have to be taken, and it looks like we've got only about 2 life left on the Giblet side, with no battle cards in the battle area at all for Debbie right now. And this is exactly the place that Cell wants to be. It's exactly the place where it has traditionally been for so long in this format, pre-restriction and suspension. Is there anything that Debbie can do in this Giblet list that's going to be able to bring things back a little bit closer?
Well, the thing is, we're currently sitting at that 4 energy right now. So whilst we could use the Giblet early, what we're going to probably have to do is first spend in order to get the extra value. It looks like we're going to try and dig for a card first before we do that, and then we're going to go with all the resources we've got. We need to try and get a card out of this energy just to get us back in range of that Giblet boost, and then from there we could definitely have to fight for board here, because Cell on his own is fearsome enough and is really going to demand what few resources seem to be left in the hand, and when there's 4 other androids sitting next to him, it gets worse and worse for you.
Yeah, and we've not even seen, I don't believe, copies of the Cell Jr. yet as well, which is a really scary card. If your leader is an Android-only card and you have a Cell with an original power of 30k or more in your battle area, you can use it without having to pay its cost, and it's another way to reduce power down by 5,000. And in Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, if a battle card's BP is reduced to 0, it gets destroyed and it's sent away. So it's a removal option as well, potentially, if you've gone with all of these reductions throughout the course of the turn prior.
And it looks like we're actually going to be trying to push the advantage now here. It definitely sucks that we're going to most likely have to fight for board. The Turles coming down, being able to place 2 of the energy in your drop. And then if your leader is Giblet, this card gets double strike. So normally you'd be wanting to swing at life, try and take that double damage when attacking. And it looks like we're going to see the combo set up as well. So that way, when we do go for this Giblet effect, we have another target in drop. But it looks like we're going to see comfortably answered with the combo on the defense.
Yeah, really happily done there as we see the cards come back from the drop into the energy. Once again, there is the Giblet effect being indicated as well now. So we've still got, it looks like, about 3 energy to work with. Gives us an opportunity to set up another Golden Freezer, maybe. We haven't seen Cell at this point right now. Chooses one card with a cost of 4 or less in your opponent's battle area and add it to its owner's energy in rest mode. So it essentially is a removal of a card, as there is that Cell Jr. on the board now as well for Francesco with that double Android 18, and that Cell leader still looking very scary indeed.
Yeah, but this might be the beginning of the end. We did see that whilst we did get the energy sorted, we weren't actually going to spend it to board, instead choosing to keep cards in hand just to try and see if we can stave off this Android invasion.
Well, Cell now is making his way down, gives a battle card minus 10,000 power for this turn on play, and then activates main as well to be able to play up to 1 Cell with 30,000 power from your hand if you have it. Of course, with the restriction update, that's going to be a lot harder to do because there's only 1 copy of it, but we do find the 1 copy of the 5-cost Manga Booster 1 Cell. On play, you can add 1 card with a cost of 4 or less and Android in its special traits from your drop to your hand, and then when KO'd is going to be able to fetch that Android 18 back. So we're continuing on with this loop. It's going to fire in for a swing. The instant Kamehameha, though, is going to be able to combo out with a plus 15k.
Really important defensive option there, just to try and keep that hand as thick as possible. That said, we have done the game plan needed here, so this Cell is going to be another 40k base that's going to be swinging at life.
Yeah, and that instant Kamehameha as well has cost an energy from the drop as well. So even though we like to be behind on energy when compared to our opponent in this Giblet deck, we're going a little bit maybe too far behind here as we see the self-destruct now come down as well. We've hit both of the one-offs. That's going to get rid of the Turles that was on our board, so no double striker on the next turn here for Debbie. And we we've still got Android 18 and Cell Jr. that might be able to try and work together if we want to push a little bit of extra damage through on this turn.
And that's a real heartbreaker for Debbie. It felt like maybe we were trying to keep resources off board so we can try and play for that crackback. If you're familiar with other Bandai games, the Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World, everything has what some other games would call Rush, where you are able to attack on the turn that you actually commit a battle card to the field. So by playing off-board, we're playing around that battle power minus that we've seen as the main form of removal to then try and play offensively. But just seeing both of those 1-0s, it's one of those things that sometimes you just roll your eyes. There's nothing you can do about that. If it's not revealed off of a search, you just don't know that they actually have it until it shows up.
Well, that's the thing as well. Francesco has done so much searching throughout the course of the game with all of those Android 18s from Manga Booster 1. So undoubtedly he's been able to go through the deck and see, okay, they are at least in the deck. If we've not searched for them, we are now going and seeing Android 18 from FBO 6. This is a 15k that gets a 20k on your turn, and on play it is also a Self-Awakener as well. But that one's just going to get comboed out in that situation there, and we are moving on to Debbie's turn. He is going to have to charge here after sending one of those energy into the drop defensively from instant Kamehameha. And a 20k swing, no combo, it looks like it's a declaration from Debbie to go up. And Francesco will say, cool, I'll use a battle card on my board to get around and combo defensively.
Okay, but now that we do have the 4 costs that we needed, it means we can actually now try and start this off with the Shallot from that starter deck 10. Permanently, it is going to have a plus 5k if you have less energy than your opponent. And on play, we're going to, of course, get to place 2 of the owner's drop into energy into the drop, and then we get to add 1 battle card from drop to the owner's energy, facilitating that game plan, getting us back to that kind of 3 golden number, and now we can start really trying to push. This is why we didn't commit as many pieces to board, because they were in threat of getting deleted, but it looks like we don't have enough, so we are going to scoop up and go into game 2.
Yeah, game 2, there is the fist bump, so we are moving on to game number 2 here, getting very, very close there throughout the course of that game. Cell getting a lot of power on the board, and Gibbler also as well, giving a real nice showing exactly of that differentiation, maneuvering around that energy as well. So we're going to shuffle up and go ahead into game number 2.
It's really cool to see how much of the Cell deck you actually get to see when there's not as linear a game plan. Now, yes, obviously we did get to see that ramp turn into those 1-offs and kind of see how Cell was intended to play, but not having as easy a way to get there turn after turn after turn allowed us to actually see a lot of what both of these decks had to offer rather than just getting ran over by that original Cell.
Even with it though, that Android loop is just so strong and so powerful. That Android 18 coming back turn after turn after turn. We saw the 4-drop Cell being a real powerhouse in there, primarily just as sort of a beat stick and facilitator engine, with reducing those battle cards by 10,000 power. I mean, so many of these battle cards, because you're hovering around this 3 to 4 energy range, you're sticking around this 20 to 30k sort of range throughout the space of those battle cards. So a 10,000 power reduction, all of a sudden, if you're, say, up against a Shallot or a Turles, makes it so that a 20k into a 40k of what the Cell becomes once a card has been removed by an effect is going to demand super combo plus card out of hand from Debbie. It's a lot to try and commit defensively.
Yeah, especially when we're spending so many resources to try and shuffle your life around, it definitely is probably not the thing that he's most focused on. Looks like we're actually going to see no mulligan coming out from either of these players, both of them obviously having the judge shuffle their deck as well, and it seems like they're happy with the hands we're going to get. This time, actually, Debbie choosing to go second, having that extra energy, not necessarily clogging up the hand, because obviously by the time that you're getting to that around about 3 mark, that's when we're probably going to be awakening, so you would have spent that one-time energy for going second.
Yeah, as we are underway here in game number 2, Francesco immediately starting it off with that Android 18, and it's going to be into Android 16 that we are going to search from Manga Booster 1. The 2 cost 20k that can pop itself and grab an Android 17 or 18 of cost 2 or less from the drop in rest mode.
We're going to see that first swing in, get that draw, the first life taken. Getting to go second, you do get to be the first player to attack in addition to having that extra resource. And it looks like we're going to see the charge in there. As a reminder, most decks, when you charge, that card is pretty much gone for good for the rest of the game. But as you've seen in Game 1, Giblet, anything that you commit now is really just something that you're saving for later.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Debbie, though, no turn 1 Self-Awakener there with no Muri, no Raditz on turn 1 in this situation. It was just the pass as we see 15k swing into life, happily taken there by Debbie, and it's going to be Android 17 that we are going to play here now. Again, that early filtration like we saw out of Francesco in Game 1, discarding away another copy of Android 17, getting that set up for the Android 16 itself as well. These androids really nicely working in tandem.
Yeah, it's impressive how fast we're getting to a point where you feel like we're going to be seeing our first cell maybe in the next turn or the turn after. We're going to see these high-cost cards being charged early just to set them up for drop, because then we can make use of them later once we start manipulating what gauge we have. But once again, still nothing in drop just yet, as we are going to see that card moved from life.
And it's going to be the Golden Freezer that we're playing here, using the energy marker in order to do so. It's going to allow a card drawn from the deck and then the card taken from life as well. So making up for that lost Self-Awakener on turn 1 from Debbie's point of view. But it does mean that energy marker has already been used up. So not going to be able to advance in towards those 4 costs on the next turn. Things like the Shallot, like the Broly that we saw getting charged at the start of Debbie's last turn.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to have to spend it this early, especially when you're wanting to use it. But like we said, staying around that 3 hover mark once you're getting closer to life. We're sitting at 6 and there's 2 bodies on board. Unlikely that Francesco is going to over-aggress here and try and keep them out of the range, because that's where you really want them to have to actually spend energy in response in order to get to that awaken, rather than giving it to them for free.
Absolutely. We're going to see the 15k swing there from the cell leader. Just happy, I think, to take that one once again. Here is Debbie trying to get to that 4 or less life stage so that we can awaken. We can really start to get this game plan and this energy manipulation strategy online here for Giblet. And Francesco now just deciding what to do with this 3 energy right now. We know that the Android 16 is in hand at the moment from Manga Booster 1. So what other options are there? We'd love to see something like another Android 18 to be able to search again. Even the FBO 6 Android 18 to draw 1 on play for 1 energy. Another Android 17 as well would feel pretty good here. But it is going to be the Android 17 that's going to make an attack in here. No comboing up. And Debbie just happy to take that damage. We're at that 4 life now. So the next attack that comes through, we're going to flip back and awaken.
Yeah, it's definitely surprising that we were going to try and chip down, but it looks like we're actually just fully committing to aggression here, as we do get that 3-wide board. We've got now the full siblings, as we do get that awaken now on Debbie's side. We can start actually playing with our drop and really manipulating from there.
Oh, we're going to self-destruct early here in this board state. We're going to take out our own Android 18 and then take out the Golden Freezer. So that is the one-of that has now been accounted for here from Debbie's point of view. And I wonder if you're in Debbie's situation here, is this Android 18 now makes its way back. Are you sort of happy on the inside to see, okay, one of the 2 restricted one-offs is now gone?
Yeah, obviously you do hate to see the one-off get resolved, but there's the peace of mind of knowing that you don't have to account for it for the rest of the game. Obviously, losing a piece like that Golden Freezer that is at such, has been so crucial, feels kind of rough when you're on the back foot, but it's also a target that you've got many more of in terms of copies in the deck. So losing something like that early on to take a one-off off maybe is the chance to start pushing as we are at that 3 energy and being able to actually assist from there.
Yeah, for sure. And look at that. We have another copy of the Golden Freezer now coming down. So Francesco going to feel maybe even a little worse for wear after having used that self-destruct. The Golden Freezer is just going to go crashing into Android 17 now as well, playing this kind of starving game mechanic here against Francesco, stopping him from having the opportunity to take damage because we're attacking into all of this rested battle cards. And now with 2 energy looking like it's going to go ahead and be paid for here. It's going to be either Super Baby 2 or Hit that we're going to play down. Super Baby 2 is the choice when attacking. Draw 1, discard 1, and this is a 20k swing going into life as well.
Draw 1, discard 1, so good in every single game that it shows up here in these Bandai games. But that's definitely one of the things that feels really bad when you actually have to spend for removal, especially something that is so coveted like that self-destruct. And then you just see the exact card you removed show up immediately after. It definitely makes you feel like it's one of those egg on your face moments. You just wonder, like, did I need to spend this, or was this a little bit of panic?
We'll have to wait and see as this game continues on just how quickly and how much that could potentially prove as an issue for Francesco here. Still just debating, I think, on the charge for turn as we do go ahead and commit now into the drop and into the energy. That's going to leave us with 4 currently available. Do see Android 16 being just debated there for a second. We have both 17 and 18 in the drop to revive with its activate main effect. And we are just going to go ahead and commit to it. Swing with the 20k.
Yeah, and it's, as a reminder, for all these standard decks, obviously we get to see Giblet do all of this shuffling of this energy and drop and really, like, managing it. These decisions are a lot more permanent for Francesco. You want to finish this out 2-0 in these finals just to not give any chance of a comeback. But also, you can, that's an extra game that you might have to shuffle up for. So these decisions that you make here in turn 5, 6 could be game-losing decisions when the game goes long into those 9th turns.
Yeah, and for Francesco as well, he is 1 game away from a grand finals invite as well at this stage in the tournament. He's 1 game away from that trophy saying champion on it as opposed to 2nd place, and everyone's going to want that coveted champions trophy going home with, as we see 5-cost sell has now been accounted for, being searched out from Android 18. So this is a lot of knowledge that Debbie is grabbing here as Son Goku Mini Daima makes its way onto the board now. Leader's not awakened yet. Now it is, and now Son Goku is 30,000 power.
And it's just going to be so much damage now that this is where we're going to start seeing that hand that was getting a little bit light going to get even worse for him, because there's going to be that 30,000, that 40,000 that's going to come down. That said, I don't think we actually have met the requirements for the cell yet, because we've not seen that Android 16, those Androids deleted. Oh,
Yeah, the 16 was played down earlier on in this turn, which then popped itself to revive the 18, and now the 40k is live. So this is going to be a 40k swing, I believe. This is looks like going into the Golden Freezer. It is just going to be allowed down. There was power reduction as well on the Android 18, so we are going to take care of that 3-cost 25k battle card and go over onto Debbie's turn now. So give Francesco some credit here, even though he has burned that self-destruct early, and that 5-cost cell is now accounted for and has been made visible for Debbie from the Android 18 search. He's still doing quite well in terms of the ideal and general game plan. He's been removing these battle cards 1 by 1 from Debbie's side of the board. Both players are still on pretty decent life total, looks like 4 apiece. So there's still a lot of life in this game yet. Yeah,
we've started really fighting for board a whole lot more, and that's one of the things that I think the adaptation in the best of 3 that's so cool when you get to see these deeper stages, is we're getting to see that Debbie's recognized that to make the loop more difficult if that 5-cost cell comes down, we need to make sure that there's not that full suite of androids that we saw last time. Looks like we're going to be seeing the Shallot come down in response, and that's a big body of your own. It's no slouch either.
Yeah, 30k and permanently on your turn. If you have less energy than your opponent, it it becomes a 35k on board, which means that with a combo of just +5, it's going to be at that magic 40,000 power range to demand super combo plus card out of Francesco's hand. And that might be what Debbie is having a little look at here again, counting up that energy that Francesco currently has in his charge to see if that +5k is going to be live, and if it is, whether we want to contribute that extra 5k to try and draw a lot of cards out of hand.
I think it's one of the things that you kind of have to, especially now you know that the kind of loaded gun, rather, of that 5-cost cell is revealed. We've seen now both one-offs. Last time, Francesco was able to save those until the very, very end and then reveal them as like the, all right, I'm ending the game now. Whereas this time, we've gotten to see them much earlier in the game and they're known quantities. So being able to thin that hand to just make it so that, again, this Android loop on board stays really difficult to perform, and keeping the resources out of hand by playing aggressive is going to be one way that we can actually see Debbie try and push this in the long game.
Yeah, I think it looks like we might have seen a Twisted Morality getting activated here, or at least going into the drop. Twisted Morality, an extra card that activate main. You place 1 energy into its owner's drop. If your leader is Giblet, you choose up to 1 battle card with a cost of 4 or less and 1 battle card with a cost of 3 or less, and KO both of them. There is going to be the activation of that Twisted Morality, it looks like. So getting rid of the board of Francesco right now, and it means that if we weren't previously at that lower energy total that we needed, we can now get up to that extra energy point, and we can force a lot more cards out of our opponent's hand when it comes to going ahead and needing to combo.
You can see immediately getting the discard out of drop and then bring it straight back in that active position. This is one of the things that was also a change from Game 1 versus Game 2 is we saw Twisted Morality pretty much always ending up in that energy zone rather than actually getting activated. And you can see the immediate payoff from that, not only accelerating the game plan, immediately getting that energy live again, but keeping that board incredibly thin. You're not going to be able to make this cell come straight down through the combo that we saw last game because there's nothing to even get started with.
Yeah, as we see now, Hit is trying to go in for an attack here as well. We're going to put a little extra on top as well, comboing the Muri up by 10,000 power. So this is going to be a 30k swing attempted here. We are going to see 2 cards out of hand to be able to combo out of that. So Francesco really favoring and really valuing trying to hold on to this 4 life here at the moment. But look at the board state for Debbie here. I think this might be the widest that we've seen Debbie go in terms of battle cards on board. 3 battle cards and the leader as well that's going to be able to push that 20k plus, depending on how much that Debbie decides to combo, if he does.
And one of the things that's really been a big difference across this best of 3 is how frequently we were getting these Android 18 searches from that manga booster. Before, we were seeing them consistently come down, getting replaced off of these Android 16s. We were just keeping that card advantage consistently flowing. This time, we ended up playing a couple of bigger bodies that were fighting for board, but as a result, we've kind of run out of that gas that keeps them going. That said, we are going to commit to the cell now and spend the rest of that energy to try and see if we can bring the battle cards on the other side, actually choosing to swing at the baby after putting the reduction on the shallot, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, that's going to draw a combo out here. Once again, looks like that's going to be the Piccolo Mini that's going to be comboing with as another 10k boost away. And then we are just seeing a reduction here with some characters and battle cards going away. We see the shallot making its way out of the battle area. So there is one threat just being able to be dealt with. And now we've got Cell Jr. coming down as well, because we have that card with the 30,000 or more power available on the board. So being really, really nice work here to just take out these cards. And look at this, we are completely empty once again now from Debbie. The 5-drop FBO 7 cell doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, we talk about a 40k base when we're attacking with the leader, but the battle card, no slouch itself, also able to push that 40 start. And every time it feels like Debbie's in the game or has some sort of play that can get them back in, these cell cards, even post-restriction, they have such high numbers that let them fight for board. Having access to that battle power minus as well, so that anything that you can't swing over is just crushed as well, is so good now that we've started to accrue these resources. Yes, it was a little bit slower than game one to get to this point, but we have still arrived at that destination where Francesco looks calm, composed, and in control.
Yeah, absolutely. As Debbie now having a good look at their hand, debating on the charge, it looks like, of a shallot here, after having seen already one or two of them fall victim to this cell and this android-based power reduction and removal strategy. And it is going to be, it looks like, the commitment of the charge to it. I also do see that there is, looks like, the Son Goku secret rare that Debbie is holding on to, a 7-cost 45k double striker. But if your life is at 2 or less and you don't have a Son Goku with a cost of 7 in your battle area, its cost gets reduced in hand by 4. So it becomes into that magic number of 3 that you have to pay for it to get a 45k double striker into hand and onto board and threatening.
Okay, but speaking of double strikers, we're once again going to see the setup that we saw last game that did kind of feel a little bit rough. Again, these double strikers, you want to be able to send these into that life and really push that kind of end game, but there's a very real chance that we're going to be seeing this fight for board because, again, we've got a potential 40k swing coming back our way, in addition to any battle power minus that comes from anything that is played. So, again, board control may be the name of the game here. The whole goal is either make the board thinner or the hand thinner as you swing into life or into these opposing cells and cell juniors.
Well, it looks like it is actually going into life here. This is a 30k swing at natural, and then it's being comboed up by 2 10k boosts. Looks like it's Giblet and Broly that are being added here into this combo chain. So that's making this a 50k swing, which is going to demand super combo, which you're only allowed a maximum of 4 copies of in your deck because it requires 20,000 power in a combo as opposed to 10,000 power. The 20k will get us to 40, so we're then going to still need a 10k and a 5k to be able to get us safe out of the attack, or we dump 2 of our 4 super combos out of the hand to stop this double strike from being able to go through here. And that decision is being agonized right now over by Francesco, because he's thinking, I don't really want to remove a lot of these cards out from hand, but I know that if I don't do it now, there could be an opportunity where another one comes down and is going to be able to close the game out and send us to game 3. It is allowed through. The double strike does connect. So now we're going to see Raditz make its way down onto the board, placing one energy into its owner's drop, and looks like giving that plus 15k boost to itself now as well.
And this means we're at the magic number that we need to be able to use it, and down comes Son Goku. We've got, you know, the uncle, the brother, and the main kid himself, Son Goku, another double striker that's looking to try and end the games. You see how much combo we're putting into this.
It's just dump the hand and hope that we can do it, and Francesco's going to drop a load of combo cards out of hand, and it doesn't look like that we're going to be able to get there, so it looks like we are going to be going to game 3. The double strike gamble not paying off defensively there for Francesco, and that Son Goku that we called out and talked about being a potential before the turn even started. Double strike, dump the hand, the crowd reaction as well getting in there behind Debbie and Giblet. We're going to game 3.
This is a great example of why best of 3 is so pivotal in these finals. You really get to see how these players can make these adaptations between those games, and what happens when you open hot versus open a little bit slow on Francesco's side.
Yeah, and also, again, we'll call back to it, that early usage and activation of the one of self-destruct as well. Not even seeing or finding a window to activate the 5-cost cell that we saw get searched out quite a number of turns prior to that game concluding, and with you only having 1 copy at maximum of them in your deck now, are we starting to see the way that this cell deck now falls apart a little bit post-restriction?
Yeah, it's definitely brought it back in line. Obviously, an incredible run to still be able to bring it to finals, and it just shows that these limited restrictions, they don't completely kill off decks. Obviously, we didn't get, if we had maybe a dedicated stream, we might have seen some of that Majin Buu being able to still make an appearance, or whether it's completely gone. But Cell remains at making those adaptations just like he did, always crawling back every time you do some damage to him. And we go to that third and final. We'll see if a starter deck is going to be able to take it over the Tyrant that ruled over the format for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, going back to the point about the restrictions as well, the point of the restrictions in this instance isn't to just completely remove the leader out of existence, because if we did want to do that, we just go ahead and outlaw the leader outright. It's to try and bring these decks and these strategies into a little bit more of a respective level. And I think in that regard, it's been the right decision there, because it's forced players to be a little bit more choosy, make a little bit more decision in terms of, okay, what makes up for these extra 6 card slots that all of a sudden have become freed up for us. The same goes for Majin Buu players as well. How well are they going to be able to continue to adapt? Francesco is going to have one more game to be able to try and do that, and Debbie now is going to have one game to potentially pull off what could be a colossal upset here with the starter deck 10 Giblet and its energy manipulation being able to go up against Mr. Perfect himself.
One of the things that also I have noted is Francesco opting to go second here. So it seems like both these players are wanting that extra energy, that extra damage early on to be able to establish their game plan. And most importantly, get access to a couple more of these searches. Going second, for example, we can see double Android 18 if we spend the energy early, or still keep things nice and simple and use it for those mid-range plays.
Yeah, well, we are going ahead and setting ourselves up for what will be the last time in the Dragon Ball Supercard Game Fusion world this weekend here. One of these players will be earning their invitation to the grand final. Will it be Francesco or will it be Debbie? The finals awaits. The Champions Trophy awaits for one of these players as well. And with Debbie now setting themselves up, they will be going first. There is the handshake, the clasping together, the tight-knit community of the Dragon Ball Supercard Game Fusion World player base. We are now underway with Debbie going ahead and going first, drawing that first card to start off the turn, and then going to put one of those cards from the hand into the drop for that all-important first turn energy.
And these energy are going to be off the back of his own hand here. Now that we don't have that extra energy like we saw previously, it means that you're going to have to be really specific about what you have here, because any mismanagement is going to be pretty permanent here. Not quite as much as it is on Francesco's side, where a tight hand can cause us to kind of play a little bit slow here. These players now... This is where, you know, palms get sweaty. Thankfully, we don't have to play around time in finals. We're going to play as long as is absolutely necessary. But this is still where these decisions, it's been a very, very long day for these players. Not quite as long as yesterday, but just as stressful.
For sure, as we saw Android 18, the draw one card, Android 18, make its way down for Francesco. Debbie now is going to go with the hit from starter deck 10, is going to go add one card from life to hand. And if we want to go and attack, we can pop that Android 18. Not going to elect to do so, however, in this situation. Maybe just fearing that there will be a Android 16 that will be able to come down and try and take out the hit back itself. It's going to be another copy of Android 18 from FBO 6, 3 wide, with just some 5k battle cards to try and draw some more. This doesn't seem good for Francesco early game.
It's so weird because obviously we're not seeing the search, but a draw is still getting that extra card advantage. And right now, Debbie's not presenting anything that needs to be an immediate threat. We're under the awakening limit, so we're not going to be seeing that that charge acceleration. What's on board is kind of what you get. That said, you know, Raditz is going to throw a little bit of a wrench into that to try and speed up the game, as we do immediately get into that awakening way faster on those self-awakeners this time.
Yeah, this is really, really nice here from Debbie, turboing up into that awakened side, immediately having that 5,000 power differential between your leader and your opponent's leader while they aren't awakened. We are now going to go ahead and looks like see the leader itself go ahead with the swing in here. Francesco Francesco is, of course, going to go and take that. The sooner he can get to that 4 life stage, the better as well. Again, though, that drop is looking really, really light for Debbie here. If we do want to activate this freezer, this Giblet ability, I should say, we do go ahead and activate it. However, return both of them back. Super Baby 2 is going to come down as a 20k battle card. We'll also be able to get a little bit of filter going when it starts attacking. That's not going to be now, though.
Yeah, we do get that ability to add life to hand. So we've done so much self-damage. Francesco hasn't really had to swing. So getting those draw ones and just getting those resources in hand to play for this later game. As we've seen, so much damage can come down, especially when you've got those double strikers that are going to be able to be available, the ability to unsuspend if we're using that Broly that we saw before as well. So saving for that late game, we've seen that it's not just Cell that can pile on the damage in the late game. Both of these decks can really force you to dump hand at a moment's notice.
Well, Francesco here currently at 3 energy before charge, is now going to charge up, so with 4 energy, does still have the energy marker, so he can go into something like the 4-cost 25k cell from Manga Booster 1. We can start trying to go into the Android 16s as well, not necessarily having the loop targets just yet for the 16. That's a little bit more like what we want to see, though. Android 18 from Manga Booster 1 making its way down onto board, getting that search going and getting that power reduction as well onto that hit, which is the only rested battle card for Debbie.
And we definitely need to see some form of answer back here, because you really can't be looking at as many pieces on board as we have right there. Do finally have something in trash now, so that means that we do have a target to kind of bring back as we do the Giblet ability next turn, but more importantly, it's one less thing that's going to be swinging at life. We're close to Awakening, but not quite there, and I think we would like to make it so that way, whilst you do want to incentivize that swing that's inevitably going to come that way, we're not getting too deep into life in this turn.
As there is going to be the Android 16 making its way down now itself. The 20k is just going to be into a 20k pre-combo. We are going to try and fix that maths a little bit here, potentially, with some combos up, because the Android 18 power reduction did actually go into the Raditz, which was quite smart there, reducing its BP down to 0 and then defeating it. There is going to be the Android 18 played out by the effect of 16, getting some more search. Cell Jr. is going to be taken into the hand, and then likely after a attempt at a swing there, we're just going to see the pass of the turn. Still unawakened at this point. We are going to see the 15k, though, go into the hit.
I like this because it's going to force something out of hand if we want to try and maintain that body, or it's just a free chip. We don't need to push life too much. Obviously, already so much damage has been done by Debbie to themselves, so half of the battle is already there. It's now just maintaining your side so that we can play for advantage. Obviously, it sucks to be just shy of an Awakening here at 5, but considering we were pre-Awakens going into this turn, we did a really good job of just being a nuisance on board.
Yeah, and of course, holding on to that energy marker still for Francesco is going to mean that Debbie is still behind on energy, so that's exactly where we want to be. We are going to go with a 20k swing, just going to go into the Android 18. Again, try and starve out Francesco for as much as possible, deny him from being able to awaken, but now with no more battle card targets on the board, it is just going to have to be all these attacks going into life. We have to reduce our opponent down to 0 in order to win the game, so we have to allow them to awaken at some point, as we see Super Baby 2 now go ahead and swing in, getting that draw one, discard one, filtering out a copy of that Twisted Morality.
We are going to see the Awaken come through finally, and the combo in order to prevent the additional damage, but Golden Freezer in response is going to come down. Once again, we get to draw one card and then add one card from your life to your hand. So another form of self-damage. I can't even remember at this point if Francesco's actually done any damage to Debbie, or if it's all been self-burn.
It's pretty much all been self-burn to try and get to this Awaken stage in the early portions of the game as early as possible, so that we can get this general Giblet engine continuing to fire off here. But once we get to that Awaken stage, we're not going to be taking any of those cards back into life. We're just going to get all of the payoff for it. as we see the leader activate its ability now on its awakened side, get the 2 extra energy. It's going to be the hit again that was going to make its way down. No battle cards to be able to remove on our opponent's side with the when attacking ability. So this is just going to be a 20k swing at minimum. But Debbie wants to get a little bit more going. A 10k combo contributed with the Piccolo Mini Dimer to make this a 30k swing.
It's so dangerous to deal with. And this is where we're going to start having to see a little bit extra dumps. 2 cards from hand most likely going to be disappearing in more instances. But we're going to see the super combo, really the first one that we've seen defensively in this whole set, as these guys have really just been dumping them at the very end. This is going to be the first instance where we don't have to go as minus from hand in order to try and keep up.
Yeah, but importantly from Debbie, that is 1 super combo out of the maximum of 4 accounted for now at this point in the game, as Francesco is going to continue to go to work to try and keep this value engine going on. Android 18 played down from Manga Booster 1. A little bit more consideration going to be happening here from the search for Francesco. It is going to be, however, the FBO 6 super rare Android 16 that looks like it's going to be searched out. When it's KO'd, you can choose up to 1 battle card from your opponent's area, and it gets minus 20,000 power for this turn. And activate main, you can KO this card to facilitate the when KO'd ability, and then draw 1 as well. So really great versatility with that card in and of itself. It's also a 20k attacker as well, just to make things even better.
Yeah, you can see that we're starting to put the battle power minus down onto both of these in order to try and get as much value out of them as we can try and play for board. In theory, we could have gone for the Android 16 that we just revealed off of the search to try and swing in and try and clash for the 20 to try and get something out, and then pop itself in order to take something off board, but we're able to do that with the cell as well and start to try and get this loop going. Yeah,
but even better, we've got multiple battle power cards and battle cards here to be able to play out the 5-drop cell from FB07. That's going to allow us to put Cell Junior out onto the board as well, without paying its cost, reducing by a further 5,000. Another copy of Cell Junior gonna go in here, reduce a further 5,000 power, and it's now gonna be in a position where it's gonna be able to swing into these battle cards here, get the board wipe before we swing in with the leader. And reminder, this is gonna be at that 40k because of the amount of cards that have been removed that have that Android trait.
This is such an impressive turn from Francesco. We've seen this game after game after game where it feels like Debbie's in such a commanding position, but then the entire board that was developed the turn prior just evaporates into thin air. And the best way to do it, really, the most thematic way, to see those Cell Juniors pop out and just throw hands with everything that Cell doesn't want to.
Well, Debbie is now potentially in a world of trouble here, as he's going to go ahead and charge up to 5 energy. Starting off with just the 20k swing, it is going to go into life here. Is Debbie going to want to go ahead and combo up any further? It is going to be a combo of just 10k with Muri to make this a 30k swing, at least right now. Did I see that was maybe the Turles in hand once again here for Debbie? The double striker that we saw that helped facilitate him win game 2?
Well, we are in that range where 2 double strikers is going to be enough to just put us on that kind of lethal clock. We saw it work in game 2, didn't quite see it materialize in game 1, but we did see the Turlos solo. But if you're able to push through this, this can really force Francesco, who's in a great position offensively, to be in range of that lethal.
Well, Francesco is going to take the damage here from that 30k swing of the leader plus Muri to combo up, and it's going to be Goku Black that we're going to see make its way down here. 5 cost 35k with critical, meaning that when this card inflicts damage with an attack, the life is placed in the drop and not taken to hand. And then the on-play effect, we put 2 of our energy into the drop, chose a battle card in our opponent's battle area, and immediately get rid of it. So that 5 cost FB07 cell no longer an issue for Debbie. We can focus on the life, which is where this 35k is attempting to go ahead and go into. Looks like we've got some combo though to make that attack safe.
And we are immediately then going to use the leader skill to be able to remove 1 card from the energy and put it into drop, and then load 2 back into energy upstanding from drop. So we've got that energy refresh to be able to kind of push a little bit further here. And the Goku Black is something that does have to be answered, because we saw last time we were able to gamble on maybe whether we'd add super combo to hand out of life, but the Goku Black isn't going to give you that opportunity. Any chip that you let it do is going to be something that doesn't give you at least some sort of pity resource as you take that damage.
Yeah, well, we're going up into the next turn here for Francesco at the moment. Still with those Cell Juniors at the moment on the board as well, but with 3 life at the moment just to be able to deal with, just thinking about exactly how we're going to plan out the remainder of this turn. Going to start off, as we have done for the past 2 or so turns, it feels like, from Francesco's side. Android 18 making its way down onto the board, looking for an Android over the cost of 5 or less. It is going to be the 4-cost cell from Manga Booster 1, and then we're going to get to work undoubtedly on reducing that lone battle card that is on Debbie's side of the board.
Yeah, it's definitely really frustrating for Debbie that you had to end on just a single body. If you'd at least gone wide enough that we'd have to be a little bit more careful with where we allocate this battle power, then you'd at least maybe see that these cards that are getting search and additional value are harder to deal with. But if there's only 1 target to dump all this minus on, it's going to be really, really simple to clear this Goku Black.
Well, Cell comes down now, the 4-drop as well, to get an extra 10,000 battle powers reduction going on. And of course, we can activate main, place this and an Android 18 into the drop, get that 5-cost Cell from FB07 down onto the board if we have it available to us, and be able to remove that battle card as well in that form and fashion. We are swinging, however, into the battle card itself with this 25k to start off with. Debbie looks like is very tempted to just let this go.
It's a hard one, because if you keep this Goku Black around, it demands an answer defensively, because we'd be critical down to 2 and then a double striker. You haven't gained that extra resource that might be able to keep you safe from a double strike, but choosing to instead keep cards in hand in case we do see a full dump. But we are instead going to see that Android loop instead. Yeah,
activating the main effect of the cell. It's going to be the 5-drop cell that is going to make its way down on play. This is going to return a card with a cost of 4 or less, an Android in its special traits from drop to hand. So a lot of targets that we're going to be able to go for here. It is going to be the 2-drop Android 18 that we are going to go for here. The one that becomes a 20k on your turn, and is also a self-awakener in those early stages of the game. When KO'd as well, if your leader is an Android-only card, we're going to be able to play an Android 18 with a cost of 2 or less from the drop.
So definitely looking to try and push a little bit more of an offensive combo here, as we're going to start seeing those cards splash out. Obviously, being self-awakened down from that 3 to 2 range is quite scary, especially considering you lost game 2 to a double striker, and obviously spent combo in order to prevent getting critical down. So at the very least, with adding your own life to hand, you're going to make sure that you do get that resource, but it is putting you in range of a myriad of cards on that Giblet side that can actually just take it in one.
Yeah, so Francesco would not surprise me if he decides to be very, very defensive on the next turn for Debbie. We do obviously have those 2 Cell Juniors that are on the board as well, which each can provide plus 10k combo from the battle area. The 40k leader swing is going to be allowed through here from Debbie as well. We've still got the 5-cost Cell that's going to be able to attack the Cell Junior. Can swing as well. We will need to combo up plus 5 to be able to try and threaten a damage to be able to be taken here. It's just about how much Francesco here is going to want to extend, and how threatened that he feels with that 3 life, knowing, as you mentioned, Andrew, about how the way that game 2 ended with 2 different double strikers closing things out.
And I'm choosing to stay upright as well for the majority of this. Obviously, we're going to be sending in that 5-cost cell, but the Cell Juniors have been left alone for now, not choosing really to commit them for anything just yet. We're first going to scout to see what's in hand. We've seen him go into trash several times. I think maybe just double-checking how many super combos have been accounted for, and see whether this chip that we go in for is going to be enough to try and keep safe.
Yeah, well, there is a super combo that's now being accounted for with the Ginner Man of the super combo of choice in this deck. So one of them now accounted for. I think there might be at least one more as well that is in hand already for Debbie. So we are holding on to a lot of combo defensively or offensively, as the case may be as well, if you really want to push through for the remainder of this game. Do also see it looks like Piccolo being debated here. This might just be to go into the energy to charge up to what will be 5. And Debbie here rightfully going to take a moment just to think this through, just to go, okay, if I charge up now, I then need to remove 1 energy into the drop, then use the Giblet effect and really trying to figure out how all of the maths is going to work out to get the most out of this turn.
And it's one of the benefits of being in this infinite time format is sometimes you might have to, in order to try and avoid a slow play, or just because, you know, in a best of 3, maybe you're down a game and need to make sure that you don't run out of time to make a comeback. You might end up rushing some of these decisions and they have adverse consequences. But here, with all the time in the world that we need so these guys can figure out the optimal lines of play, we do give them that opportunity to figure out what it is that they actually want to do.
Well, we are going to start with the 20k into life. Going to put a little bit extra on it with the Giblet here. Double Giblet here, it looks like, as well. So this is plus 20k combo already by the looks of things. So we're pushing up to super combo plus extra card. And now it's going to ask for a little bit more as well, with a 3rd card being contributed to this combo chain. We are at, it looks like 50,000 already at this point in the combo if Debbie wants to stop here. So that's going to demand 3 cards out of hand if one of them is a super combo.
And I think this is definitely fishing for this next one. We're really trying to put down that threat. There's like, if you take this life, you're now in range of a double strike. It looks like we are going to greed for the card. We're going to take this, and now we're in threat range of that secret Son Goku or the Turles that we saw before. We have the energy to be able to do it, and of course they do chip away at that energy if it is the Turles to then turn the magic number we need back on.
And it looks like we've got 3 energy that we're reaching for here, which seems like it's going to be the Son Goku. It is going to be Son Goku, so this is a 45k already with that magic double strike as well. And now this is going to be a big numbers game here. Seeing the swing going in, we're going to contribute a lot of combo to this. 2 Raditz. There's a super combo. There's 2 super combos as well as an instant Kamehameha. This is a lot of cards to try and combo out of, and we're going to start trying to here. We've got multiple super combos being used ourselves, but it doesn't look like that is going to be enough here. There is going to be the game, and it looks like that Giblet has caused the upset. Cell is imperfect at Bandai Card Games Fest in Düsseldorf. He is your Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Champion.
The Red Ribbon Army going to come away with not quite the win they were looking for on the back of the cell, but on the top of the hat of our Giblet pilot, we are going to be seeing Debbie come away with the win. A fantastic way to finish this one out. Held those resources for so long and made those adaptations. The high roll, the dump in game 1, and to finish it in the most poetic way, decides to dump in game 3 all the way back to finish things in style.
Yeah, well, you called it perfectly as well. They're trying to use that attack to just try and figure out and fish out the remaining card out of that life. If we can get into that double striking range, we know how strong that Son Goku is. We saw it in game 2, so then utilizing it in game 3. And as I mentioned as well, using the super combos in an offensive range to make sure we are getting that easy 1 card, 20,000 power boost up, and doing it multiple times as well in that combo chain made it just too much to be able to get out of.
Yeah, and you can see this is exactly why Francesca was trying to see how many super combos were accounted for defensively and were actually in drop, because it made it much harder to not just push that last bit of life, but also know what could possibly drop on his doorstep, and unfortunately just wasn't able to keep up with it. You could see that the 4 to 3 damage range was really what decided this game. Choosing to take the chip, choosing to make sure the execute wouldn't burn that last card of life and then put you in double strike range. At the end of the day, he just had to gamble that the third life was a super combo to have any shot at dealing with that final dump.
Yeah, it's also really interesting on Cell's point of view and in Cell's side, because in games 1 and 3, we didn't see any copies of the self-destruct or the 5-cost Cell, whereas in game 2, we saw those one-offs being able to be accounted for. And it's a really interesting way that we're seeing kind of the way that this deck does work, with being able to see them and then without being able to see them as well in that scenario there. Cell certainly does a lot of capability, but with this ban and restricted list update, looks like it's done the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, it shows that the deck absolutely still can compete at the absolute top level, but it's opened up the format for so many interesting decks to try and take it. We've seen a lot of green today. We've seen a lot of different approaches to that green style, and it seems like that extra little bit of value from this starter deck. I cannot stress this enough. A starter deck, plus some extra cards like those Secret Rare Gokus, has been able to put up such a monumental performance here in Düsseldorf.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be a real positive time, real exciting time for the future of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World as well. FBO8 making its way into players' hands across this weekend as well. Obviously, it was not legal for this weekend's event, with it having only dropped on Friday. But going further, a whole new main booster set added into a fray. It always has a real great propensity to shake up some formats.
It's a real great time to be getting into this game. You can see that you can just drop by your LGS and pick up a couple of starter decks and have something really competitive. We've got new product on the way, and with those tyrants that were running the format previously, now brought a little bit back within the power scale. The format is as wide as ever, and there's so many different things that you can now try and take to that top level.
Absolutely. And both these players can walk away very, very happy as well from that scenario as well in the end of that one. We've got plenty of trophies going around. We've got plenty of energy markers that are going around. Of course, the grand finals invite as well to everybody that is going in with that top cut finish. And of course, uncut sheets that these players are walking away from in the end of the day as well. So a really great scenario that we have got here from our Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World players to cap off the 25-26 season.
Yeah, it's not all doom and gloom at the end of the day. There are some positions that sting quite so much. One outside of bubbling in Swiss, that stings so much. Second place, first loser. There's really different ways to look at it. At the end of the day, the main thing that's going to separate these two is the title of champion and that hotel and airfare flight included. We still will hopefully get to see all 4 of our players that made it into that top cut going to represent Europe at Worlds. But the difference is Debbie's day is going to be just a little bit cheaper.
Absolutely. Well, fantastic format and a fantastic wrap-up of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World. We'll still have more action to come from the Dragon Ball Super Card Game family, with Masters coming up and its final very, very soon as well. But I think we're going to be able to cross over to Xiao in just a moment to hear some extra words in a second. So we'll be able to cross over there in just a second, and then we're going to be able to hear in the end there. It looks like actually
what a match.
we're gonna get it right here. Look at that.
How's it going?
What did you think of that?
That was crazy.
That was so cool.
Can we do the Shun?
Yeah! There we go.
I mean, look, I got to say, Cell is my favorite android.
Yeah.
Like, my favorite villain, full stop. So I was a bit sad.
Yeah, he is perfect for a reason ultimately, but in this
perfect
time,
in the card game.
yeah,
really.
yeah. In this instance, of all people, Giblet being able to take him down.
I think Charlotte's going to be happy about that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Those double strikes were serious.
It's really scary, isn't it? And especially when you get cards in there with triple strike as well. cut me out of that. Cut me out of that.
Listen, I was geeking out over the manga rares. No,
Yeah,
when it was coming.
yeah,
Android
manga
18
booster.
was putting in work.
And that Android 18 one drop in the cell deck is such a great consistency piece. And if you're a fan of those manga style artworks, Manga Boosters 1 and 2, every single card in that set has that a real original callback to Akira Toriyama's artwork and designs as
Peace.
well.
Rest in
Absolutely massive tribute to Toriyama.
For the Dragon Balls to call him back. we need more. We need more.
Amazing.
No, that was crazy. So, I mean, same thing with the Gundam match beforehand. It's not about the skill. It's just about get good cards.
Yeah. Find the bling.
Get the pretty cards, and you'll be all right.
Find the bling, find all your gold cards and everything like that, and you will be ready to go. Speaking of ready to go, I think we're pretty ready to go soon to Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters Grand Final. So do not go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have action.
I can see every one of you at home. Leave your screen. I'm coming to your house.
Yo, what's up? Good afternoon from Düsseldorf. We're here at the Bandai Card Games Fest. My name is Xiaodo. I am your host for the weekend, and what a finals we've had. So many incredible card games being played. We've had today Digimon, Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters, Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World. We've had the Gundam card game, and of course we've had the One Piece card game going on the other stream. That's going to be joining us later today, however, on this multi-stream, so you will be able to see the finals here and find out who wins. The finalists will be going to Japan for the championship to see who's going to be crowned world champions, which is incredibly exciting. We've had the Masters card game just finish up, and very, very soon you're going to get some brand new information, well, some exclusive information and a bit of a panel from the English producer of the Digimon card game, Chi, and our very own commentator, Andrew. And to be honest, I'm excited to see what's going to come up. I hope you've been having a good time at home. I've been chilling, just wandering around the venue, checking out so many different card games. There's a mural of Luffy that's been created with One Piece cards, which, look, I got here on Friday and I looked at that and I thought, there's no way they're going to get enough cards to make this mural, and they did it, and it looks sick. So many people donating their cards to put together an incredible piece of art, and I love that about the card game community. Just so many people from different walks of life, different places around the world, donating their time, their energy, their skill in order to make this fantastic event and the finals what they are. I think my highlight of the day has probably been that Game 2 in the Gundam finals, but we've still got some more finals to come, so I'm hoping and expecting to be very impressed. So, without further ado, we've got some upcoming announcements, exciting information for the Digimon card game. Directly after this, we've got the finals of the Gundam card game. We're going to see who will win the European finals. Both players will be going to the World Championships in Japan. They're already locked in for that, but you want bragging rights for the European finals as well, so of course they're going to be going as hard as possible. So, before all of that, let's throw over to the English version producer Chi and commentator Andrew for the Digimon panel, and let's see what exciting... Oh, well, we're still not ready then, so it's the fun of life. So instead, let's chill out and talk about you. How are you doing? Are you having a good time? Have you seen any card games that you now want to pick up? Or are you solidified in the card games that you already love? Me personally, I love to collect One Piece cards. That's just my thing. I like to watch the games playing. And I think that the finals are going to be very, very exciting today. So let's see what happens on that. Overall, if you've never been to a Bandai Card Games Fest, I would strongly recommend you come on down, you check it out. I haven't been to Düsseldorf before, so I got to go to a Christmas market last night and check that out because when in Germany. But more than anything else, I think that the camaraderie, the overall feelings of community, the card game, the card swapping, the new friends being made, the old friends being met, everything about these events allows you to just revel in your enjoyment and your love of the card game, the trading card game scene, as well as the trading card game community. I think that's wonderful, and I think it's part of the charm of being at these events. You could do your locals, you could do your friends, but I really think that you should come down to one of these and check it out and be a part of creating the meta. So now, like I said, we're live, so things move around, but we are ready. So we're going to throw over to the Digimon panel and check out the brand new information that they've got. And let's see what they've got to say. Xiaodo, we're at the Bandai Card Games Fest in Düsseldorf. Thank you for chilling with me. Peace.
Guten Tag, Digimon Tamers. It is on? Yes. And bonjour, hola, and ciao. I'm Chi. Sorry for the delay. Thank you for joining us today. This on? I have some exciting new information to share with you, so let's get started. First of all, this is an introduction to Booster Pack Volume 24, Time Stranger, scheduled for pre-release on January 16th and release on 23rd, 2026. But first, let me ask you something. How many of you have played the video game Digimon Story, Time Stranger? Since I can't see you, could someone count for me and let me know later? Andrew, have you played Time Stranger?
Yeah, so right now I'm actually Agent Rank 6, nearly Agent Rank 7, but I'm having a really good time with it and I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, good to hear that. So this product features a large number of Digimon and Tamers appearing in the recently released video game Digimon Story Time Stranger. Of course, it's designed so that players of the game will enjoy it, but even those who haven't played it yet can also experience the charm of Time Stranger through the cards and conversely be inspired to try the video game. Today, I brought two cards for their review. The first card is Abyss Sanctuary Throne Room. It's a location in the game that's deep in an ocean. Ally Digimon in play gain blocker, and if Neptunemon and Venusmon are there, they also gain alliance.
With this as well, with its security effect, you're going to be able to play out a level 4 or lower blue or yellow Time Stranger card from your hand or trash without paying the cost. This means that you can go into an emergency blocker like the Lanamon, or if you want to maximize the value of your Divermon, you can try and play Shellmon instead if it pops out early.
Exactly. And next, Neptunemon. It has the Time Stranger trait and is one of the Olympus 12. It has a great effect you can activate on play or when digivolving by sweeping away all the opposing Digimon with the fewest Digivolution cards. Other effects also give it power resistance to let the opponent's removal effects flow by them. So be sure to get one and try it out.
Even though he's not treated as a Titan in this version of the game, he's still such a versatile card and works well with a bunch of different strategies. Look forward to seeing how players will utilize him in Fish, and he is one half of an Aegistramon.
Yes, thank you. And that's not all. Next is the information about the Extra Booster Volume 11, Dawn of Liberator. This product features many Digimon and Tamers appearing in the currently serialized Digimon Liberator. Today, I'd like to introduce two new cards. The first card is Shumon. This new Shumon has an on-deletion effect that lets you play familiar tokens. Even if you trigger the deletion yourself, your number of Digimon won't decrease, so it works perfectly with Overclock.
That makes it actually a fantastic target, not just for Sandrymon, but also the Kaguya-mon-based strategies, as it means you're never going to go minus on board.
Yes, and speaking of Sandrymon, next up is Sandrymon. This is a flashy card that lets you play familiar tokens equal to the number of opponent Digimon. It also has a DP reducing effect that gets stronger the more Digimon you have, giving you a great chance to turn things around.
Some players might be surprised that she's not an ace like Shoto's main Digimon, Zephygamon, but with such a powerful on-deletion, on-play and when digivolving effect, you're going to be able to answer all different kinds of boards. This is now probably the best-in-class Sandrymon and actually can set up for Nyabu if you have the memory.
That's a great point. Next, I'd like to introduce Limited Card Pack Volume 7, scheduled for release in March 2026. This product includes newly illustrated cards for Omnimon Alter B, Omnimon, Uplink, and Dino Beamon. It also includes 3 new memory boosts and 3 new training cards. There are also versatile staple cards essential for deck building, so please check them out.
With this, we now have a dual-colored memory boost that covers every single color combination, and I especially love the new trainings that we've gotten because they mix and match the different parts of the single-color ones to make their colors. So Image is a mix of mental and wisdom training, offense and agility makes sprint dash, and then defense and physical makes treadmill.
Thank you. And next information is about Advanced Booster Volume 1, Digimon Generation, scheduled for release in March 2026. This special booster was planned with the theme, we want more people to enjoy the deck that have been active in the meta game so far. It includes parts that let you build a deck simply by purchasing it, and also includes must-have option cards. Of course, there are not only reprints, there are plenty of brand new cards as well. We hope not only those who already play Digimon card, but also those who haven't started yet will take this opportunity to jump in.
Reprints as of late have been really accessible, and there's been some fantastic targets. Cards like Protoform have been in high demand for ages, and expensive cards like the Secret Greymon now get a chance to be in even more players' hands.
As for the reprinted cards, they are not simple reprints. In addition to the standard frame, they will also be included as alt art designs with gold frames treatment. And beyond that, some cards will also appear with brand new illustration designs. For example, this Shine Greymon Burst Mode features an illustration that recreates on the most iconic scenes from the anime.
This is actually one of my favorite moments from the anime and the show. It's great to see Marcus finally represented with Shine Greymon Burst Mode, because in the game, he's the one that does the most damage, so he might as well be on the card too.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really happy to hear that. And last but not least, here's an exclusive first look at the 2026 Dash Pack. The cards are originally from BT21 World Convergence and feature previously region-exclusive artwork. With so many requests for the art of the Japanese and Chinese version, we are excited to offer them the Gaiyamon, Medusamon, and Galacticmon. In this special promo, you can receive one by purchasing 12 eligible booster packs at the time of BT24's release, so don't miss your chance.
Regional alts are such a good idea, and it helps us celebrate all of the different artists that contribute to the Digimon card game. I am happy now, though, that players that want to collect artworks from their favorite artists can now do so, even if they're in a different region. I personally am going to be looking for the Chinese region Medusamon art done by Usumon.
Yes, you seriously won't want to miss this. That's all for the latest Digimon card game updates today. Please look forward to what's coming and keep supporting the Digimon card game. Thank you for staying until the end. And remember, the European finals continue, so we hope you will cheer them on.
Thank you so much for that, Andrew, and a massive thank you to our wonderful English producer of the Digimon card game. Looks like there's a lot to look forward to coming up in the next couple of months.
Oh, absolutely. I'm super excited, especially for the fact that Protoform now has a gold frame. Oh. Incredible stuff.
Always a fan of alternate art treatments of cards, but that's going to be for the future. Right now, we have to, ironically, jump into the future because it's time to pilot up and go and engage the new type. We are getting ready for our Gundam card game grand finals. Ben and Gabby here with you on the desk, and I am really excited for this. The first regional championship Gundam card game final. And there's so much at stake.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, sure, both players have been secured a World Championship visit, but only one of them can go home as the winner of Bandai Card Fest Düsseldorf 2025. Now, looking at this matchup, who do you think it's going to be?
This is going to be a really intriguing matchup here. We're going to have Krishiv Desai, who's going to be coming back onto the feature match area after winning his top 4 match to guarantee his world invite. He is going to be playing that blue-green aggro 1-year war deck, and he is going to be facing up against blue-white with this this new Epion package that has been included in to GD02. Traditionally a little bit more of a controlling style deck like we saw in the top 8 feature match. So if it goes the distance, Blue-White is going to have the advantage for sure. But if Khrushchev can mimic his game 3 from that top 4, he is going to have a very, very good time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned perfectly, that Epion, incredible ping damage against the 1 year war. You're able to clear almost anything that you need to get rid of. However, will Khrushchev let it come to that point? That is the real question. Even with that Zex Murky's draw, even with that Epion, Torgis, sure, you have a plethora of options. However, I'm not sure that the 1 year war is going to allow this.
I don't think so either. We've seen 1 year war be a real dominant force and factor throughout this first year or so of the Gundam card game. This time last year, players were getting their hands onto the beta kits for the very first time. And now, 1 year forward, we are going to have one player getting their hands for the first time on a Bandai Card Games Fest Gundam Card Game Championship trophy. And for one of these players as well, for Khrushchev, our 1 year war player, there's even more at stake here, because if he wins, he will be perfect throughout the weekend. He will go on a 7-0 streak through Swiss and then undefeated in top 8, top 4 and the finals. He's going for a perfect 10-0 match set.
That is incredible. That is actually unbelievable. Yeah. I don't think I've heard this happen in the history of the Gundam card game yet. Even though it's only 1 year old and we say, oh, last year this, last year that. A lot of things have happened in that 1 year. And to suddenly see a perfect 10-0 score being a possibility here, incredible.
Absolutely. Well, Khrushchev definitely going to have a lot to play for here. As we mentioned, both these players can let their hair down a little bit on this matchup, because they are both going to be representing Europe in the grand finals for Worlds. But only one of them can walk away from this venue this weekend as a champion. And we are going to waste no more time. Let's go over to the feature match area. Let's see just how both of these players are handling themselves, handling the pressure at this moment as well in this situation. Because one of these players is potentially 2 games away from being crowned a champion.
Absolutely right. So without further ado, it is time for grand finals.
Khrushchev on the left with the Char Zaku 2 as his monarch with that first turn angle as well ready. Thomas with the EX resource is going to be going second. There is the fist bump.
There we go. Quick mind games. Is it going to be a handshake? Is it going to be a fist bump?
Trying to get the edge in whatever way that they can. Khrushchev going first here, electing to go first as well, being the #1 seed out of Swiss. But Thomas with that perfect turn 1 start, overflowing affection on turn 1 with the EX resource, meaning that you unlock level 2 from turn 1, drawing 2 cards and already discarding away a copy of Gundam Epion. So maybe this is already Thomas recognizing that this game might not go the distance.
Oh, who knows? However, on the other hand, Khrushchev only deploying 1 2-2 over here instead of the traditional, typical aggro, 2 bodies on turn 2. So does that mean that Khrushchev is once again going play a bit more conservatively, similar to how we saw in the top 4 matches? Or are we immediately going phase with this Char Zaku 2 linked with Char Aznavour?
Yeah, and that link pair means that there is high maneuver onto that unit, so that Gundam Alfred that has been wandering around battle areas of so many Gundam card game mats across the player base this weekend, that is not going to matter here. We'll be able to sail over the top and get rid of that EX base. So even though we have missed, like you said, that double 1-drop turn that is so perfect for what you want to see as a blue-green aggro style player, we have made up for that lost time a little bit more. We have been able to clear the way of the EX base. Now Thomas is going to need to take some time here to respond and get a few more of these blockers. We are, however, seeing it looks like Kira Yamato going ahead and piloting underneath this Elfrith here, swinging into the link pair. That will create the token on Destroy.
It will create the token. However, we need to realize that Elfrith only took 1 point of damage here, reminding everyone that Kira Yamato is almost a universal pilot, so to say. Is just on any attack, -2 AP, making sure that that trade is almost for free.
It's one of the reasons why this color combination in particular has continued to be the most popular. When you've got that universal pilot, like you say, of Kira Yamato, that can use its effect on attack, and you combine that with Amuro Ray, who can use its effect on pair. Speaking of pairs, we've got Amuro linking up with that beautiful World Championships promo RX-78, and Krishiv now is going to go a little bit more aggressive again.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, we're going back to this numbers game, because we saw the 1 damage on Elfrith, and that Zaku token would almost not have been enough to get rid of it. However, perfect timing on the Amuro Ray, being able to rest, and not only being able to rest, but buffing that AP just by the 1 point, so that Krishiv was able to get rid of that Elfrith.
Absolutely, and I like the wherewithal as well from Krishiv here, not immediately swinging in with a link pair to try and insulate him from a potential of Ailstrike link pair with Kira Yamato, to immediately answer it right back and completely wipe the only unit on board for Krishiv there. So playing a little bit patiently, saying to Thomas, yeah, you're the deck and the color combination that tends to go towards the longer game. I can show a little bit of reserve myself, though. I'm not going to let a grand final and a potential 10-0 flawless run go to waste on a silly decision.
Oh, absolutely. And what you see in the player cams, both players are just stone cold. They are steady. They know what they're doing. Nerves not tending to get to them from what I'm seeing. Absolutely incredible in terms of experience. Here is the Corsica base. Is the first one, which means we are going to see a 4-2 Tolgis that is going to eventually contest the Launch Strike Gundam.
Yeah, the Corsica base getting that first base card into the zone for either player here. Also draws that card from the shield area into hand, as opposed to it running the risk of going into the trash if it doesn't have that burst keyword. Again, Krishiv showing some discipline here, just playing down this Rickdom, which has been a more modern inclusion, even though it's from GD01. That 3-3 with its Breach 2 capabilities mean that you can continue to play this two-pronged defensive. You can deal with your opponent's units on board, making sure that you're getting either value from an Amuro rest, or you're just stopping your opponents from getting the leverage in something like the mirror match, while still doing damage into that shield area with the breach activation.
Oh, you are absolutely correct. Being able to keep that pressure on is the name of the game currently, especially with all the number of blockers going around. You not only need that high maneuver from Shah Aznable, you also need the Rigdom. In the meantime, we are probably going to get rid of said Rigdom via the pair effect of Amuro Ray. Absolutely incredible trade. Just to quickly go back to that Rigdom and that breach, it seems like Thomas has prepared for this, has been expecting a lot of breach cards. We've talked about the Shenlong package for plenty of times at this point, but also about Rigdom, breach effects in general. There are two Argamas in Thomas's list.
Yeah, which are able to insulate away from effect damage into bases. So a really nice call there from a lot of players that are running white here this weekend, expecting green-white wing to be a dominant factor, which it has been. Got to think 2 of the top 8 finishes in the weekend here, as we see Krishiv pick up and reading that Tolgis card that we were mentioning as a potential threat here. During Link on attack, you can choose an enemy unit with 2 or less HP, and you can rest it, so it can get around these tokens that are being generated from Corsica base. It can get around things like GM, Zaku 2s, both the starter deck and the GD01 version, GM's gun tank. It can just give a really nice opportunity to create some more of these value trades, especially when you add something like Kira Yamato into the mix and reduce the AP, potentially taking no damage back from that swing.
Yeah, basically a free trade. And at that point, mixing that Kira Yamato situation with, for example, cards such as Striker Pack, you are forcing your opponent to choose that 4-2 token instead of the 2-4 token. So in that way, you are limiting the decision tree of an opponent that wants to use Striker Pack. Of course, not relevant in this situation because 1 Year War is not in those colors, but it is a very nice piece of micro synergy that also insulates a lot of your other matchups, which was definitely necessary to get to the finals for this event.
No doubt about it. Well, it's with Thomas right now, who looks like he's in a pretty comfortable position and in control at the moment. Elfrith coming down now to face up 2 RX-78s and a Zaku 2, and it looks like we are going to be seeing the Freedom Gundam making its way down onto the board. Now we are at that level 7 range, so an opportunity to get some more of this AP reduction going. And when you're playing these low to the ground aggro style decks, yes, you are swarming with a lot of units at a lot of time, but they're not the strongest inherently of themselves. They are strength in numbers as opposed to individual overpower and overwhelmingness.
Oh, you are absolutely correct. And at this point of the game, on Krishev's sides, cards such as Armor Array and Shah Aznable are becoming crucial to the strategy, because not only is Thomas putting up a wide wall of blockers here, he is also quite healthy when it comes to the shield count. He is just cruising at this point.
Yeah, still with all 6 cards in the shield area at the moment. Krishiv with 5, but that one that has been taken was taken into hand by his own accord via the Corsica base. It does look like Krishiv is done with being patient with this link-paired Armoro and RX-78. We are going to see a swing into shield area. There's a burst of a base.
There we go.
It is going to be the Kusanagi that is going to burst out, which is going to be really, really awkward here, actually, within this matchup, bouncing that Zaku 2 back into Krish's hand. Just what I was saying similarly about the AP levels and the strength of the individual units in this deck. The same goes for the HP as well, so these bounce effects are going to be so live so frequently and in so many different units.
Absolutely correct. And sometimes you just have to be the better player when it comes to burst effects and the number of burst effects, because I would love to remind you, seeing how this is an open deck list, and we are in grand finals anyway, this is the one of.
Yeah, we've got the chart as enable, though, that you were mentioning about wanting to see earlier on there, Gabby. Link paired onto the Char Zaku 2 Legend Rare from Starter Deck 3. So this is the one that does commit the search when it is destroyed. And then that Zaku 2 that was bounced back from the Kusanagi is just going to return itself onto the board. So a pretty healthy board state for Krishiv at the moment. We are starting to go a little bit taller, a little bit more towards the top end of the units that you will expect in this 1 Year War aggro deck. But Thomas, with that Freedom Gundam on the board, with that Tall Geese as well, getting close to the level requirement for that Gundam Epion to start hitting the board, we are in for quite a ride here.
Oh, absolutely. But once that Epion hits the board, I am going to be a bit worried, because not only is Gundam Epion going to just keep on attacking, when they do, under the right conditions, specifically when linked with Zex Murkies, that means that Thomas is going to refill his hand over and over. Yeah,
that continuous draw potential if we can find the Zex Murkies. We are, though, seeing the search happen here from Krishiv after Thomas just happily took the trade in with the Tall Geese into the link paired Char Zaku 2. Krishiv says, okay, thank you very much. I will take a fresh copy of Char Zaku 2 from that one. So we'll be happy to replace that unit back onto board. We'll be looking for another Char as enable link itself, as we see RX-78 plus Ailstrike hitting the board here. So we are 3 wide in terms of blockers right now. Make that 2 wide in terms of remaining active blockers, as the Freedom is going to take the attempt of the swing, and then the Elfrith will remain and take the cleanup trade.
A clean trade, if I do say so myself. And as you say, although that does only leave 1 blocker on the board, at the end of the day, you do need to keep in consideration, okay, I know my opponent is playing the Armor. I know my opponent is playing Shah Zaku. So at the end of the day, you can almost, I don't want to say throw away your blocker keywords, but you could start seeing and saying, hey, in that case, I am as aggressively as you want to be, so I'm just going to use them as attackers.
Yeah, absolutely. The issue you've got right now, though, is that that Ailstrike blocker can be rested by an Armor Array if Krishiv is able to find 1 copy of it. We've already got the RX-78 on board. Granted, it's been on board for a couple of turns now, so the real benefits from making a link pair won't quite be exactly the same, but we will have the opportunity to get the rest. We do have a link coming, though. It's going to be
another Shah Zaku 2, Link with Shah Aznable, ignoring that blocker exactly as we said and predicted.
Yeah, and no burst this time coming out of that high maneuver attack into the shield area, getting rid of a copy of RX-78 from Thomas's shield area. He's down to 3 right now. Remember, as soon as he hits 0 cards in the shield area, he doesn't lose the game just yet. He needs to suffer 1 more attack. So, in theory, by pure numbers game, yes, Krishiv is presenting game on board with 4 wide units, but that's going to be pushed up pretty quickly, and we've got 2 blockers as well.
And what do we find? We find another Zaku 2. This time is going to be the 2-2 vanilla. So that is the beauty of Krishiv's strategy at the end of the day, is although you are paired against a control matchup, although that should be the tough matchup for you, as long as you are going wide enough, you are forcing your opponents to go into your units, specifically in this case, Shah Zaku 2. Either creates a token during pair or finds something from the top 3, which means that Krishiv will always have enough resources hand to just keep replenishing his field and also forcing and making sure that Thomas is technically not able to go into Krishiv's shields.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that's been key here for Krishiv. Generally, one of the Achilles heels of the one-year war deck is that it has that big one explosive turn and then just kind of runs out of steam. Yes, you're in blue, so you do have access to a Show of Resolve, but by the time you've taken a turn off to Show of Resolve and try and refill your hand a little bit to then re-widen your board, like we're seeing here with Krishiv going 5 wide with units right now, you do take that turn off and you lose that tempo. By continuing to put on this tempo, by firing in an attack here and there, forcing Thomas to interact via these swings, you are playing that advantage game, and especially with the Shah Zaku 2s, replenishing 1 unit after 1 unit, time after time again.
Oh yeah, and in the meantime though, we do see another anti-aggro answer in the form of Nihil Agama, which is able to rest the Shah Zaku 2 here so that Thomas can get rid of it with the RX-78.
Yeah, and we'll only take 1 damage back in the swing as well, because this is the starter deck Zaku 2 that we're going after here, which only gets the AP boost when it attacks. So it will be able to then go ahead, repair the damage off of the attack that was there, and go back to essentially parity. And Krishiv now playing with only 1 card remaining in hand after playing that Zaku 2 straight back down again. This is why we're wide on the board right now. This is starting to look really, really awkward here. We've got 4 pretty hefty blockers on the board, 3 of them being Freedom Gundams right now. Thomas is going to have to turn his attention to that Corsica base and the shield area at some point in the game. He's just got to time it right.
Just exactly right, because at this point, it does mean that not only does Thomas need resting effects, luckily via the effects of Armor Array, but also he needs to commit his blockers to trading those units, which means that Krishiv will see that Thomas is technically opening his doors to the shield area. So it is a rough situation that he really needs to carefully finagle himself out of.
Although this might just help. We see the link pair
there we go.
of Gundam Epion and Zex Merkis, the brand new, or the newest top-end tool for blue-white control. Previously, it was Unicorn with Banagher Lynx taking the helm with its Unicorn mode and Destroy mode combo. Now it's Gundam Epion with its double attacking capability once per turn. If one of your units destroys one with battle damage, as we see a pair going out here.
Pair, not just any pair. Shah Aznable seems to have infiltrated the Earth Federation base, stealing the RX-78 and piloting it as his own.
Yeah, it's going to be able to get the +1 AP boost, but unfortunately, because it's not a link unit here, that high maneuver is not going to be applied here. So it is going to boost up the RX-78 to a 5-5, but that high maneuver is offline. The Earth Federation shutting off those doors and putting them under pretty tight security locks from the Xeon.
It is terrifying, but don't forget, because the RX-78 is a during pair effect, he gets 2 AP buffs, buffing those numbers to 7, which is exactly what you need in this situation to get rid of either the Epion or contested Freedom Gundam. So even without the high maneuver, it technically has high maneuver, because otherwise, as Thomas, you are forced into an unbeneficial block.
Well, we are making a swing, it looks like, here into the Nahel Agama base. That looks like it is going to draw out the block of one of these 3 Freedom Gundams, the one that was previously damaged, it looks like. So Thomas will be happy to take that block and defend the Nahel Agama base, and especially now that makes that RX-78 rested and able to attack into on the next turn. So Thomas will be able to swing in with one of the blockers and then be able to reactivate the Epion once it has attacked as well.
There we go, and we see another block by the other Freedom Gundam. I feel like this could have potentially been a bit of bait, but I am not too sure. Looking at Krishev's hand, only 1 card in hand, he is doing some serious thinking right there. Was that the right choice? Am I actually baiting things out? Yes, there are 2 more blockers, so what do we do with these numbers? Trying to go into the Freedom, getting blocked by the ill strike. So are we now going into that ill strike, getting blocked by the other Freedom, or do we have a trick up our sleeve in Anksha? There we go.
There is that trick up the sleeve, the Anksha, just to be able to force out that final damage on the ill strike Gundam. But previous to your point there about what we do with the remainder of this turn and whether Krishev was trying to draw out the blockers, yes, there is an argument to it, but from Thomas's point of view, that board state was a pretty simple answer. Just block quite smartly, try and insulate yourself from as much damage as you possibly can. The owl strike block there is correct, because otherwise if you're blocking with the 3 extra damage or the 1 extra damage that the Zaku 2 is able to provide, you're not getting the most bang out of your blocker buck there in that situation. So do your maths quite correctly, overblock the situation, and Thomas is still left with double Freedom and an untouched Epion on his side of the board as she shows some resolve.
Yeah, not only adding insult to injury there, because you see that Krishev is out of resources in the hand, and you just say, you know what, I am quite okay with the current board state. I am quite okay with the amount of cards in my hand. However, let's just, you know, poke the bear a little bit. Show you that I have the draw options as well, making sure that I am going to out-resource you in this game.
And more draw options as well, with a new Nahel Agama base getting played down. Does run ourselves a little bit risky here. I'm not too sure how many Char as enable pilots we have seen from this point in the game right now. I have to think it's about 2 or 3. But if we can find another one and try and sail over with high maneuver, if Thomas goes a little bit too fast, a little bit too greedy here, high maneuver could potentially play a very pivotal point into this game. For now, though, we saw the reactivation ability of the Epion. Amuro Ray comes down, resting the remaining unit on Krishev's side of the board. And from here, Thomas could just have the opportunity to take the swings into the rested units, wipe the board completely for Krishev, and leave him in a real world of pain in game 1.
Oh, absolutely correct. At this point, you don't even care about going into the shields. You're just technically bullying Krishev at this point, saying, hey, you're not allowed to have anything, not even the 1 unit on board. And then once you finally have no cards left in your hand, no cards left on the field, that's when I'll start hitting your shields. And who knows what will happen with the burst? Surely we might find some pilots, we might find some other stuff. But as long as Thomas keeps getting rid of those units on the board, those pilots are not going to matter.
Yeah, this is exactly where you want to be as the blue-white control player in this situation. You've whittled all of the resources out of Krishev's hand down. You've whittled all of the resources in the battle area down. You're now chipping away at shield area. You've now got the Rick Diaz as well on the board to give you some extra protection. 1 card in hand, so you know for a fact there's no chance of a link play here, because that takes 2 cards to do so. We're going to Anksha out of desperation, deal 1 damage to the unpaired Gundam Freedom here, and then over onto Thomas's side of the board, who is representing game on board with 4 units, as long as there's no base from burst.
I mean, even if there is a base from burst, if you play your numbers right and you wait with the Epion until there is a base, you might just survive for another turn. Is there going to be enough? However, he is going to scoop him up.
Yeah, Krishiv scooping it up, saying you're going to show of resolve, dig for another link pair. Even if I find a base out of the shield area, it's not going to help me out. So Thomas is going to take game 1 against Krishiv on this blue-white Epion control list and is now 1 game away from being crowned as your first ever champion from Gundam Card Game at Bandai Card Game Fest Europe.
Oh yeah, this is exhilarating stuff right here. In the meantime, by the way, I just want to mention what great sport both players are.
Yeah.
Just casually talking about what happened, what they should have done, how they should have gone for it, what went wrong, what went right. And as you can see, they're just laughing about it. They're enjoying themselves. This is beautiful stuff to see.
Yeah, one of the great aspects of the Gundam card game has been the community that has sprouted and believed in this game since its announcement, since the start. And I was speaking to both Krishiv and Thomas actually a moment ago before they came into the feature match area. They were both laughing and joking. They were both happy to say that we're going to the World Championships. We're representing Europe for the first time ever in the Gundam card game's history. We've already etched our names into the books and will go down in Gundam card game folklore. But secretly, they both know they want that name etched in gold as opposed to being etched in silver.
Absolutely. Sure, your name being there is great, but at the end of the day, we keep talking about shiny cards, about alternate arts, about upgrades. You want that name to be shiny as well.
Yeah, you want that Champions Trophy to be able to take home with you, to have that picture on your bedroom wall, on your fridge, wherever it is, and say, Mom, family, LGS, community, I did it. I was the first in Europe to be a champion at Bandai Card Games Fest. Krishiv's going to have a lot of work to do for that to be him. He is going to be going first here in Game 2 again because he has the choice to be able to do so. He's going to be looking, most importantly, for that double 1-drop turn that we didn't see in Game 1.
Oh, absolutely. I think one of the most important things you're looking for currently is maybe 1-shot Asnable Pilot at max if you want to be a bit greedy, a bit more risky. However, as you said, perfectly, you're looking for those 2 drops, ideally the Zaku 2 that boosts itself on attack, and then hopefully you'll be able to get the game over with by turn 7, ideally.
Yeah.
Ideally turn 6 even, dare I say.
Yeah, I think if we see the fist bump going on here, we are underway into Game 2. Nothing to do on level 1 as you'd come to expect from Blue-Green 1 Year War. Not a lot of decks have a lot to do really on level 1. It's just that extra card draw. For Thomas though, starting off on level 2, I do see Overflowing Affection.
And there it is.
And there it is, immediately being played down, drawing 2, discarding 1 away, and dare I say, was that a little shake of the head from Thomas as he discards a second copy of Overflowing Affection for cost?
Yeah, that is kind of tough, isn't it? Because you want to keep sculpting your hand, but ideally, in this situation, you could also say, hey, his hand is good enough that he can allow himself to discard that extra copy. And if I'm not mistaken, and I shouldn't say this too loud, do I perhaps see a 3rd copy there?
It's either that or it's a show of resolve. It's certainly a draw card, potentially, as we see we go back to Krishiv here on level 3. Once again, didn't have that double 1-drop on level 2 to go with the Zaku 2 from Starter Deck 3 and the GM, for example, as a 2-2. We are seeing the Zaku 2, however, flying into the shield area, which makes a lot of sense to try and do so. Try and pop that EX base, and Thomas is going to let it go through, not taking the block in with the Gundam Elfrith there.
Yeah, that is very clever, because at the end of the day, I'd much rather lose my EX base than take 3 damage on the Elfrith instead of just the 1 damage with the EX base being on. Surely, the game grants you that EX base for free at the end of the day, so you are a bit more free, a bit more lenient to use it, to have it be destroyed. Very clever from Thomas.
Yeah, and what it also does is it makes sure that you're not running into the threat of a link play on level 3 as well. If we've got either of the Char Zaku 2s to link them with a Char as enable, that is the final piece of damage, or even potentially just gun tank as well to do the final damage. There's a lot of things that we're insulating by not declaring the block there. Just happy to see the EX base go away and then go, okay, on my next turn, this is now a vulnerable 1-2. Let me swing into it and get rid of it.
Yeah, we're just enjoying ourselves here as Thomas. In the meantime, seeing the 1 being rested for A Agama. So we mentioned it before. This means that Rick Dom's Breach 2 effect is now going to be insulated, not going to be useful anymore, giving Thomas that extra bit of breathing room if it ever comes to hit the field, and adding a Rick Diaz to that. We are just putting blocker after blocker after blocker down on the field.
For sure, and the thing is about these blockers is they're so well statted as well. It's why we've not seen, as we see Gun-Tank Anksha to deal with the Gundam Elfrith there. I was saying about insulating from a Gun-Tank on the previous turn by not declaring a block. Now by taking a swing in is actually punished for taking the free damage there. Double Gun-Tank and Anksha puts us 3 wide as well in units to try and help pile in to this Agama base or set up a trade ready for that Rick Diaz as well.
Yeah, and that really feels like a win-win situation for Khrushchev, because as you said perfectly, not only are you getting rid of the Ilfrith, you have 3 units on board to now commit to more pressure. Even with that Illstrike being there, I mean, you're frosty.
Yeah, but we are losing our 4-2 Tallgeese token, which is going to be a little bit of a shame. And because it is the token that we are correctly targeting there from Thomas's point of view, it goes away completely. There's no opportunity for Khrushchev to replay it back down again. And even better as well, because the 2 units that are on board have really scary and impactful deploy abilities with the Gun-Tank and the Anksha to start dealing some of that ping damage into units and soften them up for later trades or final finishing blows as well. So really nice and simple heads-up play there from Thomas to be able to do so. And now he's got this big, scary 6-5 blocker that's on the board as well.
Yeah, and you're just going to be patient once again, very similar to game 1, just waiting it out, waiting for Khrushchev to either overextend or be out of resources, or perhaps even both. So I really wonder whether Khrushchev is going to adapt to this similarly how he adapted to this in the top 4 match, where we saw in game 1, he went all in game 2, or in between game 1 and game 2, realizing, hey, I need to be a bit more conservatively because I'm playing against Wing Zero at the end of the day. So maybe we're going to see a similar decision pattern here.
We are eyeing up the potential, it looks like a link going on here from Khrushchev. It is going to be the Amuro and RX-78 link, and even with how strong that L-Strike is, it still has the 5 HP, so we are still within that resting range of Amuro Ray Pilot. Gets the biggest blocker out of the way, then the Anksha attempting to fly in with an attack. We'll take a 1-for-1 trade in with the Rick Diaz, which I think you're pretty happy with if you're Khrushchev. It's just got this one awkward blocker left in the way while we see a 3rd Gun-Tank being played down here. Khrushchev calling in the Gun-Tank Armada here to try and help him bring this grand final into parity.
Yeah, credit where credit is due to Nicholas. He keeps trying to convince me that Gun-Tank is the best card in the Gundam card game. And I mean, he's absolutely right at this point. There is 3 on the field right next to a RX-78 that is linked with Amuro Ray, which means that they are not just 1-1s during Khrushchev's turns anymore. They are buffed to a hefty 2-2, which may matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, because I mean, with the 2-2 now being able to fly all 3 of those gun tanks into the Agama base means that the Agama base would be cleared by all 3 of them together. You also, of course, do have the RX-78 linked up, and with enough AP on its own to get rid of it on one fell swoop. We see Thomas there with his turn, just continuing to play a little bit more mid-rangey here, as we now see Rick Dom and the Chazaku 2 Rare being played down here from Khrushchev. Again, playing that patience, not willing to throw away some of these units that are on the board here, and especially not wanting to lose that RX-78. He has the feeling that this is going to be key to be able to get a strong enough foothold in this game.
Yeah, this is absolute art. As we said before, similar to the top 4 match, once again mentioning it, just casually waiting it out, being careful. In the meantime, Thomas noticing this and saying, hey, I'm not going to allow you to. I am going to Nahil Agama. I'm going to get rid of that Rigdom, because I have to. I'm forced to. Even with my own Organa being gone now, that breach is going to be terrifying.
Yeah, but now we see a link pair getting activated here. We have the Tallgeese and the Zex Merkeys pilot, which is going to go ahead and be able to rest down either one of the gun tanks or the Zaku 2 rare, because they are all within that 2 HP or less region. We're going to go after the thing that can deal the most damage. That makes a lot of sense. The swing will go into the Rigdom, take it out, and then we'll get the draw one as well from the Zex Merkeys pilot.
Absolutely beautiful play right there. Just stunning. Then getting rid of that Zaku 2, not being paired, very, very clever and very, very timely for Thomas, so that Khrushchev does not get that 3-1 Zaku token. In the meantime, turn being passed back to Khrushchev. What will he be able to do here, you think?
It's really, really awkward here, because even with the AP boost up of these gun tanks right now, they are all doing a lot of damage in terms of being easily blocked. You've got one that's trying to fire in right now into the damaged Tallgeese here, the link pair. Thomas can just block this quite freely. We'll deal with the token or with the gun tank itself. Khrushchev's just going to continue on this onslaught and hope that Thomas values this link pair over this overstated blocker. I think if you're Thomas in this situation, I think you just have to let this Tallgeese go. I'd love the draw to continue on, but this softening up of this Airstrike Gundam feels a little bit risky here, because now the final gun tank, yes, it's going away, but you've spent all your blockers here. Your RX-78 can now clear the base in one fell swoop, and Khrushchev is going to just, okay, dump the hand out. Zaku 2, Zaku 2, and the GM on the board, and pass back over to Thomas.
Which means that once again we might just see a very patient game from both players, where Thomas is forced to slowly but steadily force out the resources on Khrushchev's end, and then only until after Khrushchev is out of resources can he freely go for that shield area and the cards within that shield area.
Yeah, but it does mean that Khrushchev is operating with no more cards in hand here. Thomas flexing about the amount of cards that he is able to draw throughout the course of this game with his color combination of white and blue. Overflowing affection number 3 that we have seen over the course of this game. Discarding away that Argama base, realizing, yes, there is breach in this list, but not enough to really make me feel worried at this point in the game.
Yeah, and at the same time, he's just enjoying himself here. I'm fully agreeing with Thomas, because at the end of the day, the best 3 words you can have in any card game are draw a card. So if you have colors that both have draw power in them, why just not combine them into the strongest draw power deck ever, and then just top that off with the Zex Merkeys, allowing you to draw even more cards?
Yeah, for sure. It's a scary place for Khrushchev to be as he draws his only card into hand. He has gone 4 wide, but again, there are so many blockers in the battle area right now. There is 3 wide in terms of active blockers that can defend the link-paired Airstrike, the Gundam Elfrith, and the Freedom Gundam that was able to find its way onto the battle area during that turn for Thomas. And if you're Khrushchev, we have the pairs, a top deck of Amuro Ray. That's probably one of the best cases you could ask for in this situation. Rests down the Airstrike Gundam. Does mean as well that the during pair effect is going to be live for that Zaku 2, because it doesn't require Cha as enable. It can just be during pair. As long as it's destroyed, that token will be generated.
Oh yeah, and that is the beauty of the 1-year war deck. There is just so much synergy in that generic Turing pair from Amuro Ray. Shah Aznable not being required to link for the AP+1, maybe for the high maneuver, but we can ignore that sometimes. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the During pair effect on the Shah Zaku 2 for the 3-1 Zaku token.
Absolutely. Well, we see here with a little bit of an attack going forward. Khrushchev just trying to figure out exactly what the remainder of this turn is going to look like, whether we decide that now is the time to go a little bit more aggressive, seeing this rest of the Ailstrike Gundam, or whether we want to be a little bit more defensive. Do we actually also want to create the token of our own accord as well by firing the Charzaku 2 into, say, the rested Ailstrike or the rested Tallgeese itself here? And you see both players having a look, trying to have the conversation, trying to do the maths, almost even together here to say, okay, at what point does the break point come, and how do I avoid going and tiptoeing onto that edge as much as possible?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I like the fact that you mentioned that they're doing the math together, because in contrast to two ships passing each other in the night, for example, these are two ships on the same route, just going to their destination right next to each other without any communication. They're just going there, trying to see who gets there first. There's not a race per se, but that communication is not there, because of course at the end of the day we mentioned those gold names and only one of them can be gold.
For sure, two pilots in their mobile suits, both sailing and piloting towards Japan in March, but one of them is going to want to get there first. One of them is going to want to get there with that golden crown. And we see an attack having been declared there from Khrushchev. A simple block taken from Thomas, knowing that his unit is going to survive quite handily and Khrushchev's will not. And there is that swing in with the Charzaku 2 that I had a feeling might come during some point in this turn. Get us as much value out of these units as possible. Get rid of these blockers that are becoming a real pain and a real thorn throughout the space of this turn and of this game. The repair 2 trigger there, healing off some of that damage left over from the Freedom as well. And over to Thomas, who now is, for the first time in quite some time, looking a little light in his battle area of mobile suits.
Yeah, but however, although he's looking a little light and the board state is currently looking quite neutral, not having a lot of units on the field, we keep talking about that draw power. At the end of the day, Khrushchev is in top deck mode, so to say. And speaking of draw power, Thomas once again showing his resolve, saying, hey, you know what? Once again, I'm just going to add a little bit of insult to injury. I'm just going to rub this salt in the wound, and I'm going to draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, that show of resolve giving us more options and opportunities to see even further units or link pairs potentially, although maybe not the happiest with what he's seen off of the show of resolve with all of the draw power that we can generate with blue-white. Are we maybe putting ourselves into a position where we're actually running out of resources here? I say this as we pair up Amuro Ray with the Ailstrike Gundam. Gonna go ahead and rest down that token and get rid of that unit on board and pass straight back over as we see show of resolve top deck for Khrushchev, giving himself a couple more options to go further into this game, and it's just double units and pass.
Immediately dropping him down. Luckily, one of them is the Charzaku 2 that on destroy will be looking at the top 3 to find another Xeon or Neo Xeon unit, keeping the resources in rotation for Khrushchev at least a little bit.
Yeah, and now Thomas, seeing 2 resources being paid for, is just going to go with the Rick Diaz blocker to start off with. Looks like there might be another one coming as well. No, it's going to be the Nahel Agama again here. So we're continuously putting these bases on, drawing cards out of the shield area into our hand. And again, Gabby, I can't help but think this is screaming out to me that Thomas is starting to run out of options here. He's starting to run a little light on units with all of this card draw that we are trying to manufacture for ourselves.
Yeah, I think you might be right, perhaps. As a matter of fact, we are now going to clear the base, but we are being conservative in clearing this Zaku. Are we just going to keep these Rick Diaz's active? I think we are, because I think that is the safer play currently. In the meantime, however, Thomas seems to be disagreeing with me, eyeing whether he's going to, and he is going to, pair this new Rick Diaz with the Amuro Ray to rest the Charzaku 2, saying, hey, you know what? Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to clear. He said, no, I'm not going to risk it, because that means you're going to start your turn with 2 cards in hand. I don't want you to do that. So here, play your vanilla, pass it back to me, so I can just keep the pressure on your shield area this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. as we see just that Zaku 2 on the board. Krishiv with no real options here, no way to high maneuver and sail past these blockers, but even if he did, it could even be an ending sentence there from Krishiv because it makes that unit rested. It gives Thomas an opportunity to just attack into them, generally probably survive the right opportunity, as well as we see our X78 making its way down. Link pair with Arrow Ray as well.
Look at this pressure. Look at this pressure. This is terrifying stuff. And at this point, looking at the fact that you have a 5 HP base, you feel a bit hefty. Sure, you are going to clear that Zaku 2 because it's technically a free trade thanks to the Repair 2 effect on the RX-78. In the meantime, Thomas still playing it a bit slowly and a bit carefully, though, because at this point he is saying, you know what, I just want you to start every of your turns with just the one card. If I accidentally let you burst a pilot to your hand, that is going to be detrimental for my shield count, so I am just going to wait it out.
Yeah, absolutely. We do top deck Corsica base, though. Off the top of the deck, we do have one in trash already, so we are going to create the 2/1/1 Leo tokens this time, as opposed to the 4/2 Torgeese. And, of course, it takes a card into hand from the shield area, so it is essentially another draw here for Krishiv. What was that card that he was able to draw into the hand, though? He's studying it quite intently here. It's just another 2/2 Zaku. Yeah, play it down to the board, go 5 wide. You might as well just try and keep this pressure on.
With a bit of bad luck, though, this game might potentially be over, though. Is Thomas just going to risk it at this point? Because he is up a game point, so he might just say, you know what, I just want to grab some food. We had a great time. We'll see each other again in Japan, and then you can have the revenge match on me. However, this title is going to be mine. Do you think that is going to...
Oh, my
word!
No! The reaction from Krishiv there as well. Show of resolve into a show of resolve. Thomas really did draw some cards in the Gundam card game, which you love to see, trying to find potentially that extra link unit that's going to be able to get even further. Here's an overflowing affection now as well. Thomas just really likes the words, let's draw cards as well.
That is 6 draws in a single turn. Only with Zex Murky's might that number become higher.
Look at Krishiv's face as well. His reaction is saying, this is just insane. Of all the matchups for this to happen to me, it has to be the one that I need to win to try and pull this grand final back into parity. We are discarding away a Freedom Gundam here as well, which Krishiv will probably be a little happy to see. But now there goes the base from the link pair swing with the RX-78 and Amuro. Another couple of resources down for an Alfred and saying, okay, I've got more than enough for game on board.
Oh, but nice and careful, though. Once again, not going for game, because if there does happen to be a Corsica base in one of those 3 last shields, that does mean that he needed that final attack, so he's going to wait another turn. Otherwise, it might have been Krishiv's game instead.
Yeah, and there is the opportunity as well to just get more tokens to try and force a little bit more of this damage through. We are going to see the swing in with the Char's Zaku 2. Going to search the top 3. We do find the Rickdom here, which is going to give us a couple of breach points, but is it too little too late for this breach to really make a matter and an effect? Rickdom, for as good as it is for its cost economy, does not have a link requirement, as does something, unless something like Shenlong Gundam with Changwu Fei, to really force that breach damage in at any space of a game. So Rickdom here is nice, but not exactly what we're wanting. And I think both these players are kind of recognizing that the writing is starting to get written on that Champions Trophy, and it might just say Gundam Epion.
I think you might be right at this point. Both of them just laughing it off. I feel like the turn is going to pass back to Thomas quite soon, and I might just say that we might expect a fist bump quite soon here.
Yeah, we are going to see the Rickdom and the Chaozaku 2 just get deployed onto the battle arena. So no cards in hand once again here for Krishiv, and both players laughing and joking again, seeing this could be Thomas's crowning moment. There is a burst. It is going to be an Amuro pilot. So there's one swing, no burst. This is the important one. No burst! That's game! Thomas will be your Gundam card game champion. That at Bandai Card Games Fest Düsseldorf.
Wow, what an incredible performance. Absolutely unbelievable, especially considering that Khrushchev was almost going to be on an undefeated run, and Thomas said, no, let me stop you in your tracks right there, because I'm him. I'm the guy. I win.
The perfect dream run will have to wait. Until then, however, Thomas, your winner on blue-white control as well. It has been a dominant color and a strong color pairing throughout the early history of the Gundam card game. But when so many eyes are on blue-green one-year war, you've got to know how to beat this deck, and Thomas has done that as well.
Oh yeah, just came in with a surprise. I mean, we know that the blue-white strategy is a force to be reckoned with, but the fact that it was going to take Bandai Card Fest might have just surprised a few people. I think especially Khrushchev in this situation. I know what I'm going to do right after this event. I am going to get myself some copies of Epion.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going after some GD02 for sure. Also got to give some congratulations as well to Khrushchev for his finish, his second place finish, and for giving us, and me personally as well, what I think has been the best game of 3 set of Gundam card game I have ever seen with that top 4. I will be jealous until the end of time for you and Niklas for being able to cast that one, but just watching it was absolutely breathtaking. And of course, Khrushchev, he's going to be smiling. He's going to Worlds.
Oh yeah, and he might just get his revenge match there. So they're still happy about it. From what I saw, they're absolutely being great sports about it, giving the fist bump, giving the hug, enjoying each other, saying, hey, good job, absolutely deserved. At the same time, I am going to get back at you at Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crazy.
There
he is.
Our good buddy Shao.
My boy Game 2 Khrushchev.
Yeah.
Wow. What a match.
Yeah,
What
Game
a
2
match.
Khrushchev couldn't
What
quite
a
turn
match.
into Game 6 Jordan for the second time,
But
unfortunately.
he's going to Japan, like you said.
Yeah, going to Japan. You couldn't be happier in that scenario.
Not at all. I just think that perfect showcase of the power of the Gundam card game. I think that was like masterclass. You just show somebody those matches if they want to know if they should play the game, right?
Absolutely, yeah, and especially to a high level of the game. There are so many small little decisions about when to attack, when not to attack in a lot of the cases. Even with Khrushchev being the loser of this grand final best of 3 set, so many of the choices there to go, you know what, I'm going to leave my units active. I'm not going to give my opponent the opportunity to go into their Route 1 game plan against my matchup. That is exactly how you want to study at home for those that are wanting to take your Gundam Guard gameplay to the next level.
Patience, discipline. Don't just jump in the big robot and start spamming lasers.
But I wanted to so badly.
Yeah.
I mean, don't we all?
Yeah.
We all just want to jump in a big robot and start spamming lasers.
Oh yeah.
I'm a Wing Zero player. I love big robots. I love being able to
wanna
burn
be in
through.
I want to be in the Gundam Death Scythe.
True.
You can have lasers. I'll just start swinging around the big scythe.
Yeah, give me first strike, give me ramp when paired. Absolutely.
So that leaves me Shenlong, and then what Operation Meteor G team, right?
Let's do it. Let's do
Just
it.
leaving me hanging. Wow. Oh, there we go.
I thought it was just like...
Nah, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, fine.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, we've still got a little bit of a surprise potentially. So for fans of the Gundam card game, do not leave this Bandai Card Games Fest multi-stream, because we've got a couple extra tricks still up our mech suit sleeves. But until then, I think it might be time to open a digital gate. So don't go anywhere, because the Digimon final is coming up very, very soon.
Stay tuned.
こはデジ
Welcome back from the break, everyone. We are finally with the long-awaited Digimon TCG Finals here at Bandai Card Games Fest in Düsseldorf. Once again, you know me, you love me. It's Andrew or Elixir on the mic, and I'm joined once again by Gabio, fresh off a Gundam.
Yeah, thank you for having me once again for Grand Finals. I can't wait for what's about to happen. Can you run me through the matchup real quick?
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing two decks that were not introduced in the most recent set. You know, Hoodie-amon, the Boogeyman, has been slain. Two decks that are uniquely positioned in order to deal with them, and they are one of Bandai's favorite colors to restrict. We've got Draw 1, Trash 1, Leviamon, the Purple King, and we have Red, Purple, Imperial Dramon. It wouldn't be Europe if we didn't see Imperial Dramon in the finals, but this time, rocking a different coat of paint.
Oh, do tell them.
Yeah, so unlike the blue-green version, which relies heavily on the Davison Ken and playing those free types that we know from Season 2 of the show, this one is more focused on that high-roll cutscene. This puts you on the roller coaster, and there are no brakes on it. As soon as this thing leaves the station, we are rolling until someone keels over. This is going to be a very aggressive finals, possibly a short-lived one, unless we do see maybe both of the players on a low roll, but it's one of those that you'll be asking some questions as soon as they push up. Is this the last turn of the game?
Oh, that is such a good question. I mean, at the end of the day, as you say, if they're going to low roll, that is just going to be it. But, however, as you mentioned before during the previous Leviamon feature match, Draw 1, discard 1 will never disappoint. In the meantime, you have all this memory manipulation to make sure that you keep your opponent on a low number. And at that point, the Imperial player is forced to leave that and end that cutscene on a high number for the Leviamon player.
Yeah, but we do sometimes ask this question, it's like, how much memory is winning the game worth? If you have to spend 9 to do it, was it really that bad?
If I get the chance, I'll spend 20 at a whim.
Yeah, I mean, we saw actually earlier, off stream, just watching some of the top 16, top 8 matches. Yuxo, first seed out of Swiss, was able to maintain that undefeated record, is yet to drop a set, was 9-0 in Swiss, and then obviously has made his way all the way through the single elimination bracket in finals. Actually managed to win his top 8 match by dropping double Biting Crush. That card costs 8. Most people, like, you hope it's insecurity. You never want to spend it. And Yuxo, over the course of 2 turns, spent 16 memory in order to lock out a game and win it.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying stuff, that Biting Crush. And at the end of the day, also getting back your Leviamon for free. But it is also really interesting what you just mentioned, because in the Gundam card game as well, we had a player that went undefeated up until finals. That just shows what type of titans of players are coming to the Bandai Card Fest and prove themselves worthy of the title of champion for the title they are representing.
It's really, really impressive, and purple has always kind of been a mainstay color. As much as we did just get, you know, the best in class, some people say that it's the undisputed best deck in the format. You can play it in 2 different ways that makes it really hard to prepare for both. But EX5 certainly was a set of Digimon that was released at the start of the year, and it had negative implications for the rest of the year. Here in the good old 2025, about to be 2026, I think if you haven't already picked up your Dark Animals package, Leviamon's getting reprinted at the end of the year.
Oh, I'm going for it. I just saw that gold frame proto form. I'm definitely going to pick that up. But as you said before, EX5 definitely being some of the cards of all time. I mean, if you haven't yet, then, I mean, this is showing you now is the next best right time.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we talk about some of these cards. Proto form, EX5, getting reprinted, 4 of. Gabumon X Antibody, limited to 1, EX5. Anubismon, EX5, limited to 1. Leviamon, EX5, still topping events with no support. Set of all time.
Set of all time, absolutely terrifying stuff. The more I learn about this, the more I am going to get myself that EX5. In the meantime, the players have been set up, ready to play. That is the hand of the judge. That is the fist bump of the players. We are off for grand finals.
And it looks like we're going to be seeing Yuxo going first. One thing about Digimon that is really interesting is if you win the dice roll, going first is mandatory. So we actually know for sure who won the dice roll just because Jill opened first. We are going to see the Wormmon built up in the back, and we're going to see the trash of, looks like the new Paildramon that's actually from the playmats that were available here at Bandai Card Fest, the new alt arts for those. It's trash 1, draw 2, and it does set up quite nicely. We are going to see the really early raise here from Wormmon, which leads me to believe that Mark here is on a maybe a little bit of a low roll, and it just wants to cycle for another rookie next turn, and is just hoping that Jill's not looking at pushing out as aggressively. We did see quite a quick start from these two as we see the Doberin, but it looks like we're just going to pitch a card with the egg. It lets you discard if your Digimon is 2 colors, which is what that Wormmon is, so it's actually setting up the level 4 for the next stack. So we're nearly off to the races. As much as it doesn't look like it, this is a very scary place to be.
Is it almost party time? Because I was expecting that first, as you mentioned, moving that from the egg zone to the battle area, maybe making sure that that egg rotation is going to remain active, especially because we know that there are copies of Analog Youth in there to boost the speed of that egg rotation. I did not expect it to already be time to party.
Yeah, it's one of those, the delays in this deck are very, very strong. So this training basically, even though we've been set to 1, this represents a 1-cost Evo. The downside here is it looks like we have no proto form, so we're not going to get that secondary effect of the when digivolving that lets you activate the on play, which usually lets you play a level 3 or lower Digimon as well. Because those are 2 separate effects, it's basically X Antibody Digimon give you the extra bonus if you meet the requirements of evolving over its previous form, Cerberusmon, or having X Antibody in the stack, like the proto form.
Well, there we go, and we just see that happening as we speak, making sure that it is going to be a bit more difficult for Mark to go off to the races. What do you think is going to happen for Mark here? Is he just going to go back to that egg rotation then, or never mind?
Yeah, going for the new, well, the 2-color memory boost, the Wisteria. It lets you search the top 3 rather than top 4 like other memory boosts for a red or purple, which is every target in the deck, except obviously Analog Youths. Both of them look like they're off a bit slow, but this is definitely dire here for Jill. Just simply not having the proto form to be able to get these cards back out of stack if something bad happens to them. Already being chipped 2 damage, which is really important for this high roll. And also just not really having the interrupts that we would like in order to try and slow this down. It's a really, really slow start from him. And you can see we're already checking the trash to just try and figure out whether we have all of the pieces to assemble. Whilst we kind of like go over that for the people that aren't as familiar with Red, Purple, Imperial, maybe you don't have someone at your locals that has been able to spring for all of the secrets and SRs that are required for this. The Wormmon from BT16 allows you to evolve into a free type from hand or trash for cost -1. So it means even though you're sending your level 4s to trash, you're going to be evolving into them at low cost, and it's going to be really frustrating to deal with. Looks like we're just going to pass on the rookies, so yeah, we're missing the 6s probably here. So we're just actually trying to put the floodgate down. It doesn't really do much in this matchup. This version of Imperial Dramon doesn't really gain memory. But what it does mean is we don't get to crack the delay on this memory boost. So we are going to end up passing significantly more memory when we do go for this full combo.
Oh, that is going to be terrifying then, because even though both players seem to be on a bit of a low roll like we were fearing before, that one extra memory at the end of the day can be detrimental to swing the game around.
Yes, and what we can see here is it's not just a start of main effect, it's an on-play. So this Wormmon, now that was played off of this promo Shadramon, is going to get to evolve into Shadramon, and Shadramon, when Digivolving, lets you DNA. So we're going to make Dino Beat, and Dino Beat is going to get to play out this Pyldramon here, and then the Digimon played, a Digimon may gain Rush and then is forced to attack if it does gain Rush. What we can do here is either send it, or you use the end of turn trigger that's in that purple, the mono purple Shadramon, in order to DNA again, and then we get to go from there. So we're going to give Rush an attack, and we have raids. We're actually going to choose to swing at the Cerberus, use the egg effect to discard to delete a low play cost level Digimon at level 3, and then this means that we then get to end of turn DNA to go into a full clear. But that's not all. We're not done.
We're not.
The when Digivolving of this Digimon makes you select one Digimon and then delete every other Digimon on board. So we're going to take the one target, and then it gets the Blitz. So since the memory is at 1 or more, we do get to continue our attack step.
So we do all that in basically the opponent's turn, so to say, because the memory is already gone and crossed over. And then we also get to Blitz after that?
Yep. And then we get to evolve at combat step with the when attacking into a fighter mode, which is why we turned into Imperial fighter mode here. It does burn the top card of security as it does it and deletes one Digimon, and also applies a floodgate, so neither Digimon nor Tamers can be played out of security.
We did find a proto form though, but is that going to be enough at this point? I feel like it might just be over, wouldn't it be?
I would generally consider this one to be over, but where there's a will, there's a way with proto form. At the very least, we were pushing out a Gobbly here, so which means we're able to make Dobermon X antibody 4-0 and actually end up. So we get to reduce the cost by 1, making it a 1-cost Evo, but then the Goblymon gives the memory back because we get to draw 1, trash 1. And then we do get to make Cerberus X here with the Scramble, so we're reducing the cost by 3 after spending 2. So even though we were past 3 and only had a Rookie and Raising and no Scrambles, because we have that Protoform, we're actually able to make a Leviamon from this position and attempt to clear in response. Unfortunately, bodies are going to survive here, and oh, he trashed the Levia X. This is why he's the GOAT. This actually is a matchup that it swings back and forth. When I was talking to Yuxo about it before, he was saying that there's a lot of very nerdy interactions between timings on how, when a Digimon would leave play, Partition would play out the bodies, and then because they've been played by effect, you can interrupt, you can like pseudo-interrupt and catch things between triggers. Turn player priority does matter for things like this and like who gets to activate first. Since we're on Jill's turn, even though the memory has passed, this is technically still his turn, and therefore we get to have the Partition come out, and then recognize that the effect hadn't finished resolving, delete 1 because Levia pops highest and lowest, then go into Levia X from trash in order to delete the body. So we actually get a full clear from this position.
Wow.
And he had no resources when we started this.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. Just not only knowing all those intricate parts of the situation, of the game state, of the mechanics of the Digimon card game, but then also recognizing that during a nerve-crushing finals. I mean, as you said before, I think the GOATed status is an appropriate title here.
Yeah, I mean, Mark's done an excellent job here, but unfortunately, I think we're just double-checking memory on something. Because we did spend 1 for calling. Calling from Darkness it's delete 1 Digimon, which is not the cost. It's just the first part of the effect. Then you get to add back 2 purple cards from trash. So we get to add back the Wormmon and kind of go from there. So I think we're just confirming what was added back. But we have the memory to send this. So we're just... yeah,
there we go. We should be frosty.
Yeah, so what we are going to do there is we are just going to scoop and save time.
Yeah.
The thing is about this deck is even though we were taken off board and we were in Raising, because it's an on-play effect for that Wormmon, the Wormmon would then get to evolve into the promo Shadramon. Shadramon plays a Wormmon. Wormmon makes Shadramon DNA into the Dino Bee, and then you can give it Rush and Attack. So even though you might have spent 5-6 memory to do that and passed over turn, at the end of the day, you're still getting to attack. And because we had to go Gobbly into Dober X, we didn't get to make Dobermon, which would have given blocker to the stack. So unfortunately, Yuxo didn't actually have a blocker at all. So Mark, recognizing that, was just immediately able to not even resolve the full combo. These players understand what they're looking at and just go, I have this, please show me your trash. Okay, you have the 2 targets. Let's go to game 2.
All right, let's go next. That's fine. Don't worry about it. So at the end of the day, that cutscene did not finish the game. However, technically, it did to a sense in some sort of way.
Players that have played this long, you know, sometimes you're playing a game for the second time and you're like, oh, this cutscene's really long. Or maybe you die in a boss right before a cutscene.
Oh, yeah.
You hold X to skip.
You just have to watch it over and over and over because this stuff is unskippable.
Yeah, we did get to obviously see it resolved. We did get to see it resolved for that first time, getting that full combo that Mark pulled off with that red-purple Imperial Dramon. But then from there, we've seen it one time. We don't need to see it every time. Some of these finals have gone very, very long. Digimon, we just like to do damage. We like to just swing at each other and get these games done quick.
Oh, that is right up my alley. I'm so glad you invited me to be here.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. This time, though, I can see that was so fast on getting ready to mulligan. It actually looks like we're handing the decks to the judges to shuffle, which is interesting.
Oh, wow.
It is something that you are able to do, and even with something like a cut, some players will ask if you're like okay with touching their cards. Some people are more precious. Some of these decks, even though Digimon not as difficult to get into from like an accessibility point, some of these alts are beautiful and people really do want to take care of them. So sometimes, even if it's like, I prefer if you didn't touch my cards, you can actually ask a judge to come over and cut your deck. And that allows you to still maintain this proper game state, still give people the opportunity to sufficiently randomize without necessarily having to hand over control to someone else.
Hey, nothing wrong with being precious of your belongings, being careful of your stuff, making sure that it lasts long, enjoying what you got. So absolute respect there. And very nice that the Digimon card game facilitates this for players like that.
Yeah, and one of the cool things as well is sometimes if you've shuffled and you have a miserable opening hand, handing it off to someone else and going, at the very end of the day, it was not because my shuffling was bad. I was just not meant to win today.
It just happens. Luck might not be in the draw sometimes. Fortune favors the bold. There's a very, very famous quote that says, rather lucky than good. I definitely need the luck. I never have it, and that's why I'm sitting here. But these players seem to have it from time to time. There is a reason that they are in grand finals. Sure, exceptional skill. At the end of the day, a good top deck might just change that around.
Yeah, and Imperial Dramon is not known to be super consistent. It is an incredibly good high roll deck, but the low rolls are some of the worst in the game. We saw we gambled already to start things off with the Analog Youth, where it's random trash from the pick up top 3 and trash the rest. We do see, unfortunately, a Levia, but it's not a Levia X antibody. The Gabumon X is a fantastic searcher because it can pick up Protoform, because it can pick up this Dober X, because it can pick up Cerberus X and Levia X. But unfortunately, Levia on its own isn't able to do it. Ooh, a Drago in trash, a rookie in trash, and we are going to end on boost here. I mean, 2 promo Shadramons, and we're not going to take them.
What?
That, to me, signals that we at least have a promo Shadra in hand, because there's no reason that you would give up 2 of your main combo starters from this position. So, I mean, the writing is on the wall there for Yuxo. Looks like we're going to push up, and we are going to Wisdom Training in order to find the Dobermon X antibody. And we can try and one-choke here, or we're going to crack the boost, actually, and try and extend normally.
I mean, the security is currently on 4 cards. We have the egg area ready. Might it just be over, and are we going to see that cutscene? Because, as you said, we might just have the starter in hand here.
Yeah, I mean, the trash has been set up thanks to the Analog Youth, thanks to being able to trash 1 off of the Wormmon that we saw send in. We have chipped to 4, which does matter for damage calcs. But we did send both promo Shadras down, so I'm a little bit unsure of what it is that Mark specifically has in hand. Going to get that draw 1, trash 1, and then because we have the Protoform this time, we're actually able to play a level 3 from Trash. So we're most likely going to be playing that Lopmon X antibody just to gain the memory back and end on 1.
Pretty clever stuff right there. Terrifying stuff. Is it just Mark perhaps respecting the matchup here, having that knowledge, going that extra step? Last game, Jill respecting Mark, going for that big brain play with the X antibody in Trash. Now, Mark returning the favor, saying, hey, you next leveled me. I had to finagle that game point out of your hands. I am now going to next level you.
Yeah, I mean, this one is a really interesting pickup off of the Wormmon because we revealed double fighter mode there. And also, you know, gorgeous ults. We wouldn't talk about them all the time. The 2-star Imperial Dramon fighter mode, the fact that it's not just one, but we've got those all blinged out, incredible money spread. But we're going to, how that works is we get to add one to hand, bottom deck the other, and Trash one. So we do have a fighter mode in Trash, because I believe the Dragon mode can access the Trash whilst doing that. So we aren't fully... This is an ideal stack, and you can see, yeah, it looks like we were missing the other Shadra. The reason that we didn't do the start of main Evo reduction is because we didn't have faith in the full combo, so instead just chose to boost and do it. So both of them have had to spend their boosts in order to actually get the value they want. But once again, we're kind of getting the same situation where we're making Dino B in order to try and swing into the big body. We get to suspend one, use the egg in order to delete the small body, and then we're trying to swing into the big body to once again take that Cerberus X off board.
Wow, so once again being in somewhat of a comfortable spot here as Mark. In the meantime, once again trying to manipulate that memory in order to make sure that Jill has at least of that available to him.
Oh, that's so interesting. We crash actually 8 into 8. So that means we get to float into the Wormmon with the Shadramon promos inherit, which means we get the Wormmon, Wormmon makes promo Shadramon, Shadramon plays Wormmon, Wormmon make purple Shadramon, and into the Dino B we go. The turn long since passed in terms of memory.
Oh yeah, look at that number, it's already up to 4, and I think we're going to give him more, aren't we?
Well, it's entirely possible we can. We get the Pyrodramon down, and now Dino B can give Rush and the ability to attack to one of these Digimon, so we can swing and then go end of turn into a Dragon mode and send it once more. Gonna hit that Protoform that we know was on the top, of course.
Yep.
And then choosing not to end of turn, which does threaten Dragon mode Ace from this position. And the annoying thing about this purple matchup, which does make it pretty good for Imperial Dramon Fighter mode, is Marcus set up a trap that if the Digimon would get deleted, it can DNA into Dragon mode with the Pyodramon's effect. And if we swing, either of these can turn into Dragon mode Ace. So he's basically put it on any removal you do in order to try and safely deal with the board gets punished.
We just get to keep going.
And if you choose to ignore my board, punished.
Wow, so there's no right option here on Jill's end is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, it's just which wrong option feels the best to go into. Because we're seeing a lot of potential damage on board. We're going to go for the Protoform that was obviously kindly returned to the top of our security by Mark.
Beautiful.
And the Inherit isn't going to come up. This one, the Inherit is one of the things that's specific to these actual Garurumon decks. It's more, this is just an X antibody that does evolve for 0 over Sunomon as well.
And then we also get the on-play because Protoform is right there.
Yep, so we do... Protoform doesn't let you add the top card of the stack back, but it does let you add any card underneath that top card. So we get to get the pieces. Basically means we get to consistently recycle this Dobemon X antibody. And it means that the Cerberus X is going to always have that target to play back. Could have been the Lopmon, but the Gobbly is a much better one, because if we have a second Protoform in hand, this might turn into 2 level 5s. Dark Animal's known to turn into 2 level 5s and make Mastemon as of late. We actually saw a player in top 16 from the UK bringing that to top 16. But that's as far as they went. El Clasico, purple, draw 1, trash 1, does do a lot, and we are swinging, which means we are now in counter timing.
Uh-oh. So are we going to see that counter?
That is the question. You can see Mark thinking about it, does get to take a look at it, at their trash. And Dragon Mode Ace isn't the most common card. It's pretty unpopular in some lists, but as you can see, it might be part of the reason that we made it this far.
We are letting things go through, though.
Yeah.
Just biding our times, waiting, being patient, hoping for the best. And at the end of the day, as you said, just one tiny mistake on Jill's end, not going for the least bad option means that Mark is going to get to go nuts.
Yeah, we did at least have a safe interaction of being able to clear one body without the... I mean, yes, it wasn't technically safe. We could have gotten aced for it, but it was an option that got to go through. Both players deciding that this was a fire enough outcome for both of them. But the Imperial Dramon Dragon Mode Ace, it does get to hand D and A, so you do have to have the other target Dino B plus Pyodramon. So if we swing at the, if we DNA the Pyodramon, it has to be with a Dino B from hand or a Pyodramon from hand if it's the Dino B. And then on play when Digivolve, you get to delete one Digimon with 11k DP or less. Then if DNA Digivolving, this Digimon may Digivolve into Imperial Dramon Fighter Mode in the hand or trash without paying the cost. We do know for sure that there is a fighter mode in Trash, as we saw one revealed and trashed off of that EX3 Wormmon earlier.
Terrifying stuff, honestly. In the meantime, we also saw that Jill just found another copy of his Proto mode, which means that if he gets to survive, if he gets to do more stuff, he is just going to try and control the board all over again, while at the same time building up that trash once again.
Yeah, and the Levia, this is now saying like, oh, you may not have had the ace before, or you may have chosen to not use the ace before, but now I am going to delete one Digimon, either your highest and then your lowest. And because the analog youth is there, we're definitely going to get that double pop if we don't see an interrupt. And Jill is putting the onus now on Mark to respond and choose what is the best way to interact here. We do have the potential to DNA off of the Pyodramon. We have the Partition, which will play out one purple level 4, one red level 4 from the stack when it would be removed from the battle area. But if we do that, we lose the on-deletion of the Shadramon Inherit, which will play out a Wormmon. So there's a whole... This is a branching path now that is now entirely in Mark's hands into how they want to play. And it looks like we're going to see the Dino B removed. And we gain one memory because the Pyodramon removed because it was deleted. We gain one memory off the all turns of Levia. And now we have to resolve the second half of that Leviamon on play when Digivolving to delete the lowest level Digimon. And this is where we have to make a decision again as to whether we're going to float into the Wormmon with the Shadramon Inherit or use Partition in order to play out. Or the third option is to lose your stack entirely. It's a valid option. Partition is optional if you can meet the requirements. And there's some instances where there's a Leviamon X antibody in Trash revealed by our judge, thankfully.
Where you would just accept your fate.
Yes. So some players at this level actually choose to just have their entire stack get deleted. We're going to gain a memory back off of the Leviamon, and we are going to turn into Leviamon X antibody from this position, which is going to delete a Tamer. And then by using double 7th Lightning, which was in Trash, when you Digivolve into Leviamon X Antibody, you can return those two cards from your Trash to the bottom of your deck to delete a level 4 and a level 6, which with 2 copies of that, that's going to clear both of those Digimon, leaving an empty board, no Tamer, and just no Rookie in back. So we're forced into an off turn, but that doesn't mean we don't get to play.
Oh, terrifying stuff. So if you were in this situation currently for Mark, what would you do in this off turn? Is searching and sculpting your hand the correct play here, or are you going to be a bit more defensively, trying to make sure that you get to survive? What would you do?
Well, some might say the best defense is a good offense, and an off turn is only for the decks that don't have it like that. The cool thing about what Mark did here is even though we were given one memory, Calling from Darkness only costs 1, so even though we have an empty board and nothing to delete, we can still add back the 2 purple cards from Trash, which means we get to go Wormmon on play into Promo Shadramon, play Wormmon into Shadramon, make Dino Beamon again. Yes, we're passing 5, but if we can make Fighter Mode or Dragon Mode here, there is a very real chance that we get to full clear this board. Because the Leviamon X antibody is already out, there's no more triggers for Jill to interact with. There's no Biting Crush in play right now to play a Leviamon. There's no Leviamon X in Trash to evolve over Leviamon because Leviamon X is already out. So from this position, if you're now actually in the driver's seat because you know that there's no counterplay to happen here. You're just rebuilding. Yes, we gave him 5. Yes, there is a rookie that can push out from raising. But the board that we lost is now right back in front of him.
The fact that you are comfortably giving your opponent 5 is an absolutely terrifying concept that you say, hey, you can do whatever you want. I'm just going to be frosty, and you're still stuck in that bad decision tree.
Yeah, it's like this choose your own adventure didn't quite go the way I wanted. But we've got another chapter, and the second verse is the same as the first. The problem now, though, is we have a lot more in terms of resources available. Those inherits are live on both stacks, so as we get to play things, as we get to evolve and go wider, going wide in every Bandai card game is so, so strong, and Digimon is no exception there.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. And as you mentioned before, that memory manipulation is going to ensure that we definitely have a lot more than 5 to play with, making sure that we are going to do what we need to do. Are we going to be able to set up the trash again during this turn, though?
Yeah, I think it depends on whether we have the level 5, because we did lose a couple of Cerberusmon X antibodies whilst that was the top card, which means we weren't able to recur them with that Protoform effect, which means that we might be on a suboptimal level 5. Luckily, we do have Protoform here, but I don't think we have a second Leviamon X in trash. I mean, if we did make Dragomon to play something to Mark's side of the board, we're not going to get that full value that you would normally get using that alternate level 5 as an option. If ideally, the ultimate that you're trying to resolve here is Cerberusmon X antibody, which Mark did an excellent job of denying in those early turns.
Wow, terrifying stuff. So both players definitely knowing what they're up against, definitely knowing what they need to do and what they not need to do. Specifically in Jill's situation, what he does not and should not do, making sure that he chooses the least of the evil decisions here in that decision tree. Mark looks comfortable. Jill looks comfortable. You see that they are absolutely titans of the game, not even breaking a single drop of sweat in a finals match.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting one because we did see passive play before from Mark in order to let the board get answered, but we are going to see that Dragon Mode Ace come down. We did use the Gazimon in order to unsuspend the Leviamon, which meant that we did kind of have to actually respect what we had as an option here. But the problem is, because we are DNA digivolving, this means we get to go into fighter mode during this, as this when digivolving, which means we get to burn the top card as security.
Which was the confirmed protoform that was just placed there.
And then we are actually not blocking or anything. We're not able to clear this Leviamon X antibody. So Jill does get to stick around. In a lot of situations, fighter mode basically full clears the board. But obviously, this is Jill's turn. Normally, when fighter mode clears the board, it's because it's Mark's turn and he's going for that strong move. The one thing that is a little concerning is we are still level 6s. So a Biting Crush technically can clear this. It would give 6 memory over. And as we've seen every single time, where there's a Wormmon, there's a way. And,
oh, no.
You know, there's a level 5 next to him. This is still pretty difficult to deal with. This Dragon Mode Ace, it is incredible. Some players have tried messing around with Fighter Mode Ace instead, where you have the Dragon Mode and you just Fighter Mode Ace there. But this Dragon Mode Ace, as a one-of, has come up, and it's presented a end state that maybe Jill wasn't as expecting as much.
So basically playing off rhythm, trying to catch the opponent off guard. Jill, in the meantime, going... Ooh!
Oh, we're doing it again. It's not a one-of. It's at least a 2. And we found both. So we get to, once again, go into the fighter mode. We get to burn the scramble. And then we are, unfortunately, going to have to spend the Biting Crush, pop with the Leviamon, gain the memory back. And we do get to go to 3 here. Can we do it?
I mean, if we can, it's just over at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, we chose not to have any of the partitions or anything like that. We instead just let things get deleted. We have unsuspended during the active phase for everything, and now we are in starter main, which, you know, if you hadn't fully gotten familiar with the cutscene before,
we will now.
Yeah, we're gonna see it for the 3rd or 4th time. Is what I would say if I was a liar. We're actually just going to send the rookie in, hit Protoform. Maybe that one was actually unrevealed, so that is just a random
That is
Protoform.
just a new Protoform, yeah.
Oh, and the Ruin mode!
Oh.
Oh, no!
So this is a one-off. Take me through Ruin mode and why this is so detrimental right now.
So we died. And because its battle partition doesn't fire, and because we now have a Dragon Mode in stack, Overflow does come down, and that means even though the analog you just barely keeps it on our side of the memory gauge to then play Promo Gallant for 0, we actually just lost out on so much damage. Some players will call a 15k body insecurity a bad Gaia Force because you can't, even if you're immune to options, you're not always immune to being a little bit smaller than the guy in security.
I mean, a bad Gaia Force in a good situation is exactly what you need from time to time. Does that mean that Jill is a bit more frosty now, or is it still going to be over?
I would still be sweating buckets, probably. We're past the start of main, and I think we're clarifying something with the judge on a Shadramon here, because as a reminder, we did miss the start of main timing. It is optional, and we chose to swing in order to get specifically into a damage range that would have won the game. What we were probably looking for in an alternate timeline where we didn't hit the Ruin mode was swing the rookie, chip down to 2, swing fighter mode for the 2 checks, and get down to 0 and evolve into Omnimon X Antibody in order to finish the game by attacking when the memory gauge had passed over. The problem with that would have been that we would have removed the Leviamon, so we would have healed one with the Protoform, but damage is damage at the end of the day, and there was potentially a lethal line with this Promo Gallantmon, which would have done the same thing. Delete your own stack, get that extra chip in, and then OmniX. So, like, there was a line, but a well-timed bad Gaia Force and security keeps this set alive.
Wow, tough stuff. In the meantime, it is so fascinating to see you just go through all the decision and down the line of an alternate path completely in your mind, showing once again that Mark has most definitely gone through that line in his head himself, and then saying, okay, I'm going to choose this path, the greater evil. I wanted to say lesser evil, however, with Imperial being Imperial, this is definitely the greater evil.
Yeah, so, you know, we are course correcting, but we did have enough memory to slam a Wormmon. And if you can slam a Wormmon, you can start to clear bodies. The problem is, this is now where the triggers end for your playing stuff. We don't get to DNA at end of turn step because we have to resolve the when Digivolving to do the rush and then attack, and then we are now in open game state. Even if you want to go to end of turn, there is a trigger waiting, and it is that Biting Crush that Jill spent 8 memory on last turn.
Uh-oh.
This allows us to play the Leviamon responsively to clear the highest play cost, and then, or highest level, then we will delete the lowest level, which means we can delete this attacking body and attempt to clear.
Incredible to realize that Jill is still in here.
Still in it, but for the, like, 15th time this set, we are once again in the, if you delete this Digimon,
we are going to do stuff, going to go wide again, and you keep telling me how important it is to go wide in Bandai card games, Digimon being no exception.
Oh my goodness. So, what happened there is because it was attempted to be deleted, we can play out the 2 bodies from the stack, and then use the other Digimon's interrupt in order to then Digivolve into the Dragon Mode Ace, which was recovered at some point. Oh, because it can DNA from trash. We will get to go into the fighter mode. We do clear 1 body in the process. We do burn 1, and we do end the turn. There's no swing. We're past the blitz step. We're past everything, but we have put Jill on 0 security again.
So both players being on 0 here, I feel like Mark is definitely the more comfortable player out the 2 being on 0. Is there anything that Jill can do to force that last attack out during this turn?
If we look at the deck list, no.
Oh.
But that doesn't mean that we can't. It's really hard because at the end of the day, as long as we get the resources to make Wormmon again, if the Wormmon sees the light of day, we can't stop the cutscene from happening again. It doesn't matter how many times we delete these bodies. As we've seen, these fighter modes are getting deleted, 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 deleted. But
Wormmon plays from trash, and the whole combo starts from trash.
Terrifying.
So even if we get rid of it again, Mark is still in a position where he's living Groundhog Day, where he plays Wormmon, does the full combo, and waits for the game to reset again, but Jill is just in a worse position than he was before.
Absolutely terrifying stuff, honestly. However, even with him being in a worse position than before, Jill is showing that he is the true embodiment of a Leviamon player, meaning that where Leviamon never dies will always be a viable option. As you mentioned yesterday, a good Leviamon player will stay on Leviamon. He is now embodying that in this match, saying, specifically in this game even, saying, hey, where Leviamon can live for set after set, format after format, I will try and endure.
Yeah, he is inevitable. We've seen Momin in the US get second place on Leviamon time after time after time. Mr. Consistent, but always Mr. Second place. It's a very frustrating thing to be in. He does smurf most people's peaks, but Leviamon has been just eluding that win for so long because of situations like this where you just get to the final hurdle and then someone that just has a little bit more speed just manages to high roll in that last one, puts you on the back foot. If we've seen so many variations that change how this game would work. The Ruin mode in security stopped what could have been a lethal push that ended Bandai Card Fest for Digimon. If a scramble had shown up sooner, we would have been able to add that Ruin mode back, where if we'd maybe been able to make another Leviamon, Ruin mode would then clear everything on that side of the board. You wouldn't be able to play the Wormmon because we'd be under a lingering -5,000 blanket.
Oh, no.
That's how you turn off the TV show. You have to put down the tripwire and say anything that floats dies. And we just haven't been able to do that.
Yeah, but in the meantime, what we have been able to do, and specifically what Jill has been able to do for us, is provide that content, making sure that this final isn't over yet. The TV is not off for us, and neither should it be for you. Where there's a will, there's a way, you mentioned. So I am hoping there is just this shed of light, this shed of hope at the end of the tunnel somewhere.
There's, in my opinion, only 2 cards really that answer this situation. And one of them costs 8, and we're not going to send it. Unfortunately, we are not going to be having the Gators Day, but for Mark, on Imperial Dramon, Dragon Mode, Fighter Mode, Virus is going to come away as your Bandai Card Fest winner here for the Digimon card game. An incredible run coming in as, I believe, the 3rd seed, so having a brilliant Swiss stage, and then fighting his way all the way to the finals and putting on an absolute masterclass, showing that the options that he put in his deck that aren't necessarily standard, like that Dragon Mode Ace, are the difference maker between maybe petering out, maybe the one-track game plan not turning into a W, but instead, this time, turning into a championship win.
Up to the finals, for giving us what we got to see. Absolutely beautiful stuff, and of course, at the end of the day, a huge congratulations to Mark for winning Bandai Card Fest Düsseldorf 2025 for the Digimon card game.
Mud. Absolutely mad.
Look who it is!
Welcome back, Shao.
Yo!
Taking us by surprise once again.
Again. Well, you know, a ninja never reveals his tricks.
Oh, wow. So what'd you think?
That was crazy. That was a nail biter, right?
Yeah, and no new decks in this. Both of these decks that have existed for a while, Purple continues to be just like emerging from the shadows that is the trash over and over again. You know, much like yourself, coming up from the...
I don't like me and the word trash in there.
We're both from London.
Yeah, true.
Wow.
That's part of London, though, southeast London.
But yeah, really, really cool showing from both of these players. Really, really fun. We've crowned our champion here for the Digimon card game, which does leave just one game left, one that you're pretty familiar with.
No, just a little bit. But no, very exciting, especially after all the announcements with Digimon, you know? So
really good day.
Yeah, I mean,
some really good cards.
If you weren't a believer in X Antibody Protoform now, you can find a sparkly gold one in the reprint set coming soon, and maybe you too can be ending up on the top tables with Levia.
The sparklier the card, the better you play.
Exactly.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
Leviamon himself is getting a black and gold reprint as well, so maybe that was the difference maker. Maybe we just needed more gold.
Skill has nothing to do with it. It's just sparkliness.
The higher the rarity, the better, for sure.
Confirmed.
Big money, big wins. But that is going to be us here for the Digimon card game. I hope you enjoyed this commentary, myself and Gabby, and enjoyed the gameplay. It's been really, really fun. We've been so happy to be here, and hopefully different place, same space, same game.
set includes a total of 179 cards. Super powerful leaders are all here. Dominate the battle with overwhelming force. 6 types of concept rares included. Relive fierce battles against formidable foes with a lineup full of passion. SPR cards also boast a dominant presence. You simply must collect every one. There are 3 secret rares. God Rares return from the previous set, featuring 2 types, one of which is a reprint. Carrying on from BT28, the box purchase bonus energy markers are super hot too. Can you collect them all? Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters Ultra Bout Series Set 2 Fearsome Rivals, coming January 2026.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Today, we will be revealing some very special information and the latest information in regards to the Gundam card game on this special day. Thank you all for coming, whether in the audience or at home. We have a very special guest today with us, joining us from Japan.
Yeah, hello and guten Abend. Ich bin Nashimoto, Produzent von Gundam Card Game. Heute, ich bin ein Deutscher. Thank you for having me. よろしくお願いします。
We're absolutely thrilled to welcome Mr. Nashimoto-san on the stage today. Cardfest is finally here in Düsseldorf. And Nashimoto-san, what do you think about the atmosphere here at the venue?
Oh, it's truly wonderful to see so many people enjoying the Gundam card game in Europe.
It has been absolutely magnificent. We've witnessed the most intense and amazing Gundam card game action on this stream over the entire weekend. It has been absolutely wonderful. Let's get started. From here, we'll be sharing the latest updates on the Gundam card game all at once. But before that, I'm sure that there's a lot of people at home who are wondering how to play the Gundam card game. So if you could you share a good overview of how to play the game?
Yes, of course. Gundam card game is the latest Gundam series TCG released in July 2025. It's being released simultaneously worldwide, not only in Europe and America, but also in Japan, mainland China, and across Asia. It's a competitive trading card game where mobile suits and pilots from various Gundam series join the battle, using 50 card decks to fight head-to-head. Since its launch in July, we've already released 6 starter decks and 2 booster packs, and we've received an incredible response. About 1 month from now, on January 17, the starter deck ST-07 Celestial Drive featuring Mobile Suits Gundam 00 and ST-08 Flash of Radiance featuring Mobile Suits Gundam Hathaway will be released. 2 weeks after that, the booster pack DD-03 Steel Requiem will go on sale, and we have many more products expansions planned to beyond that.
Thank you so much, Nashimoto-san. It's only been half a year since release, but with various products in development, the Gundam card game seems to be gaining significant momentum. All right, and now, without further ado, here comes the part delivering the latest updates on the Gundam card game. Let's move on to the first topic. Here it is. GDO3 Steel Requiem new card reveals. As Nashimoto-san mentioned earlier, on January 30th, the booster pack GDO3 Steel Requiem will be released worldwide simultaneously. Today, we'll be able to hear some new information about this product, right?
Yes. Today, we plan to share plenty of information about the new cards included in DD-03. In addition to that, we also reveal right here on this stage the brand new series joining DD-03 for the first time.
Thank you, Nashimoto-san. Without further delay, we'd like to announce the new series joining the game. We've been preparing a video, so please take a look. And with that, it's official. Mobile Suit Gundam War in the Pocket will be joining the game. So Nashimoto-san, what can you tell us about it?
Okay, once again, Mobile Suits Gundam 0080 War in the Pocket joining DD-03 Steel Requiem is confirmed. As shown in the trailer, new characters like Zack2FC and Bernard will appear, along with the new trait Cyclops Team, which will be introduced in green color. And today, we'll be revealing 4 cards included from Mobile Suits Gundam War in the Pocket for very first time.
Sounds amazing. Well, let's get started. Here's the first unit. It's the unit card Zack2FC. Yes. Could you please explain this card effect for us?
Okay. In the original story, this was the mobile suits that fought a fierce battle against the Gundam NT1. As for its effect, when paired, it places 2 Ad Balloon token cards on the field, and as long as those tokens remain on the field, all battle damage to this unit is completely blocked, a powerful and unique ability. With this ability, you can fight even the strongest enemies without taking damage, and when combined with effects that significantly boost AP, the strategic possibilities are endless. We also revealed the Ad Balloon token card we mentioned in the effect. Here it is. Try use it together with Zaku FZ.
Thank you so much, Nachimoto-san. Now let's move on to the next card. Here it is.
Yeah, it's a pilot Bernard Wiseman who links with Zaku FZ. As for the effect, your AP increases by the number of pilot cards and command cards with different names from the Cyclops team in the trash. In the original story, there were 5 members in the Cyclops team, so this could potentially give you up to plus 5 AP. That's an incredible value for a pilot AP. Definitely something to look forward to. Also, since Zaku FZ itself has the Cyclops team trait, it seems possible to build a new Xeon deck that incorporates many Cyclops team cards.
These cards look absolutely amazing. And let's move on to the next one. It's the Gundam NT1. Nashimoto-san, please give us a detailed explanation on this particular unit.
Okay, of course. The aspiration from Ball in the Pocket appears as blue cards. As for the effect, first of all, it has repair 2, meaning that even if it takes damage, it recovers 2 HP at the end of each turn, making it a card that's easy to keep on the field. But that's not all. The effect continues. When paired, it deals 1 damage to a listed unit, and if that damage defeats the opponent, you get to draw 1 card. That's an extremely powerful ability. Combining this with familiar damage effect of blue cards such as Guntank or Ankusha, or pairing it with Let to aim for draw effect could make for an interesting deck. And one more thing. Let's pay attention to this unit's major feature, its link conditions. In the original story, Christina Mackenzie was a pilot, so her name being here is expected. But this card also includes Amlo Lei. This follows the setting that the unit was prepared for the Federation's new type. As a new link option for the highly capable pilot card Amlo, it's sure that he will shine in the GD03 environment as well.
The unit looks absolutely incredible, and the Gundam NT1 is such an iconic unit. But if Gundam NT1 is joining us, naturally we'll also have Christina Mackenzie. Can you explain us a little bit about her?
Okay, it's Christina Mackenzie, who links with Gundam NT1. In the original story, she served as a test pilot for Gundam NT1, and her effect here is quite simple. When you pair her with Gundam NT1, the cost becomes 0. Don't underestimate just reducing the cost by 1. The single cost could let you deal 1 extra damage with something like Guntank, making her an excellent pilot card for pulling off combos with other cards. Since this effect is tied to the card name, it will be exciting to see whether other versions of Gundam NT1 will be included.
Thank you so much, Nashimoto-san. That's all for the card reveals, but we do have a few more illustration reveals as well. Could you please enlighten us?
Okay, that's right. We can't reveal its stats yet, but we'll show you the illustration for a Legend Rare card that's also a member of the Cyclops team. Here it is. It's an illustration of Kempo, which will be included as a Legend Rare card. The card stats will be revealed later, so stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Nashimoto-san. All right, everyone, we still have more new card information. We'll introduce 4 more cards from series other than War in the Pocket. Let's get right to it. First up is this command card right here, Warped Intent, from Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. Nashimoto-san, could you please also give us a detailed explanation on this?
Okay, this is a command card that can raise the AP of multiple units all at once. The condition is that a pilot must be paired, so it seems promising for decks that include many pilots. Its burst effect is also easy to use, making it a card that's easy to include in your deck. However, be careful. The effect also applies to opponent units that have paired pilots. That said, in multiplayer battle royale formats, this card could lead to some interesting strategies.
Thank you so much. Next up is another command card, and here it is, Look of Determination, from the Mobile Suit Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. Yeah. Nashimoto-san, what's so interesting about this card?
Okay, this is a command card that destroys an opponent's active unit of level 2 or lower. Compared to Fatal Strike, its low level makes it usable in the early game, while its target range is narrower. However, its biggest feature is that, once you meet the condition, the target range suddenly expands dramatically. Accumulating tankers in the truss isn't easy, but in the late game, when timing is critical, this card can truly shine as a powerful command card.
Thank you so much, Nashimoto-san. Let's move on to the next card, and here it is. Unheralded Attack from Mobile Suit C Gundam. This card can also be used as a pilot. Cats Kobayashi, Nashimoto-san, please.
Okay, and it's a command card that also functions as a pilot. Cats Kobayashi, a character from Mobile Suit Z Gundam. Its effect is a rare command for fights that lets both your friendly base and any enemy unit with HP 3 or less, while its output is lower compared to blue. The fact that you can rest units without using blue makes this quite a solid under the radar card. It also has a new type trait, so it could fit well into decks and that take advantage of that feature.
What an amazing card. I think this is going to be great to add into your decks. So, we have the final reveal up for you right now, and that is the Freedom Gundam Legend Rare. This is the Legend Rare unit card, Freedom Gundam, from Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. Please, Nashimoto-san, what does this card do?
Okay, finally, we have Freedom Gundam from Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. This unit was also included as a Legend Rare in GD01, but now it returns in GD03 with a fresh look. Looking at the card, this level has dropped by 1 compared to GD01, making it easier to deploy in the mid-game. Its effect is that, while this unit is rested, your seal does not take damage, a defensive ability that truly embodies White's specialty. To chip away at your seal, the opponent must first destroy this unit, making it a strong answer to high mobility units that White blocker units traditionally struggle against. With this, you can build an even more durable Freedom deck.
Once again, that is Steel Requiem GD03. It will be released on January 30th. And on January 16th, we will have 2 new starter decks that also go on sale, so be sure to check those out. Now then, we still have new information about upcoming events. Here's the next topic.
Yeah, New Type Challenge 2026 Mission 1 is coming in February 2026. The theme for this event's prizes is Gundam Seed. Yeah, and Awakened Potential and Kira Yamato and Freedom Gundam. Win exclusive prizes that you can get only this event.
What an amazing reveal we got today. I mean, I am super stoked about all of these new cards joining the GD03 lineup. Steel Requiem. It's going to be amazing. And that's it for the Gundam card game special stage is coming to an end. Thank you all for being with us here today, and special thank you to you, Nashimoto-san, for being here and telling us all about these new amazing items that will go on sale. Thank you so much, everybody.
Okay.
Bandai card game fans, welcome back to the official Bandai channel. I'm Taj, I'm here with Ruben, and we have got some exciting action for you guys coming up. For those of you who weren't watching us on the official One Piece card game channel, we've been following all the action here from Düsseldorf, from the Bandai Card Game Fest, as far as the One Piece card game is concerned. We had the last chance qualifiers, didn't we, Ruben, on Friday?
3,000 people, over 3,000 people played for a spot to play this Saturday in the finals of One Piece. And
definitely. And yesterday we had our players play 10 rounds of Swiss to determine our top 32 players, who battled it out all day today over a long day of action, didn't they? We started off with 32 decks. We had a huge representation of different decks. We had 13 Ace starting the day, 11 Emu, 5 Zoras. We had Lim, we had Rayleigh and Bello Betty. But when it came down to it all, we came down to our last 4 players all playing Ace. Now, this final that's about to be broadcast very shortly is going to feature 2 of our players. One, Chippy, who made his way through to the final in that last exciting nail-biting game that we showed on stream. But there's also David, who has a slightly different story, who's made it through to the final. Started off with the last chance qualifier on Friday, decided he was only going to play 3 rounds and drop and go and do the side events, but ended up qualifying for the championship finals yesterday and has made his way through the top 32, beating the #1 seed to get here to the final. Looking forward to seeing all of that on stream in just a moment. But before that, we have got some really, really exciting news that's going to be coming up about the One Piece card game. And we're really looking forward to it, aren't we?
I'm insanely looking forward to it. This is going to be... I don't even know what it is. I just want to go watch the big screen and watch the announcement that we will get for the game. Because it was an amazing weekend. We had so many good... Well, we had all the best players of Europe coming together, and we are down to 2 players. Both are guaranteed for Worlds and are going to Japan representing Europe. But only one can have the #1 trophy, #1 Zoro card, and have the title of European champion.
Absolutely. We saw Kevin Lee crowned Season 1 European King of the Pirates. Who's going to be the Season 2 King of the Pirates here in Düsseldorf? We're going to pass over to our panel now and talk more about the One Piece card game.
Hello, world Düsseldorf. Welcome to the Bandai Card Games Fest in Düsseldorf. I've said Düsseldorf, but I'm so excited. I'm so excited. We've got the One Piece card game stage show. And we've got some exciting information, don't we?
We have something very special for you, lovely ladies and gentlemen at home. We've got something, and I'm just going to say it, it's brand new, Shao.
It's legend, wait for it. Listen, legendary. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We haven't even introduced ourselves to all of the lovely people who've come over.
No, we have not. Now, I've been over on the other channel.
You have?
All day, all the yesterday, in fact, showing you the lovely One Piece card game action. And we whittled it down to the final 2 players. We're not there yet. So I suppose now that we're on this channel, we should probably introduce ourselves. Who are you?
I'm Shaudo, rapper, manga author, occasional ninja, and huge One Piece fan. And I'm right here with...
I'm Ross, or you can call me Wassy. I'm a huge fan of the One Piece card game. Like I say, I've been casting it all weekend, and now we are tantalizingly close to the final.
So close. This has been an incredible time. Incredible. We've had the Gundam card game, Digimon, Dragon Ball Super card game, Masters and Fusion World, and of course One Piece. And there's been so many incredible competitors across the weekend.
There have indeed. I know we've got some people watching out there in the crowd. So if there is anyone that's been here this weekend playing any of those games, now might be a good time to make a little bit of noise.
Some of them are going to Japan as well.
Yeah, some people are going to book their trip to Japan this weekend. They might be the most excited out of everybody.
I mean, I'm excited for them, but I'm more excited to see those finals. But I'm even more excited to see the information we got coming because it's an exclusive, right?
Yeah, and now unfortunately the English version producer of the card game, Shinagawa, could not make it to Düsseldorf today.
But we do have an we've got a very special message from him and Gavin, revealing what we've got coming next. And this is what, first in the world?
This is first in the world. We've got to reveal some of our upcoming set. They are going to be coming out first here. So frankly,
wait.
Don't take your eyes off the screen. You are going to miss something.
We're going to do it very special, right? Let's gomo kick it off.
Hello, Pirates. I hope you're enjoying the Düsseldorf Bandai Card Fest. It's Gavin with the One Piece card game, and I am joined by our illustrious producer, Shun Ogawa, who has brought some first looks at OP14 EB04, the Azure C7.
That's right, Gavin. So we have shown some info on our social media, but today we are bringing some new info about OP14, releasing on January 9th.
So we've got some glimpse at it at our videos, and you know, it was initially announced at Dallas as well. But we've got some cards that are initially releasing in the Western regions before Japan, right?
Yeah, that's right. So 6 colored starter decks started 23 to 28 were even more well received than we expected. So we decided to do another similar early release of the card in the West.
I mean, that's awesome. I know the 6 color starter decks definitely had a huge meta on the West that we never really saw in Japan. And it was really awesome to always see, you know, the creativity that comes from the Western scene. And, you know, the Europeans especially, the Lim deck, the black Luffy deck, you know, some of the buggy decks. It's definitely been really enjoyable to see all the ways that, you know, they can act like Sanji and cook up some amazing recipes.
Right. So this time, rather than the starter decks, in addition to the standard OP14, we will also be adding an additional more than 30
More than 30 cards?
Yeah.
That's awesome. And these are cards from EB04,
Yeah,
right?
EB04, from
Okay.
EB04, yes. Originally, EB04 was planned to be sold between OP14 and OP15.
Okay.
But we are trying to gear up for the simultaneous release next year. So rather than put a tons of set in quick succession, we thought it would be more fun to split EB04 and create another unique format for the English meta.
Okay, so it makes sense. So half of the cards from EB04 are going to be released in OP14, and then the next half is going to be released into OP15,
Yes,
right?
you're right, yes.
Okay, so can you tell us, some of the cards that we're gonna get?
Of course, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure everyone is curious. So take a look at the trailer for the first look at OP14 EB04.
Let's take a look. So we just got a ton of new info, and I can't wait to dive into it. First, I'm sure everyone has been very excited about the 7 Warlords and the new English first cards that are coming. So let's take a look. First, looks like OP14 is going to have blue, green, and purple cards from EB04. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. OP14 will contain the blue, green, and purple cards from EB04, while OP15 will contain the red, yellow, and black from EB04.
Okay, so we're dividing it by color.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Cool, so first, let's, take a look at some of the cards from the trailer.
So first up, we have the 7 Warlords of the Sea Leaders alt art version.
I mean, the alt arts for these cards are absolutely amazing. I know I'm going to be trying to add all of them to my collection, especially Crocodile.
Yeah, especially Crocodile.
I definitely one of Crocodile's biggest fans.
Oh, I'm the biggest, but yeah, I'm the biggest.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's move on.
We'll see. Okay, let's move on. But no, all of them definitely look amazing, and I can't wait to play with them for sure.
So then we have the SPs from OP14.
I mean, of course, these also look absolutely amazing. Mihawk definitely going to see a lot of play. The Hancock, definitely everyone's going to want one of those. But personally, I'm actually most excited about the shirt.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sugar.
I am a sugar enjoyer. I like to have a little bit of a sweet time, if you will. I like to, bake a delicious pastry of a deck.
Oh yeah.
With some nice confectionery. I like to sprinkle it around. No, I really enjoy red purple sugar, so I like that I'm gonna be able to bling that that deck out a little bit more.
And of course, we have the treasure rare, which is Don Quixote Rocinante.
Yes, everyone, of course, definitely has to love Rocinante. It looks absolutely amazing, with that law and, might be a little bit more, strengthening of the deck in the future. You never know. Usually Treasure Rare is trying to allude to that, so very excited to see what this card is going to be able to do for us in the future.
And today I have the actual card.
Well, I want to see that.
Of the Treasure Rare.
Looks absolutely amazing. I definitely want that for my collection for sure. We definitely get some more law improvements, the Rocinante improvements over the next couple of sets, so very excited to use it.
So this is a treasure rare, and we have super old art from OP14, which is the cool Mihawk.
Of course, it had to be Mihawk.
Yeah.
I'm almost shocked that we haven't gotten a Mihawk already, Like, we didn't have a super parallel of the Mihawk yet, and he looks amazing. He is truly the world's greatest swordsman.
Yes, and we have actual card here.
And it looks amazing! I won't
You want to see it? You want to see it?
Can I
You can see it.
Yeah.
Later.
Later.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can see it later. Yeah.
Okay.
You cannot touch it, but you can.
I can't touch it.
Yeah, you can touch it.
I can't touch
You
it.
can touch it.
Even if I wear gloves?
It's mine. So
okay.
You can touch it.
Oh. It definitely looks very, very good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the Mihawk.
Yeah. Love the foiling on it.
Oh yeah.
But that was great. That was lovely. It's cool to see, especially the Mihawk in English for the first time, getting to see like the translated.
Yeah.
But.
What?
We want to see something much more important. We want to see EVO4.
The new one, right?
We want to see new cards.
Of course.
Show us what those cards were, man.
I know you would say so. Of course. So I'm going to show you the new SR cards in old art version. First up is Kikunojo.
Okay, well, this is the first time that we're seeing this card ever in the world. So, what is the text?
Yeah, let me talk a little about it. So, the Kikunojo has 7 cost, 8k power, Lando Wano, and the Akazaya 9. The effect is acting main once per turn. If this character was played on this turn, set your Lando Wano type leader as active.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I think Yamato players, we're back.
Yes.
You're back.
Restand. Yamato restand.
We get 2 double attacks.
Yes.
You can have all of your life and it's all gone. Of course, that it might be a little bit less likely, but I definitely think it's a very, very strong card. Restanding your leader, especially when it has an effect like that double attack, is going to be strong. Yeah. Activate main so it gets past effects like Teach as well. Definitely a very interesting card that I think we'll see play in that Yamato deck.
And I do have the actual cards today here.
Let's take a look. I want to see the foiling.
Look at the slush.
The slash mark. It looks so good.
Yeah.
I love the art. I love like that it's not, the normal Kikunojo that we've always seen, right? We're getting like a new face of it. I think it's really, really cool to see as well.
So the next is Carrot.
Okay, can't wait to see the text. What is it?
Carrot has also green and 8 cost, 9k power, and Minx.
Okay.
On play, if your leader has the Minx type, set up to 2 of your Minx type character and your leader as active. And your leader as active. 2 characters and
2 characters and your leader. And your leader. 3.
Make it active.
3 for the price of 1.
Yeah.
Are active.
Active.
So attack with my character. That's so good!
Attack, and leader's attack, and play. Restanding, attack, and leader's attack.
I have carrot and carrot.
Yeah.
So I attack with the carrot.
Oh, yeah.
I start a character.
Yes.
They can't activate next turn.
Yeah.
I attack with another carrot. They can't activate next turn. Then I use this carrot. And they restand. Along with my leader. And then I get 2 more. That can't activate next turn. So their entire board can't activate next turn. And I have... What?
And you have carrot, and carrot leader. Yeah.
It's a carrot farm.
That's insane.
That's so good.
That's so good.
Sure Effect is a one.
That's so good. Yeah.
That's so good. Okay.
You're a weird one, right?
Get your carrot alt arts, boys, because
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah,
That's insane.
That's insane. And today, I have the actual one.
I mean, yeah, she definitely looks absolutely amazing. What an amazing boss card for Carrot. I think everyone who has ever played Carrot is going to be trying out this card.
The 5-cost Scout is kind of normal version.
Yeah.
And the 8-cost one is Sulong version.
Yeah, it's just, I love the Sulong. I love like the boss Carrot. We never really had the boss Carrot yet, right?
Yeah.
So like Sulong, we had like the 5-cost 2K Carrot that was Sulong, but this really gives that like Sulong feeling. So definitely an amazing card. Love the art, love the design. Looks amazing.
So next we have Vivi.
Okay.
7-cost, 4K power, and counter is plus 1K. And Alabaster, on play. Play up to 1 Alabaster type character with a cost of 8 or less, other than Nephil type Vivi, from your hands. Then your opponents place 1 card from their hands at the bottom of the deck.
Okay, sure. Sure, you don't need cards.
Yeah,
you don't need cards.
Yeah, you don't need cards.
Get
But
those
I have
cards
them.
out of your hand.
Yeah. And I have the 8-cost character.
I mean, yeah, that looks insane. You played this with the Chocopel that we showed on the YouTube the other day.
Yeah.
Amazing combination, especially once Vivi comes out. Even before, that's some value right there.
Yeah.
So you're able to play that, going first now rather than going second. That's just so much more tempo, huge double attack. Definitely seems like a very strong card in the future.
And the blue card there, beautiful actual cost.
And look how happy she is. Look how happy she is. She's like, oh no, I don't like you having cards. I'm so happy that you have no cards. And it doesn't even say you have to have X or more cards, right?
Yeah.
It's just you lose a card. You have 1 card in hand? No, you don't. Amazing card. I love it. Great card for sure.
So this is a BB. And next we have Foxy.
Foxy?
Foxy. Football.
I do love me some Foxy.
Yeah.
So let's look at the text.
Yeah, 8-cost, 9K power, and Foxy Pirates. On play, don't -1. If your leader has a Foxy Pirates type, draw 2 cards and trash 1 card from your hand. Then rest up to 1 of your opponent's character with a cost of 9 or less.
Okay.
9 or less.
And?
Active main once per turn. Add up to 1 Dawn cards from your Dawn deck and rest it.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's 8 costs.
Foxy gets so much done now.
Yeah.
You can have this in the old Foxy as well. You just get 2 Dawn every turn for free. And then this, of course, works amazing with the leader ability. You're going to be able to stun one of your opponent's characters, make it so it can't activate next turn. And, a traditional strategy against Foxy would be something like, keeping your characters up. But let's say they even 9-cost Zoro, right?
Yeah.
You can rest that and make it completely very, very strong. I definitely think it's a great card. And, yeah, I would love for Foxy to come back a bit.
And I have the actual cost here.
Looks absolutely amazing. I mean, he's just rocking out. He's foxing out, man.
Yeah.
He's foxing. He's feeling a little Foxy.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Foxy. He's one of my more favorite minor characters from the series. So definitely love to see him getting a little bit of love here.
So next up is Rocinante and Roll.
What is the text? Want to see it?
6 costs. 8K power. Rocinante and Roll. So the attribute gonna be Navy and Don Quixote Pirates.
Okay.
The effect is under the rule of this game. Also treat this character in this card's name as Trafalgar Law and Don Quixote Rocinante. And blocker. On play, if the number of Dawn cards on your field is equal to or less than the number of your opponent's Dawn on the field, draw 1 card. Then add up to 1 Dawn cards from your Dawn deck and set it as active.
I mean, I like drawing cards and getting Dawn.
Yeah.
That seems like the greatest purple thing to ever purple. And of course, the treasure rare Rocinante, because this card's name is also Trafalgar Law.
Yeah.
We can use that to search it. So definitely great to see the treasure rare coming with a new card that it can search. This seems great. You can of course use it in that Law and Rocinante deck, but even Doflamingo, you can put in that.
Yeah,
it has Doflamingo,
exactly.
so Definitely seems like a versatile card that I think will be used for sure.
And I have the actual cost here. The Rosinante and Raw.
The art is just beautiful on this.
Yeah.
I mean,
That is
like,
just hot
bring a
fixing.
man to tears.
Yeah.
You're gonna be playing the One Piece card game, your opponent's gonna play this, and you're like, sorry, I guess I have to forfeit because there's something in my eye. Like, it's beautiful art. It's right before he's sending him off. It's just, and of course that's why he is blocker, because he's gonna be protecting Law. It's just such a great little moment from the manga itself. Absolutely fantastic card.
This is S-Ops. And here we have the SP cards from EVO4, Zoro, Weevil, and Kid.
I love the SPs from the EVO4. Like, the art is insane.
Yeah.
I like all of them. The Zoro art looks absolutely incredible. I love Sanji chasing him in the background. The Weevil does not deserve to have that much aura. He looks so insane.
He looks so insane. And all over the cards has gold foil on the cards.
Now I want to see it.
Yeah, look at the actual cards.
We brought him in person? Well, let's take a look. Okay, yeah, no, I mean, like, Kid, great character, right?
Yeah.
He deserves aura. Zoro, beautiful card. Definitely want 4 of those. Weevil, he looks so dang cool.
So cool.
Yeah, he looks amazing.
You see the gold and gold.
I've never thought to myself until now, I want to collect Edward Weevil cards.
Yeah. And we have the Dawn cards from EVO4. And of course, we also have the golden version of the Dawns.
You know, I am a huge fan of Egghead. I am a certified card-carrying Vegapunk enjoyer.
Oh, yeah.
So I will definitely have to get my hands on 10 of these. They look absolutely amazing. So that does it for our wrap-up of the new cards coming out in OP14 EVO4. And of course, OP14 EVO4 is going to be pre-released on January 9th, 2026, and released on January 16th, 2026.
And in addition to these new cards, we also have new dash pack for OP14. For every box you purchases of OP14, you will also receive one of these dash packs.
I mean, you gotta love these full arts. I know personally, I'm definitely going to be wanting some of those Miss Valentine Makitas for sure. Love that with Miss All Sunday, and you know, just getting that over and over and over again with Crocodile Effect. Definitely a very strong card that I can't wait to have a playset of.
For everyone watching, we hope have wonderful time, and for our players still battling it out, good luck in the finals. And we can't wait to see you at the Worlds.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Now, I don't know about you, but that Foxy card looked kind of clean. Now, we're all just learning about this live at the same time as you, but I tell you what, there were a bunch of cards I can't wait to get my hands on. OP14 is looking crazy. And the fact that we're getting EVO4 first in the West and Europe, 2026 is going to be an incredible year. So make sure you get your hands on as many cards as you can, because I know I'm going to be. So we're finally at that time. There's been people battling out all day, working hard to get to where they're at. And we're coming up to the finals. And I just want to say, from me, Xiaodo, we're here at the Bandai Card Games Fest in Düsseldorf. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you for making it special. This is my second time hosting here, and it's just wonderful to be part of such an incredible community. The energy in the room, as well as online, has been electric. So give yourselves a round of applause. Now it's time to throw over to Ben and Ross for the One Piece card game European Championship Finals! Let's go.
He's not lying. It is the One Piece card game finals. It's Ross, it's Ben, and we are here with Ace and Ace. And we're going to be deciding which Ace is going to be the winner of Bandai Card Fest, the One Piece finals here in Düsseldorf. We know it's going to be Ace. We know both our players are already at the World Championships, or they will be in March. Now it's time to decide who is going to be the winner. Ben, what's your hype level at right now?
It's pretty high after watching that special panel there with Shun and with Gavin as well. Some of these new cards that are coming out from OP14 and EBO4 look absolutely absolutely insane. Mark my words, in 2026, Don Quixote Rosanante, purple yellow leader, will be making a top cut finish, but it's all about red blue ace right now, and this mirror match, as have mirror matches been in this OP13 format, are going to be really big skill expression opportunities here. It's going to be about cards like Jozu, it's going to be about cards like Gum Red Rock, and when the right time to use those cards are to bottom deck away those 10 cost blocker beards, and maybe if there's any kind of tech tools that either of these players are using. Are either of these players sticking with a couple of copies of the aforementioned, the aptly named Tax Spear to try and help apt up the mirror match and the Emu matchup? Are some of them still playing cards like Radical Beam to add that extra layer of defense? It's going to be a real battle of 1%ers here, but I can't wait to see who's going to end up on top.
I cannot believe you shouted out Rocinante and did not give me a chance to talk about my beloved Carrot Ben. Little bit rude, but we are getting into the final, so I'm going to forgive you for now. I'm just saying I've got my own predictions to make, but we are off. We are rolling. We've got David on the right. We've got Eduardo on the left. We've got ace against ace. Looks like David is going first with one dot out already. There's a handshake, and the One Piece card game finals is off and rocking.
And immediately we've got that search to kick things off. The Ezo search, which is going to go and look at the top 5 cards of the deck, grab a Whitebeard Pirates type card and take it into its hand. That is the general theme here of this deck. It does have a very strong Whitebeard Pirates contingency engine, and this is one of the strongest ones that we've taken. Marco, the super rare from PRBO2, a 4-cost 6k blocker that on KO draws you 2 cards.
Yeah, and that's one of the best cards we've got in this deck. It's nice and early. You got your 4 cost, you got your blocker. Right now, we see an Uta hitting the board. Ben, I have casted a lot of... Okay, no, it's just been searched out. I was going to say, I've not seen Uta hit the board at all so far. That is the first Uta, but I'm like, it's too early. How's it? Okay, searched out with a gut, and we carry on.
Yeah, that Uta, a really, really nice card as well from starter deck 23. The Shank starter deck has its cost reduced as long as you have a character with 10,000 power or more on the board. Could be a really nice equalizer in those late game stages. But we see just an 8k swing going in here, life being taken, which will activate the ace leader ability, drawing a card into hand, and now Otama to filter.
And Atama's very nice. You get it down there. You get that draw power coming out nice and early. That wonderful 1 cost. If you got 3 or less, you draw 2, trash 1 from your hand. You get towards those cards. In a lot of matchups, you really want that Iron Whitebeard into the big Whitebeard nice and quickly. Not so much in this matchup where really it's going to be a lot of what I like to call ping pong Jozu, but right now we are starting off with an Izzo, and that's going to search for a Whitebeard card.
Yeah, this certainly isn't completely unnatural for ace decks, doing a lot of early searching, a lot of early filtration. Generally, when you're on the odd-on curve, you like to sort of go with your Ezo, as we've done here, that tentative swing, and then expect something like a blocker Marco with the Don attached underneath to have that leader ability readied. And with Eduardo here, fetching a Marco of his own is going to set up for that in these later turns.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be looking for now. We do have a rather close, we got a mirror match here. Both players playing an Izzo and one other 1-cost support card. And since we had an 8k swing from David, why not have an 8k swing from Eduardo as well?
Looks like this is going to be a 9k swing as well, actually, with the 3rd Don attached underneath. One of the biggest powers of Portgas D Ace, and one of the biggest reasons why this leader has been such a meta staple is that 6,000 power base that is on the leader as printed. So you have to put a lot of work in to be able to either counter out of these swings or just allow the damage to go through in these early stages.
Absolutely. One of the key points about this ace leader is that 6,000 power. It throws the matchups off from like every other leader. You build your deck because the vast, like 99% of One Piece leaders or more have 5,000 power. So then you got this 6,000 power on the ace, and now all of a sudden every other deck is just like, oh, seriously.
But what are we oohing, Ben? What are we oohing?
We've got an early Charlotte pudding coming down here from David, disrupting some of the close hand sculpting that Eduardo was utilizing here with those EZOs and with that gap. And this is something that you will tend to see quite a lot as well in the mirror matches in particular. A lot of early Charlotte pudding plays to disrupt some of those early filters and those early searches that I was talking about that we like to generally see before we start getting into those mid to late game stages where you say with the Josus going back and forth and then the Iron Whitebeard into Edward Newgate.
But I do like the pudding combined with Josu, because when we get into ping pong Josu, you've always got a Josu in your hand ready to Josu your opponent's Josu. So playing a Josu to Josu your opponent's Josu, but then using a pudding to shuffle it into their deck so can hopefully stop a response. So yeah, we're going to see a lot of Charlotte pudding in this matchup as we go through this final. A reminder, it is a best of 3. It is untimed. We will be here until we're done. And I hope you'll be with us.
And David is wanting to try and escalate that a little bit. We saw the 7K swing go forwards, but that procced the activation of the second ace leader ability. Another one of the biggest reasons why this leader has been sticking around so long in the OP13 meta, because it has an opportunity to discard any card out of hand and essentially turn it into a 2K counter. So a lot of these top-end, high-cost cards like Edward Newgate, like Marco's that are counterless, turn into 2K counters all of a sudden.
They do indeed, and it looks like, yeah, we are getting our first Josu of the day. Bounce one of your characters back to bounce one of your opponent's characters. Now, you can't bounce anything with a Josu. That's quite important. There is a limit there, but we are going to see it happening again and again and again. 6 cost or less. Great for bouncing opposing Josu. Marco blocker. Charlotte put in sometimes if it's the best thing there. Absolutely crucial. We see a 6K swing, and it's not countered, but we see an example of that leader skill, using it to get rid of an I am Newgate for a 2K counter. And oh, look, there's a Josu to Josu my opponent's Josu. Who could possibly have seen that coming?
Yeah, and so the war of attrition has gone. We know how much of an important player that Port Gasteiz was in Marineford in the Great War, but now in his own war with himself and searching a new Josu out as well with this EZO to just show the threat to Eduardo here. Look, you can play the same one that you've just been bounced back as well, but it will go back straight away.
And that's the thing. When you're using Josu against each other like this, you guarantee that your opponent always has a Josu. When you get to Tendon, you can combine it with a pudding to try and make sure that your opponent doesn't have the Josu. But you can kind of end up in a little bit of a stalemate in the mirror here, where you don't want to let your opponent keep their Josu, and they don't want to let you keep yours. So it kind of goes back and forth until somebody blinks and does something slightly different, like eschewing it entirely for the Newgate, or, you know, combining it with a pudding. Right now, we've got a Monkey to Garp coming down, and that is going to search out any card with a cost of 3 or more.
Yeah, this Monkey D Garp has been such a great tool for OP13. Not just for ace decks, of course, can also help out Sabo and Luffy, 2 of the other leaders that were brought into the game with OP13. But it has been Ace of the 3 brothers that has seen the most success. That's not to say that you shouldn't be scared of a Sabo or a Luffy player on occasion. I remember I played in the Edinburgh Regional Championships last month, and I played off against a Sabo deck in that run from OP13, and it came down to the wire, you know. 2 Sabo blockers do get scary.
Sabo is a legit card right now. Well, we just saw a Josu coming down here, and we also saw a Marco blocker searched off of the Monkey to Garp. So we're Josuing around for a little bit. Don't sleep on Sabo. Sabo's a legit deck right now.
Yeah.
We've seen it on stream this weekend. They love that Monkey to Garp as well.
And it looks like we love Monkey D Garp so much that we're actually bouncing the Garp back into our own hand, and we've just immediately replayed it now down as well from the Josu effect. It's going to be Yamato that we're going to draw out from this Garp search, which is such a great card to be able to help add to that consistency by drawing some cards, and it attaches a Rested Don to your leader as well. So immediately activates that ace leader effect of being able to draw 1 card as long as you take damage, or if a character with a base 6,000 power or more is removed.
Absolutely. Right now, both players have taken 1 damage. You've got 2 life remaining for each of the players. And it looks like The decent hand size here, as Ace tends to do. Ace does tend to draw a lot of cards. Part of the mirror match is going to be trying to whittle down your opponent's hand, get some cheeky swings, force some responses from them, try and get rid of that hand, or even combine that with, say, a Charlotte Pudding, so that you can start your opponent on a lower hand size and then start whittling down. For the moment, looks like an 8K swing with David and that Ace leader.
Yeah, and you've got to go with this 8K swing here to get those potential of 2 cards out of hand here. Also, just to try and draw out the leader effect of Ace. We talk about magic numbers quite a lot in the One Piece card game for those that may be a little newer to the competitive scene of it. Generally, if your leader is at a 5,000 power base, which 99% of leaders are in the game, Ace being one of the few exceptions, you tend to try and swing at 7,000 power or more to have that increment of 2,000 power to get 2 cards out of hand. The same goes here when it comes for 8,000 power into 6.
Well, if you've seen Jozu once, you've seen Jozu a million times, you've just seen it again, and allowing that payment or a payment of 1 for the Izzo, which is going to go and search a Whitebeard Pirate, which is going to be a Thatch here, which I'm not going to tell you what it does. It's a 2K counter. No one ever plays this card. It's just like Uta. It's in your hand as a 2K counter. That's what it does.
Yeah, the Uta does see a little bit of play sometimes in the late game stages because it has that blocker keyword. If Ace wants to go, for example, just sort of 3 wide with blockers to really make sure that they are safe on a turn, or if they've got 1 life remaining, they're safe to take that final life. They've got blockers for the rest of the attacks, and then they have access to the Gold D. Roger secret rare from OP09, which says, hey, you know how I've got no life and you've just tried to put blockers of your own down? Yeah, if you use one of them, you lose the game.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons why we see it less in a matchup like this, because Roger's not nice to blockers. Well, we've just seen a Jozu. We're going to see a lot of Jozu this game, Ben. Jozu's going to keep coming.
Yeah, these Jozus continuously just putting in a lot of effort. We are seeing a Marco come down, though, however, but we're pretty sure that David has access to at least 1 more copy of Jozu, so we will be able to bounce away the Izzo, bounce the Marco back into Eduardo's hand, which won't activate the on-KO ability to draw 2 cards more for Eduardo. So potential for a little bit of a win there, but like you said, Ross, this Jozu train is not showing many signs of stopping Atmos, though.
Well, this is very similar. Atmos is kind of like budget Jozu. It's a little bit cheaper, and it's not as good. It can only bounce a 4 cost or less, but it's plenty good enough to bounce a Marco. You do need to reveal 2 Whitebeard Pirates from your hand, although we did. Also, you know what goes well with budget Jozu?
Actual Jozu.
Big Jozu.
And we revealed, I think, 2 copies of them as well to pay for the on-play effect. You do have to reveal 2 cards with a type including Whitebeard Pirates from your hand in order to activate that 4 cost or less bounce effect. But just showcasing again to Eduardo, if you weren't familiar, I've got multiple copies of Jozu in my hand. If we really want to continue to do this dance, I can keep going for as long as you need me to.
Yeah, we do all have homes to get to and dinner to get to, but the Jozu train stops for no man. So we are going to see a few of them as we get through the rest of this game. Worth noting, David he's got the Atmos and he's got the Jozu, and there's a pudding down there as well. David is going to be in a position to start making some cheeky swings, some speculative swings, start kind of forcing some cards out of Eduardo's hand here. Right now, they're playing a Garp as a little bit of a searcher. This is a point of the game where you've got all 10 of your Don out. It would be lovely if you could start pulling off some of these big combos rather than having to rely on something like Garp to then just be searching a little bit more. But right now, there's clearly something he's missing.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's just a copy of the 10-cost Edward Newgate, maybe even the 9-cost Edward Newgate. That's what we're going for. Charlotte Pudding to say, those 2 Jozus that you showed me to pay for the Atmos ability, that is going to be a really, really nice way to counter them and potentially stop them from being in your hand as well. We're just going to snap play it here. Makes a lot of sense. Let's get those Jozus shuffled away, and let's see how lucky David is to potentially redraw them.
Now, the good thing is you're getting rid of the cards in the hand. That's wonderful, right? The bad news is David's still got a Jozu and an Atmos on board. And if you bounce them, well, then David can replay them and reuse the bounce. So this is a play where you know, don't get me wrong, you're hurting your opponent, but when there aren't Jozu on the board, if you can do this after the bounce, that is when you get a little bit more value here to stop your opponent. If I'm David and I'm going to sit there just swinging for 7 with Jozu for a while, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, best case scenario there would have been probably to say, like, Jozu, bounce your own card, bounce a Jozu back, and then go with the pudding, but that takes all 10 of your Don. We saw that the pudding got searched out from the Monkey D gap, so it wasn't there originally to be able to go ahead and utilize, so I've had to go around it a little bit differently.
Wow, we've got a 7k swing here. That is got rid of with the leader ability. I Am Whitebeard does not have a counter, but with the ace leader, it becomes a counter plus 2k, gets rid of that 7k swing from the leader.
Just trying to decipher what exactly David has drawn into as that post-pudding hand. It does look like I saw a 10-cost Roger. We do have a gap, which is pretty decent. It's going to get us a look at 4 further cards into the deck. Try and draw into that Jozu once again. Oh, ask and you shall receive, Ross.
Yeah, Eduardo's looking at that going, dude, I just got rid of your Jozu. Well, unfortunately, there are more Jozu, and obviously getting rid of that Marco blocker is something you generally want to do. It is obviously the Marco blocker we go for here. You bounce your Monkey to go up to hand. That could either be a 1k counter later on, or you could replay it for more search. Right now, we're going to see 1 dot on the Atmos and a 6k swing at life here. Doesn't need much, but it will force a response from Eduardo, and that's what a lot of it is before you get to the end game. Force a response, make your opponent lose some resources.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing, is trying to whittle down this really, really well-sculpted and well-fulfilled hand that Port Gasti Ace players are able to create. It's why so many Emu players nowadays have gone into cards like Shirahoshi, the 2k counter, that's able to just trash a card out of the hand and get a little bit more work into that hand that Ace can perfectly create and sculpt. So with this 6k swing here, just asking a little bit of a question, just saying, okay, do you have a spare 1k counter that you're happy to trash away? Are you going to activate the leader ability? If you are, then it's telling, and let me dial up the pressure a little bit more, as we're seeing here with a successful 8k swing.
Yeah, that's what I said about having that Jozu on the board that can keep swinging. 8k swing goes through, and it's that magic number like you say. In One Piece, when you attack, the tie goes to the attacker. So when you're swinging 8k, if your opponent counters with a 2k, they still need something else to get rid of it. Now we see a Garp coming down. What are we going to get for the Garp, Ben?
Something that's 3 cost or more. I think I see that there might be a Roger in that search. Looks like either Marco or Edward Newgate, as well as the card closest to David's hand. Just going to have a little bit of a check of exactly what is in there. And it is going to be the Uta 2k or blocker that we are going to go ahead and grab from it. So a little bit more of a defensive mindset here from David. Importantly as well, we still haven't seen that 8-cost I Am Whitebeard into 9 or 10 drop Edward Newgate in this game.
Yeah, if my board looks like David's board, I am fine going a little bit defensive. I've got 2 Jozu, I've got an Atmos, I've got a Puddin. I have got 4 viable attackers in addition to my leader, and my opponent's got a Puddin. That's it. I'm not counting Garp. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it, Ben. Not until we get to the late game and you can put like 6 Don on there. So right now, if you're David, you're looking at that going, I'm cool. Yeah. I'm down with this. I'm going to sit here and keep swinging, and I am not going to go any more aggressive than this unless you make me.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Eduardo here splitting what looks like 7 Don across here from his initial mindset. You'll see a lot of players sort of map out their Don visually here with what they want to either contribute to a new character or an event card or something, what's going to start getting attached to a character itself to go ahead and attack. We're now seeing 8 Don. Is it finally time? It is.
I Am Whitebeard.
And it's the 10 drop that's going to make its way down onto the board here. We're going to activate the 10 drops effect, drawing 2 cards and trashing 1 from hand, and then we're going to get 2 of our rested Don attached onto the leader and onto one of our characters. And you were mentioning about that Charlotte pudding. Eduardo's got a pudding himself as well, and with this 2 rested Don that's going to be attached, that will be a 6k poke that Eduardo will be able to make.
It will. Chose not to take the life and get the extra 2k from that I Am Whitebeard event. Not that surprising when you've only got 1 life left, and, you know, especially with things like Roger potentially coming down. If you're going to play a big blocker, maybe don't put yourself down to 0 life and open yourself up to a Roger play. But we do see Atmos hitting the discard here. He gone.
And now we're seeing the next swing go into the Jozu here as well. So Eduardo just trying to play a little bit of keep away from the life that David currently is holding on to with 2. And this makes a lot of sense, considering that a couple of turns ago, we used the Charlotte Pudding to whittle down and control the hand size of David. The last thing that we want to do is give 2 cards, potentially, with the card from life and then the draw from the effect away, when we could still just potentially be getting 1. Instead, David's actually going to counter and protect this Jozu and keep it around for that just 1 Don 8k attacker that we can use for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where we're going here. So, looking at this, we've got 1 life left from Eduardo. We got 2 life left for David. A bit of a better position for David in terms of life, in terms of characters on the board. But that new gate on Eduardo's side of the board is starting to look a little bit threatening. So it takes a lot to get over that. What would be great is like a red rock.
Yeah.
Get rid of it. That'd be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I think so many of both of these players have been a little bit tentative about when these 10-cost new gates have started to come down, because you have to play around that Gum Red Rock to not immediately just go ahead and be punished. We're seeing the red Ezo getting played down here. This isn't a card that we get to see a ton of. It is just another Whitebeard Pirate Searcher, but definitely an interesting point for consistency here for David to just get some more of those Whitebeard Searchers going on, but has drawn out the 10-cost Edward Newgate. So if Iron Whitebeard is in hand, we can mimic Eduardo's last turn, and with 2 life remaining as opposed to the 1, we might have a little bit more freedom to take that damage and give us the extra 2,000 power on our leader from Iron Whitebeard.
Well, right now we got Pudding on Pudding Crime, Charlotte Pudding Attack, Charlotte Pudding sends Pudding to the trash, which is something I'm not fond of. I don't like putting Pudding in the trash, Ben.
No, certainly not. I've got a real bad sweet tooth sometimes, and if we have to send Pudding to the trash, it's a big waste of it. But unfortunately for Eduardo, we don't want to contribute the ace leader effect or a bunch of cards out of hand to be able to protect this Charlotte Pudding.
There's a big swing coming here, Ben. 10k swing on the Jozu. It's not enough to go over the Newgate blocker, so Newgate will be able to block this if they want to, and it will survive the block as well. So David really seems to be trying to bait out the blocker with this play.
Yeah, just trying to count out the remaining Don as well that will be left. 6. So we could go, if there is a block here declared onto the Edward Newgate, it would be, if we load all the Don onto the other Jozu, 13k into 12k, which isn't the ideal numbers. Really, we want 1 more of those Don to be able to go 14 into 12, and then again, you're hitting those magic numbers of the 2,000 differential, forcing 2 cards out of hand. There is the block.
And I'm thinking here we might just be going for life. We might just be going, you know what, I don't really care. Like, I'm just going to swing for life here, because I think now your leader's gone. If I do a 10k swing, you are not able to go out for this. And if once I put my opponent down to 0 life, I can potentially go for like a big Roger play, who does have rush and can't be, well, you can be blocked, but I would not recommend it. You instantly lose the game. So I don't know if there is a rush Roger, but certainly this could be a play where David's just going, I'm getting you down to 0 life, and I'm going to win the game next turn.
Well, I think I did see that there was 1 drawn into hand off of the Charlotte Pudding that we last saw from Eduardo. So if this is the idea here, it could be a very close setup. But of course, it doesn't just mean about your opponent having 0 life. You can have 0 life yourself for Goldie Roger to work. Eduardo, though, isn't going to run that risk. He's going to counter out of that big swing.
And that's the thing. Even though that didn't work, oh, an Uta blocker comes down. Oh, I kind of love this. You're like, oh, you're not going down to 0 life? Then I can play my Uta blocker, and obviously Uta gets a massively reduced cost. It's a -4 cost if your opponent has a 10k character. That Newgate is turning that Uta into a 2-cost blocker rather than the normal 6. So even though that play didn't work, you didn't get over, you didn't get to the life, it still did work, because look at what Eduardo had to give up to get rid of that attack.
Yeah, really, really nicely sequenced there from David. And now with this Uta blocker on the board, it is a 6 cost as represented on the board. So it is still bounceable by something like a Jozu, but we've seen so many of them in the early stages, in the early exchanges of this game, that they're now starting to run out of steam a little bit with it. And the last thing you're likely going to want to do is utilize something like Gundam Red Rock to go ahead and bottom deck something like an Uta when we still know that there are 10 cost Whitebeards that are unaccounted for.
Well, right now we have is that a 10k swing? It's
Yes.
a 10k swing with the leader, and now the players are starting to push a little bit. They're going for bigger swings and really trying to get rid of resources in opponent's hand. We did see the block there from the Uta. Now we see Newgate going into that Jozu. It's 5k bigger. I don't think you can justify spending resources to save it. Now a Marco blocker and an Uta blocker hits the board. You don't get the cost reduction there because there is no giant character on your opponent's side of the board. But oh, sorry, you get the reduction from your own Newgate. Silly me, silly me. Regardless, you've now got 3 blockers established, one of which is gigantic, and Eduardo has gone full defense.
Yeah, but look at the amount of cards that Eduardo has in hand. There's only 2. And yes, while there are 2 blockers on the board right now, there is the opportunity, if Eduardo doesn't block correctly here, that there could be that 10 cost Roger coming down and making that Marco and Uta completely obsolete. So not quite completely wrapped up here from David's perspective or from Eduardo's by any stretch of the imagination. I feel like this is going to be an important turn here for Eduardo to navigate defensively.
The good news is you swing with someone like a Jozu, 7k, your opponent is going to have to counter as well as block or give the blocker up. Now, we do see the 6k leader swing, and as suggested, you give up Marco, but that is a draw 2, and that's not great for David here.
It's actually a draw 3 when you include the leader ability into it as well, because of the 6,000 power or more that's been KO'd in that exchange. So Marco really, really nice to have there just block with. There's the 7k swing attempted with a natural 2k counter. There is the first copy of 10 drop Edward Newgate coming down for David. Having to pay all 10 for it can feel a little bit awkward sometimes, but at least you're getting the rested Don attached onto the pudding and the ace more than likely in this situation. Your own ace leader ability is going to be online, so it doesn't feel like the Don is completely wasted.
No, there's no I am Whitebeard coming in here, so you know what? You have to just pay the 10, get it down. Is it ideal? No! Obviously it's not ideal, but we do what we can with what we have. So in comes the in comes the Edward Newgate, regardless of the I am Whitebeard, and we roll from there.
And we see the Don attachment. It is just going to be onto the pudding and onto the Port Gasti ace, which makes the most sense. Although the swing with the Charlotte pudding could be a little bit scary because of that 1 life. We are going to just go ahead and do it here. Eduardo will counter normally with the Atmos, so no threat of a Roger of Eduardo's own, and David will pass the turn on over. Real back and forth affair at the moment in Game 1 of this One Piece card game Season 2 European Championship Final. Both these players going to the World Championships in March 2026 in Japan, but only one of them can be going into that event as a championship finals winner.
Yeah, they're both going to be there. Who's going to go there as the European champion? That gives bragging rights, Ben. You turn up and you're like, oh, no big deal, European champion. Just kind of here to play some One Piece. Don't mind me, European champion coming through. European champion sitting down. European champion getting ready for round 1. I'd be saying it every 5 minutes. Now, Yamato gets to come down here, and that's going to give another 6k body, and it's also going to allow you to draw 2 and give a rested Don to your leader.
Yeah, this card is just a real powerhouse, especially in the mid-game stages for Port Gasti Ace. Getting that draw 2, which is just an unrestricted draw 2 in Ace, because you do have to have 3 or less life in it, but you start with 3 life
You're
as,
good.
as you trade off for being a 6k leader, so you're immediately good there. And then the one rested Don, as I said earlier on, just immediately activates the leader ability for you defensively on the next turn. And like you said, Ross, being a 6k body naturally, so is able to just poke at the ace leader life with just no Don restriction, but against everybody else, 1 Don attached, and that's 7k, asking for 2 cards.
Absolutely. I've been launching this ace matchup a lot this weekend, shockingly. And having 6k bodies is absolutely crucial. Having things that you can use to swing into leader without having to commit Don is big. Now, speaking of committing Don, we committed 2 Don to ace. We got an 8k swing. Looked like that was going into the Jozu here. So we're 1k over. We're going to need a 2k counter to save it.
Yeah, intriguing that we're going into the Jozu here. Might just be deliberate because we've got the 4 Don open right now. I'm not sure how many Marcos that we've seen from Eduardo through the stage of this game, but that's at least what it's kind of trying to telegraph to me at this point. Just having another blocker on the board that's going to draw you 3 cards if we block with it first with the on-KO effect and the ace. Speaking of Marco, for David, he's just going to be ace leader ability fodder.
Yeah, unfortunately so, but this is one of the cool things about Ace. Marco is a great blocker, but it doesn't have any counter because it's too good of a card. Ace turns it into a 2k counter. This Ace leader really is one of the best in the game right now. 2 Don on to Newgate, a 14k swing into Jozu, and surely at this point, David's got to be like, yeah, that's too rich for my blood, buddy. There's no way you can counter 8k to save a Jozu.
You can block, though, with the Edward Newgate, use the abilities to counter, but instead, no, we are just going to let it go. We don't want to run that risk of anything happening to the 10-cost Edward Newgate.
No.
We do draw a card off of the ace leader ability. A second Uta comes down there from Eduardo, and it is plenty of blockers, plenty of mid-range threats as well with that Yamato that are on the board as Eduardo does a little bit of scouting, sees that David, okay, how many cards have you used already in this game? What kind of numbers of 2Ks are you working with now?
And we see the way Eduardo's playing here. Lots of blockers protecting that last life, saying, I am not going to let you Roger because I've got 0 life. Now, you can get out 0 life, that's a whole different question. But I'm going to put these blockers down. I'm going to protect that last life. And David, there you saw there was no countering to block with a Newgate and save it or any of that. Protecting the Newgate, letting the Jozu go down. But right now, it does feel a bit like, despite being slightly behind on life, Eduardo looks like they're in a very good position here with all of those blockers on the board, making David really work for this. But right now, the Newgate is not an active blocker, so it's only the Uta that can block.
Yeah, 2 Utas that are blockable here, so might just see another sort of setup turn here from David. Try and go with a 12k into maybe 12k of the rested Edward Newgate that Eduardo has on his side of the board. Wherever it's going, Uta's going to jump in the way, and I think I do see there's another 10 drop in hand for David. There it is, getting played down. Draw 2, trash 1, spread about some rested Don, and hey, maybe that Charlotte Pudding can try and go in for some chip damage as well.
Pudding is often the target here for this Edward Newgate Don, and it's a very good reason. It goes from a 4 to a 6, 6 being the magic number in this particular matchup, and it's often just sitting there on the board, so yeah, like most of the time it goes on to Pudding and it works, and your opponent isn't going out of their way to really remove the Pudding. It's not that much of a threat once it's down.
Yeah, but we do see the counter out there with a 2k, and again, Eduardo still working with a very, very limited hand at this point, and normally this is the sort of position where a lot of Portgasti ace players will start to panic. That big, careful hand size that we've sculpted through Ezo searches, Garp searches, Marco blocker KO abilities, and the life draw from the card effects, and it's so much that's going to be able to be drawn in, but this is where you start to think, going up against ace, okay, I've got a little bit of a chance here. Eduardo, though, has been able to leverage that lack and that disadvantage in hand size with the advantage of the amount of blockers and defensive pressure that he actively has on the board right now.
Well, right now he actively has another Yamato coming down, and of course, we've seen this before. We just saw it from his opponent like a couple of turns ago. You get to draw, couple of cards, give a rested Don to your leader. Eduardo's played a bunch of those. We've got another one coming down here.
So I think this is the same one here. We're just debating
on... Oh, it's the same one?
Yeah, we were just debating...
he picked it up and put it... Okay.
Because he's attacked with it. That was sort of the debating about whether he wants to sequence with the Yamato first, or whether there's something in hand that he wants to do first before going in with the Yamato. But
either way, it's countered by the Atmos. We good, Ben. We good.
Yeah, there it is. And then Eduardo now trying to figure out the remainder of this turn. It is just going to be another 6k swing here. So maybe one of those 2 or 3 cards in hand is another 10-cost Edward Newgate. Maybe it's something like the 9-cost Edward Newgate as well, that we've seen become popularized in these later stages of the OP13 meta, a super rare all the way back from OP02 that says on play, boost our leader by 2,000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn, and then you cannot add life for that turn as well. So it turns Ace from a 6k leader up into an 8k leader before any Don gets committed.
And if you're willing to play it with Iron Whitebeard and take a life, it can turn Ace into a 10k leader, which, I mean, so many decks just basically take a turn off at that point. They're like, yeah, we're good. We'll wait a turn. Now, we did see the Newgate blocking, and then a second 10-cost Newgate coming out from Eduardo. He now has 2 of the strongest man in One Piece sitting there on the board. Don't think about the logistics. It's fine. What it means is 2 12k blockers for David to try and get through on this next turn. The Uta, they didn't last, well, one of them didn't last long. One of them's still there. And now they're being joined by 2 of those Whitebeard. Eduardo is going block heavy this game.
Yeah, well, it's interesting we had this discussion as well about the Edward Newgate and which one might be favored. Pay attention to the card that was trashed from this Edward Newgate ability. It was the 9-drop, so was either an option in hand or we did draw into it. And Eduardo here just figuring out, you know what, we don't need to worry about being an 8k leader right now. Probably helped by the fact that there are 2 10-cost Edward Newgates of David's own on his side of the board. So thinking, you know what, an 8k leader isn't really going to help me here if David wants to get really aggressive with them. Eduardo's getting aggressive with his Edward Newgate now, attempting to swing 14k into 12 of one of the rested Newgates.
Yeah, trying to take out one of those, but it is countered with an Uta and a 1k counter, so that is going to be saved for the time being. It's whittled down your opponent's hand a little bit, but it hasn't taken out their blocker. One of the other things is when you swing with Newgate on your turn, it is rested on your opponent's, so that means that only one of those Newgate becomes a valid blocker on David's turn, and David does have 2 Newgate to swing with. And again, they're giving up the blocker if they do that. And all it's a very much a swings and roundabout thing, but David does potentially have 2 gigantic swings here against only 1 gigantic blocker.
Well, Eduardo's here seeing first the 6k swing from the Ace leader is going to be countered away by Uta, so that's going to drop Eduardo down to 2 cards in hand.
But that was a 2k counter when only 1 was needed. You need to track this. It means that they're out of 1k counters.
Yeah, either that or there are counterless cards in here. There's a red rock that's going to come down the first of the game, and we've been worrying about this and what the right time was going to be to start playing these Edward Newgates to try and play around this card.
But the right time was when your opponent has 1 Newgate that's rested, so Red Rock takes all the Newgate off the field, and now David's looking and going, oh, look, I've gotten rid of your big blockers. You have a very small hand size. If I can do a decent swing to take out your Uta blocker, that then sets the runway for 2 giant Newgate swings.
Yeah, we're not going into life here, though, with this attack of the Charlotte Pudding. It looks like we're going into the Yamato here. It is only 6k into 6k, so 1k's worth of counter will be enough to keep it around. But now with the only 2 cards left in hand, that small Uta blocker still around.
And we know there's no 1k counter, Ben.
Well, we're safe to assume at the very least that there is no 1k counter in this scenario. We do still have the Ace leader ability as well.
We do.
That we can activate to turn, if there are 2 counterless cards in hand for Eduardo, into a 2k.
But then we've still got, okay, we've only got 2 swings after this.
Yeah.
So essentially, this needs to take the blocker off the board. If the blocker is still remaining after this swing, I don't think David is winning the game this turn. You've got 2 big Newgate swings, that's lovely, but one of them will be eaten up by the Uta blocker, and then you can't win the game. You could, however, David clearly has been trying to get down to 0 life for a little bit. You could use this as a turn to get him to 0 life, and then next turn, boom, Roger.
Yeah, it could be very, very scary indeed, which is why it's making me think about whether attacking with these 10-cost Edward Newgates is going to be a really good idea here. You've just seen your opponent draw an extra card as well, because Yamato, being a 6,000 power-based character or more, will be able to activate the Portgasti Ace's Draw One Leader ability. We are seeing the 12k swing is going to go ahead and fire in here. So it's going to be important to find out where the direction of this attack is going. Is it going into life? If so, and if Roger is online and available for Eduardo, he might be tempted to allow this attack to go through, block the next one of the second 12k Edward Newgate if David tries to extend here, or just go ahead and block it, keep that one life online. I think that's probably the better case scenario.
If David gets him down to 0 life here, that means the Uta blocker's gone, which means there's only 2 decent swings coming out from Eduardo next turn. One from the leader, one from the Newgate, and you got 2 life left. So you're not losing next turn. If the Uta blocker goes down and takes away that potential swing, even if a Roger comes out, you just counter out the leader swing, and you're fine. So there goes the Uta. If I'm David here, I want to swing. I want to take out that last life. I don't think I need my blockers next turn. I think Eduardo, best case scenario, gets 2 swings through next turn.
It's either that or we stick these remaining 2 Don underneath the Edward Newgate and go for a 14k swing into the 12k of the Newgate. We don't decide to do that, but I wonder if there was an avenue to maybe swing the 14k into the 12,000 power rested Newgate. If we're playing on the assumption that Eduardo doesn't have any 2k counters in hand, that's going to force out the leader ability and 1 extra card to be able to protect that Newgate safe. If we didn't have that and the attack successfully goes through, that leaves Eduardo with the leader, Garp, and that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed. But right now, we've kept 1 Newgate active. We went for a little bit of a middle-of-the-road plan there for David. Didn't go super aggressive, didn't go super defensive, and leave both of those blockers up. Went for, let's get rid of the Uta. And David does seem to be in a good position here. So here, we are just blocking the initial attack.
Which I think this makes a lot of sense. Try and get Eduardo to commit a lot of Don onto the Edward Newgate blocker of his own to try and force that interaction. We've kept 1 Don open as well, so Radical Beam could potentially be live here. We are at 2 or less life, so it will be a plus 4,000 power counter event as opposed to just the 2,000 power. We are seeing, though, Izo here hit the board, grabbing ourselves a Marco, so more blockers and more protection for Eduardo going into David's turn.
Yeah, agreed. You know, getting all those counters, getting all of those searchers, it's just building up your hand, giving yourself more options, which is one thing Eduardo needs. Eduardo's been going along with an anemic-looking hand for a while now. It's not been looking very strong. So anything you can do to try and beef that up a little bit, something you have to do. And now David's having a little bit of a think. Chose not to go too aggressive last term. Now, what can they do on this following term? There's only 1 blocker, and if there is something like a Red Rock, for instance, we don't know. We don't know what's in David's hand. But if something like a Red Rock could come down next turn and take away that Newgate, oh, that changes all of my thinking, Ben.
Second Red Rock would be absolutely devastating in this scenario. Yes, we'll still have the Marco blocker more than likely coming down from Eduardo to help insulate and have at least 1 blocker that will draw a couple of cards from us, but that would be very, very scary when we'd have multiple 12k swings. Eduardo going to try and make sure that that doesn't happen. We see the swing go into the Newgate. That will be allowed through. There is that Marco blocker as we expected. Active Don is going on to the ace, swinging for 7 here, and then going ahead and passing the turn.
And that feels like a really big turn. Taking away one of your opponent's 2 Newgate while putting another blocker down on the board feels like it's now going to be... This turn feels like it's going to be hard for David to go over and start taking some of that life. It's been a long time since David took life number 2, and life number 3 still feels like it's a little bit out of reach. You've got 2 decent attackers and putting, if you put some Don on, and your opponent's got that Marco blocker. The only saving grace, once again, because the Newgate was used as an attacker, it won't be blocking this turn. And there is an opening for you to try and take it out if you wish.
Yeah, it just depends on how hard you want to go into trying committing to take that Edward Newgate out, because whatever attack is going to fire in here, there'll be a high likelihood that the Marco blocker will just go away and draw Eduardo a fresh 3 cards. We are going to start this turn off with an Ezo just to search things, get a few more opportunities here. There's a red rock, which isn't searchable with Ezo, unfortunately. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, that is going to hurt, because also it goes to the bottom of the deck, so not only do you not get to draw it, but you kind of guarantee that it's not coming back for a long time.
Yeah, potentially even for the rest of the game as well. Generally, ace lists run about in the range of 2 to 3 Gum Red Rocks. We've already seen one getting utilized already from David in this game 1, so if it is just 2 copies of it, that's the last remaining one that's going to go to the bottom of the deck. If there is a third one in the list, then happy days. We have an opportunity to potentially see an extra one again here. But David is looking down on this board state here and thinking, whatever I try and swing with here, Marco's just going to jump in front of and fill Eduardo double his hand size from 3 to 6.
Yep, that is going to be that's pretty devastating. Like, when you go to all this effort to whittle down your opponent's hand, to hurt your opponent and go, I am going to take away all your options, and then they're like, ha, you took out my blocker, I get to draw free. It's so disheartening at times, Ben.
Yeah, it really is, and that's showing on the face of David now here at this point in the game. Here, seeing just still holding with this 9 Don, not really sure what to actually go ahead and do with it. We can pump some Don onto the ace leader, make it swing 8 into 6, which looks like what we're going to try and do. We're instead going to attach this to the Edward Newgate, so this might be an attempt at 14 into 12 here. Again, try and get rid of that Edward Newgate the hard way, but we've still got Marco to just go ahead and jump in front.
Yeah, and this feels like I'm just getting rid of Marco. Like, you know the Newgate is better than the Marco, so you kind of want to survive. They make the Newgate survive. So this is just a way of saying you're not going to save your Marco, and I don't think you're going to let the Newgate go off the board, and you've got to give up one of these 2 blockers here.
Well, it is going to be the 14k swing declared into the rested Edward Newgate, and Eduardo just having a little bit of a think about whether he does just want to activate this Marco, block, draw the 3 cards from it, or whether there's something else that we haven't necessarily seen out of Eduardo's hand here to be able to utilize. Just going to have a little bit of a check of his own trash now, figure out how many resources that he has used, what's the likelihood that if he blocks with Marco, he's going to draw into more 2Ks, for example, maybe something really, really out of the box, like the Rush Yamato from EBO2 as well. Instead, it is going to be a counter in combination with the leader ability, and there goes a 10-cost Roger from the Ace effect as well.
Yeah, and that's always annoying when you have to lose that one, but as it stands at the moment, you saved them both. You lost a bunch of cards in hand, but you did save them both. Both the blockers, I mean.
So where does David go from here? Does he just put a load of Don underneath the ace leader, try and swing again? That will more than likely absolutely draw the block.
Well, Eduardo's got 1 card in hand, Ben.
Yeah.
Got literally 1 card in hand. So, yes, counted out the last one. That was lovely. You're literally like, you're 1 card left. You're almost out of cards. So I think this is David going, I'm getting your blocker.
Now just trying to do a little bit of counting here. Has 1 Don attached underneath the leader right now. So the on KO and life take ability is currently live. And now David wants a little bit of a look to see what Eduardo has already expended. We've seen a couple of Otamas in the early stage of this game. We've seen some Utas run in as blockers.
Right now, we're getting an Uta down as a blocker. I went through so many ace games today, Ben, we're not seeing a single blocker Uta hit the board. And we've seen like 57 in this one game. We're not even at the end of game 1 yet, 57 Uta blockers.
Yeah, this is the equalizer here, and this is that kind of extra element and echelon of ace players, knowing when to put these Uta blockers down onto the board with that cost reduction from the 10,000 power character. And Eduardo here actually having a count of how many cards are remaining remaining in his deck. Obviously not something that we often will talk about with cards in deck, with the amount of cards that Ace does draw. Ace isn't Nami. You don't win the game as soon as you drop to 0 cards. You lose.
It goes bad. It goes much, much worse. It's not regular Nami. It's Nami when Teach is having a good day. Not what you're looking for, Ben. So, yeah, this is, you know, this game keeps going. And Ace is refilling its hand nicely and then countering and then refilling and countering and refilling. But there is a rule in the One Piece card game. If you run out of cards, you lose. It's never come up in any game I've ever casted, other than Nami, where they're trying to mill themselves out. But it is something we need to keep an eye on here.
Yeah, and Eduardo trying to figure out exactly how much more time can I afford to take before I really need to start going into this life card range. David's still on 2 life at the moment as well, and with that blocker Uta on the board, can continue to protect these 2 life if he really, really wants to in towards these later game stages. Looks like we're grabbing 4 Don. Are you getting your wish here, Ross? Is Garp looking to eye himself up for a swing?
I mean, no, it's 4 Don onto the leader. We're getting a 10k swing. I just want to point out, David gave up 1 life, and it was like, I don't know, it feels like an hour ago. So David's done such a good job of defense this game. We're using the Izzo skill here. It's not a blocker. Just lets you draw a card and bottom deck a card. You're cycling a little bit. You're getting, hopefully, a better hand than you had before. And then you make the decision. Am I blocking? Am I countering? Or am I giving up a life? And I've got to say, David's played this game so far in a way that makes me think they do not want to give up a life. I say that. Caster Curse kicks in again. Life gets taken, and you draw a card with the Ace skill.
Yeah, interesting decision there that we've taken the life here from David, putting both players down to just 1 remaining. And this is also a thing that they're going to have to consider. With this being an untimed final, mental fortitude is going to have to really show itself here. These Ace matchups can be real mental battles between each player. So having the opportunity to maybe think, okay, do I need to just reset myself here for game 2 a little bit? Trying to take all of these decisions and make them correctly is going to be something that is going to be watched out for in this final.
Yeah, it's something you'd have to always be keeping an eye on. Players, are they still playing at 100%? It's been a long weekend. David played 9 rounds of the Last Chance qualifier on Friday. They both played 10 rounds on Saturday. They've now gone through top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4. Now they're in the final. And there's a lot of One Piece been played so far. 2 Don coming down. And Marco's bored of blocking. Marco swinging as an 8k.
Yeah, Marco going in for an attack here. So maybe setting up for a 12k swing with the Edward Newgate. If, say, David just goes ahead and elects to block here, that's going to leave 4 Don for another Marco. Or potentially 2 Utas as well, if Eduardo has enough of them. Does only have 2 cards in hand, so it'd be risky business if it is double Uta to end off the turn with 4 remaining Don. I'm favoring, or I'm hoping, that it is the Marco. It's going to be a life taken, however.
And that's interesting to me because we've now taken 2 life. Now, there is an Uta blocker. So you can't you can't just say, oh, Newgate's going to attack, win the game. No, Uta can block. But the problem is there's now no life remaining. So next turn, when there's more Don available, that's when Roger can really wreak havoc. It is just popping a Marco down for the time being. And it looks like we're going to leave that Newgate active, keep that extra blocker. You're not going to win the game. It's just going to get blocked. So leave it active. Here comes a Roger here from David. Now that 1 player is on no life remaining, if a block is declared, that means that, well, if you attack with Roger and your opponent declares a block, you will win the game.
This is just game on board.
And that is game on board. So David takes game 1 after an incredibly long period. That is why David was willing to give up the life, because he's going, I've got Roger. I'm going to let you put me down to 0 life. You've set up a board of blockers. You've been doing it for the last 20 minutes, and then my Roger is going to get me over the line.
Yeah, and being put down to a 1-card hand as well there, meaning that if you even spend the Ace ability, the 12k swing will come through. You'll draw 1 card from the remaining life, draw 1 card for the ability. Okay, cool. You've then still got 13,000 power, which with a 2-card hand, math generally isn't my strong point, but those numbers don't really add up. So playing the Roger first, super, super important to make sure that you are putting Eduardo on that watchful clock.
Yeah, and I love that. And you see the way the game was coming out. David was protecting his life for all costs. Countering, blocking, was not giving up life, was sticking at 2 life for the longest time. And Eduardo was going heavy on the blockers, far heavier than David was. We were seeing Uta, we were seeing Marco, we were seeing Newgate. Eduardo was playing in such a way as he was building up blockers. Look at the last turn of the game. What was the last thing he did?
Just play some blockers.
He played some blockers. He set up his game, and it ended up with a situation where he was having blockers, but no real countering options. David saw that coming, gave up those 2 life in the last turn, and then as soon as there was no life for him, David went, and Roger. Roger, you often think about it as when your opponent's got no life and they block, but it also works if you've got no life and they block.
Yeah, and it's become a card that so many players have had to respect in the format going forward as well. It's very, very easy for general games and generally in the format to just put your opponent down to 0 life, as Eduardo did, put another blocker down onto the board and say, okay, I've got some defense here to go for. If you want to overextend, you have to overextend. You have to win the game on this turn, or I've just got ways to defeat you on that situation. Roger, however, changes that maths in its entirety, saying, okay, I can't leave you with 0 life because I have to respect the fact that that card, with all of the searching, with all of the cycling that we have done throughout the game, we didn't mention the Ezo secondary ability throughout that matchup as well.
I mentioned it like twice.
Well, I'll mention it again, just in case.
Okay.
On the opponent's attack, you can trash this character, draw 1 card, and filter 1 away from your hand into the bottom of the deck. So get rid of some of those excess counterless cards that you've got, draw into something like that Roger, and get ready to win the game from there.
Okay, but I want it on the record that I specifically mentioned that on more than one occasion, Ben.
Yes, you did. We didn't mention it when it was happening, I think, was the situation.
I mentioned it at least once when it was happening. Ben, I'm worried you're not listening to me. Our budding friendship might already be over. What is not over, however, is this One Piece card game final. And we're up 1 game. David's got a game. Eduardo doesn't have a game, so now it comes down to it. David wins this, European champion. Game 2 is off. Izzo comes down from David, 1 Don turn, and Eduardo was a player who lost game 1, chosen to go second.
Yeah, and you see there with the Ezo search rightfully getting out the Jozu, but importantly, I think an extra 2 copies of Jozu went to the bottom of the deck in that search, which is a very, very scary place to be with how important that card was in the mid-game stages of this mirror match.
Well, we see an Atama coming down from Eduardo and just draws 2, trashes 1. But it's also just a phenomenal option to bounce back with Jozu, given that it has a 2k counter. And the bonus of going second and playing a 1 cost, you have a Don for your leader. David swings 8k into life, but because there's a Don on Eduardo's leader, lets it go through for the card advantage.
Yeah, and a very simple and sort of traditional start that you'll see with Ace. Just happy to take that first initial life. The remaining ones we're wanting to give up a little bit less, as we saw with David, and was a big key to his success in game 1. Another Ezo makes its way down to the board, grabs a Thatch 2k. These Ezo searches to kick things off haven't really been the kindest for David.
No, and certainly having a bottom deck Jozu is not ideal. The good news is you don't have to show your opponent the cards you didn't take. So that means that you can at least hide that information from your opponent. You look, you show the one you're taking, but it's only the one you're taking that has to get revealed. So at the very least, you can hide that information from your opponent. Leader skill throws away from the leader attack there. Marco hits a discard, and it doesn't go through, and we're back over to David.
Yeah, with Marco hitting the board on Eduardo's side there as well. No Don underneath the leader, however, because of being put on that even Don curve. How going on the odd curve here, though, we have the Yamato that's going to be able to come down, draws us 2 cards, puts us that rested Don that we've used to pay for Yamato underneath it, and swing for 7,000 power.
Yeah, love this. Forcing a response from your opponent. 2k counter will be needed here, or a leader skill. Either will do fine, but you need something here. I doubt it's going to go through. We saw both players be happy to give up 1 life and then protect it afterwards. And especially when you've not got a Don on your leader and you're not getting the extra card draw, you really don't want to let it go through then.
Yeah, I imagine that Eduardo just trying to figure out which one of these cards that he's most happy with throwing away to the Portgasty Ace Leader ability here. I saw a couple of Josus that were in hand there, we really want to keep a hold of as we're drawing up onto 6 Don right now. It is going to be the Yamato that is going to be sent away with the Ace ability, because that doesn't need a Don underneath it. That is just on opponent's attack. And Eduardo now drawing up to 6 Don. Would not be surprised if we see a 6K swing and our first Josu.
That is pretty standard for your 6 Don turn as an ace player. So it looks like we got the... There it is. There is the Josu. And we are bouncing back. Well, it's the Atama. Obviously, it's the Atama. You can use it for card draw, or you can use it for a 2K counter. Either works quite nicely. And now we've got that Marco blocker. We've got the Josu. We're attacking with a Marco. 6K swing into life.
Yeah, just trying to get an extra card out of hand here from David. We did elect to bounce the Yamato back into hand to David with the Josu, and that's exactly what we go ahead and use as the Ace Leader effect ourselves. So pretty mirrored generally in terms of the defensive actions that we have taken throughout this game, from Ace Leader abilities and counter steps. David does still have the life advantage again, but Eduardo is putting on a lot of early pressure, and David only has 2 Ezos in his character area to show for things at the moment.
Yeah, character-wise, we are not even right now. 2 Ezo from David, and then a Josu and a Marco for Eduardo. They are much, much stronger characters. One of them has got block as well. We do see Josu coming down from David, and Ping Pong Josu, well, I thought we were going to go for the Josu. Might be going for the Marco instead. Marco's a more attractive target when it's active.
Yeah, David just here deciding actually about what to go ahead and bounce back. It was Eduardo who just sort of immediately assumed, oh, okay, we're bouncing back the Marco to make sure that it's not going to be...
It is the Marco.
Yeah, which I think makes a lot of sense. Keeps that Josu trapped on board as well for Eduardo, so that he can't just go ahead and fresh play that same Josu to do the whole thing all over again. Bounce David's Josu back and put us back into this back and forth, back and forth. David here saying, you know what, I've still got 3 life. If you want to swing 8K with that Josu, or just 7 without any Don modifications on it, that's fine. I can take a life, draw a card. I'm still at 3. Searching out this 10-cost Whitebeard as well off of the Ezo to close out a pretty successful turn.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Getting the Josu down, getting your hand a little bit better. Those are good things. You're not really being put under much pressure right now. There's a Josu from your opponent. And that's literally all they've got right now. So you got a little bit of time, and we could be building up to a nice I Am Whitebeard turn. And I love a nice I Am Whitebeard turn.
It doesn't look like we're going to go I Am Whitebeard right now. However, Eduardo is going to go ahead and use this gap search. So maybe just missing one of the pieces for I Am Whitebeard. We have also seen that one of those event cards has been trashed away from Eduardo in these early stages of the game to the Ace Leader effect. So maybe just searching for another copy of the event, or searching for the 10 drop. Nope. It'll be Josu.
And that's a Josu in addition to the Josu that he originally Josu'd. Now he's going to Josu his opponent's Josu and get it off the board. One thing I've found from ace players this weekend, most of the time, if you trash an I Am Whitebeard with your leader skill, it means you've got another one in hand ready to go. That has been a pretty constant thing. We'll see if it remains true in this game. Right now, we've Josu'd. So as your Eduardo, not much. Well, we could swing with your existing Josu.
Yeah, we're just currently debating on the gap search right now, because we saw a similar trick from Eduardo that he did in game 1. Bounce back the Monkey D gap to his own hand and then play it back down straight again. What we call a flicker sometimes in the card games as well.
I've literally never heard that word, Ben.
You've never heard something being referred to as a flicker?
Literally, and all I do all day, every day is play and talk about card games, and I've literally never heard that term. I think you might have made it up.
Well, there you go. Some education for those.
It's a good term. I might start using it. Let's make it a thing. Right now, what is a thing is Josu swinging 7K into life from Eduardo's side of the board. And it looks like...
It was the counter away with the Thatch for 2, and then just a pass of the turn. Importantly as well, throughout the space of this game so far, we haven't seen a Charlotte Pudding in the game from either player here. So we've not seen that hand disruption that we saw very, very early on from David in game 1. So both these players very happy and very easy to just draw up their hands, sculpt their hands quite nicely, and get in towards those big hand size stages. Oh, speak it into existence again!
Yeah, it's a caster curse. Oh, I felt so bad earlier on the stream today, Ben. I said that I'd not seen a Boa Hancock miss. Boa Hancock, the red Hancock, the searcher. I said it never misses. I've not seen it miss. What happened the next time the player played a Boa Hancock?
I have a funny feeling it might have missed.
Yeah, it missed. Caster curse. Absolutely ruined it. I felt so bad. Apologies once again to that player who clearly fell to my caster curse, and I apologize. You, however, have willed this pudding into existence, and that means a new 5-card hand for Eduardo, which, as we always say, there is a chance that it does end up better than the one you shuffled away.
It very well can do. I've certainly had plenty of games myself where my opponent has Charlotte putting me out of a 7 or 8 card hand, which is okay, it's workable, but then I draw into a 5-card hand and I go, actually, this is so much better, and I just sort of snowball and win the game from there. So David will be hoping that that isn't going to be the case from Eduardo's point of view. Difficult to see at the moment. Looks like there is a super rare of some description that Eduardo has in his hand. It is just going to be a remainder of the turn from David, though, swinging big into the rest of Jozu. That will go down and then pass over to Eduardo.
Absolutely. Now we've got 10 Don to work with. We're late enough in the game. Every Don is there available. We don't... Oh, here we go. Speaking of every Don being available, let's use all of them. Let's play that 10-cost Newgate. No, I am Newgate combo, but you get to play the Newgate, and the Newgate kind of does a little bit of everything. You got a 12k body to swing with. You've got a blocker. You're drawing 2 cards and a trashing one, and you're giving your leader 2 Don and one of your characters 2 Don. There's no pudding on the board, so it's going to have to go on Jozu.
Yeah, but this is still really, really good, though, considering that you've just been puddinged out of what was either like a 9 or 10 card hand to draw into a 5-card hand and see 10-cost Newgate on your 10-Don turn. You are absolutely living as we see the 8k swing here still being debated at the moment. We are going to offer up a ace leader effect and then the counter. Then the swing in with the Jozu. That is going to draw the first life card out of the life zone for David. Does draw him an extra card, however, and then we draw for turn.
Absolutely we do.
So over to 10-Don turn now for David as well.
Does he have a big Newgate? Does he have an I am Newgate? Does he have anything he can use here?
I see the event and I see a Marco. I don't know if I see an Edward Newgate 10-drop right now. Might be in the middle of the hand there. See the I am Whitebeard is going ahead and being pulled out to the front of the hand, so it might just be there.
That's usually a sign, Ben.
Could also be a case that the 9-cost Newgate could be being eyed up here. We've seen Eduardo trashing them away throughout the course of this game, but it is going to be I am Whitebeard, and spoiler alert, the 10-drop has been pulled to the front of the hand.
There we go.
So we are just going to go ahead and mimic Eduardo with a little bit of extra Don value and Don to play with, not taking that top card of the life as well to boost us to an 8k base leader.
Hey, Ben.
Hey,
which character's a Don going on?
I have a funny feeling it's going to go on Charlotte Pudding.
It almost always goes on Charlotte Pudding. It's just getting weird at this point. But yeah, we're going to boost the Pudding up to a 6k. We're then going to have potentially a leader swing coming in here as well, which will be at least, well, that will be 8k. Now, there are a couple of Don spare, of course, because you played I am Newgate. So there is something to work with here. So we get the 2 Don. This is just resolving the skill from the 10-cost Newgate. And then immediately, no. We're swinging with something. It's the ace leader here.
Yeah, and it looks like this is just going into life as well here. I was going to say, I wonder if there'll be the temptation to actually use that remaining 2 Don, attach 1 more to the Charlotte Pudding, and then swing 7 at Jozu, and then the remaining Don attach underneath the ace to then go 9 at Jozu. Try and draw out the block or the ace leader ability to then try and go and force the 9k swing as well. Instead, though, it is going to be the 8k swing that tried to go into life. 6k swing also attempted into life isn't going to be allowed through. That's why we kept the 2-Don spare. We're going to go with Uta's blocker.
Yeah, now that you've got that Newgate down, Uta becomes a 2-cost. We had that first swing that was blocked by the Newgate. Then we had an Atama countering out on the second swing. So neither got through, but resources were expended on the part of Eduardo. And David here manages to establish that Uta blocker in addition to... But now it's a Red Rock. Don't talk about Newgate anymore. He gone.
Yeah, and that's a big, big, scary moment we saw about when David got the opportunity to use a Gundam Red Rock of his own. Things started to pivot and shift into his favorability throughout the later stages of that game one. Could the same thing potentially happen for Eduardo here? And more impactfully, when comparing the two activations of Gundam Red Rock between games 1 and 2 for both those players, there was still an extra 10-cost Newgate on Eduardo's board when that first one was played from David in game 1. David's board, however, is quite noticeably absent of a second 10-cost Newgate right now.
Yeah, a couple Izzo that aren't doing very much. Charlotte Puddin, who's quite weak, and Uta, who's really there to block. It's not the most aggressive board we've ever seen. Both players tied on 2 life. We just saw a leader skill activation to trash that Marco for a 2k counter to fend off the first attack. We now see a Jozu attacking. And I did see David point to the Uta. So, yeah, we're countering away in addition to blocking with the Uta to protect our blocker, keep it on the board, I believe.
It's just a counter, I think, that's being activated here, just making sure that we've got the Uta still available for us.
He pointed to the Uta, but you're right, that makes absolutely no sense, Ben. They're both 6k.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now the only remaining swing is going to be this 12k blocker of the Edward Newgate, but Eduardo's still deciding, no, we're going to continue to be a little bit more defensive here, force David to have a really tricky choice if he has a Gundam Red Rock of his own here. Does he Red Rock the 10-drop Newgate from Eduardo's side, or does he decide to Red Rock the Marco and prevent that opportunity of a draw 3 later down the line? Not active now. No Don underneath the leader. There's the Red Rock.
It's got to be the Newgate. And I see what you're saying about the Marco. The Marco, you do not want your opponent to draw 3, but you have to get the Newgate there. It's a 12k body. It's a really annoying blocker to get over. It is an absolute beat stick for your opponent to bring out and use against you. So, yes, you want to get rid of the Marco, but it had to be the Newgate you chose.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, the Newgate is now gone. Both players have expended 1 Gundam Red Rock apiece here. And now it is just going to be that 6k swing. We are going to counter away using the Ace Leader ability, trashing away that Radical Beam. So information there to David that Radical Beam is in this list for Eduardo. And then, similarly to Eduardo on his turn, play this Marco, have some extra defense. Won't draw 3 if it blocks. Will just draw the 2 with its on-KO ability. But now we're seeing 6. Is this another Red Rock? Oh, it's Jozu instead.
Yeah, now Jozu onto Marco feels a lot better than the Red Rock onto Marco. We get it down there. You bump Marco to hand. And the thing about Jozu is when Jozu sticks, it's a 7k body. It's a really, really, really good, competent attacker to have on the board. We now see a Garp coming down. It's going to go and search out 3 more cards here. Well, 1 out of 3, I should say.
And it is going to go ahead and grab the Red Rock into hand. That's just going to be the scoop from David. He's seen enough. Seeing another copy of Red Rock being drawn into hand. Looks like Eduardo is going to take game 2. And we're going to tie up this grand final and go to game 3.
Yeah, we're heading to game 3 at the One Piece card game finals here at Bandai Card Fest in Düsseldorf in Germany. And, I mean, look, both players have won a game. But here's what's crucial. David is going, well, they get a choice of whether to go first or second in game 3. Both players, when they've had the choice, have chosen to go second here. I do feel like David will be going second in this game. That's a bit of an advantage. And we now have 1 game remaining. And then we will, I promise, we will be crowning our European champion. This is the final game of One Piece that you get to watch today. And the final game of One Piece we get to cast today. Ben, I think we better start enjoying it.
Yeah, it's also even better. It's the last game of the Championship 25-26 season before we start looking ahead to 26-27 and a brand new wave of competitive events. This has been the last chance for players to get their qualification and get their invite to the World Championships. David has certainly known that the hard way, going all the way through from the last chance qualifier on Friday, getting through all the Swiss rounds on Saturday, then a long and drawn-out, excruciating top 32 in this OP13 format, where player expression and skill has been paramount to be able to succeed, and especially knowledge of mirror matches like these. David's knowledge is going to be tested here, as will his resolve, but the same can be said for Eduardo.
And we see there's some gesticulating going on. We see David clasping his hands together. He's asking for something. I wish I could have listened in to the players there to see what it is. There is a great friendly handshake, and it looks like we are going to be drawing up here before we start this game. Also, it's a bit of a trick a minute ago, Ben. We're not going to start enjoying this. I've been enjoying this for 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great weekend here at Bandai Card Games Fest Düsseldorf, and now we're going to get to see our final champion of this weekend crowned. Eduardo immediately not happy with his opening 5-card hand, so he's going to send that away for a mulligan. David is going to show off his hand to everybody and show it looked like a lot of 2K counters and a red rock. That doesn't seem too keepable, so both players are going to go one final shuffle, and this 5-card hand that both these players will have drawn, they have to keep.
Yeah, that's where the mulligan works in One Piece card game. When you start the game, you draw your opening hand. If you like it, great. If you don't like it, you shuffle it all away. You draw a new opening hand. It's not a partial mulligan, it's a full mulligan. And the deal is very simple. No matter what this second opening hand is, that is what you're playing this last game of the final with. No ifs, no buts, no maybes. Cross your fingers, it's better than the one you just mulliganed away.
Well, Eduardo has his 5-card hand drawn. David has just had his deck returned to him by one of our table judges. And David slow rolling us here with the agonizing draw. It looks serviceable at the very least at first glance. Looks like there might be a Yamato in there. David is going to set his life.
Yeah, going to set his life, and as soon as he set his life, I can tell you we are off in Game 3 of the finals of the One Piece card game here at Bandai Card Fest. They're both at Worlds. Who's going to be the European champion? David has chosen to go second here. Eduardo starts off with 1 Don and nothing else. At least it looks like. No? Maybe he is doing something with that Dom.
Yeah, might just have ourselves a searcher here. It's going to be the Otama instead, which is going to be able to draw us a couple of cards into hand. We do have to trash one of them away, unfortunately. But as we've said, we don't really mind that character being on board too much in these early game stages when we can bounce them back with Josu's.
Yeah, having a 2K counter or a potential draw engine being bounced back with Josu is absolutely huge. So it's a great character to play and a great character to then bounce back. Great turn 1 play. Here we go over to David. What has he got in terms of a turn 1 option? There is an Otama there at the front. So at the very least, he could mirror what Eduardo did and pop a Don on his leader. Or has he got a better option hidden away? Right now, it's a monkey to Garp, searching out any free cost or higher card from the limited selection you get to see, of course. And then the question is, do you Otama or do you pop a Don on your leader?
I think you probably just put a Don on your leader at that point. We do have the Otama available to us, but feels a little bit extra maybe. We do get to see the extra cards in hand, but no, it is just going to be the Don underneath, which makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
If Eduardo does just load all 3 Don onto leader on this odd curve to swing 9k, means that you can just trigger the leader ability. It's going to be 8 instead. Does give us still an opportunity to take the damage and draw 1 card into hand. That's exactly what David will do.
And I love this, because the thing is, like, Otama is draw 2, trash 1, right? Well, here, yes, you're giving up a life, but you're basically drawing 2. So you're getting a better card advantage from putting the Don on your leader and letting the life get taken than you would if you played the Otama. And as we've seen, that first life really isn't relevant. Both players essentially, you might as well start with a 6-card opening hand and 2 life.
Yeah, for sure. Now over to David here with a 4 Don turn. Could just be an opportunity to just play Marco down. 6K swing into Eduardo's life again, similar to what we've been saying with David. Eduardo more than likely will just be tempted to take it here. Any opportunity of an early pudding as well could be quite nice. We do see there is Garp in hand. That looks like there's a Makino in hand for David there as a 2K counter. That's a really interesting inclusion from David's perspective, if that is what I see.
It's not something we see very often, I'll be honest with you, in these ace decks, but could still be fun.
We've got Jozu as well at the front of the hand. That will be very helpful for next turn when we're up to that 6 Don turn. And David here just having a little look at himself and thinking, you know what, either this hand really isn't good or I just really need to try and focus up a little bit here. This has already been a lot of One Piece to be able to go through and play just in this grand final set.
Well, we got 2 Don on the leader. We're swinging for an 8K here into Eduardo, and there's no blocker down. So you're 2K over the leader. Are we going to have a 3K counter? Or is Eduardo going to do what we've seen so much in this matchup and go, you know what, I can take the first life. That is what we're seeing. First life goes to hand. And, of course, the leader skill kicks in and you get an extra card draw as well.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine from Eduardo there. Gets you the extra cards advantage. You've not seen the pudding on curve, so not having to worry about hand disruption right now. We'll have to worry in the future, though, because pudding has been drawn into hand from this Monkey D Gap search. So Eduardo is going to have to think about whether that's going to happen or not. And David will actually have a tricky choice on the 6 Don curve here. Does he Jozu on curve, or does he pudding to hand disrupt and have 2 Don left over for, say, an 8K swing?
Yeah, that is going to be the decision. And Makino actually hits the board here.
Nice.
Not a character we were necessarily expecting to see. Not one we saw in Game 1 or in Game 2. But we do actually have Makino down on the board here.
Yeah, this isn't a card that I've seen since the old school days of green-red lore. You are able to rest itself and give a 1-cost character a 3,000 power boost on activate main timing. So it turns those Monkey D Gaps into 5,000 power for the turn, which then means that only 1 Don has to be attached to think about swinging into the ace leader and threatening some damage, as opposed to what would be the 4 Don that you'd have to attach naturally.
And when you've got 2 Garp on the field and you're not playing anything bigger, that is not a bad little option at all. 6K swing coming out from Eduardo here. What is David going to do in response?
It's going to be a counter out of with the ace effect. It is a 7K swing as well, but the minus 2,000 power that the ace on your opponent's attack ability grants is enough to be able to keep it safe. And then now that Yamato making its way down again, still adding to these tricky decisions here from David on this turn. We are seeing the 6K swing here from lead, so this might just be the Jozu maybe to bounce Makino and Garp back into our own hand. We are going to bounce the Garp, and it is going to be just bounce the Yamato.
I like this, because now you've still got the Makino-Garp combo that you can use to have a more powerful Garp attacking next turn, which is lovely. But then you've also gotten rid of that Yamato, which we know can be a little bit of a pain. And that Garp can be a searcher if you need it down the line as well. So good Jozu, lot of value gained from that play.
Now over to Eduardo here on that 7 Don turn, so not going to be able to play I Am Whitebeard, one of the biggest reasons why Portgasty Ace favors that second curve, that even Don curve, as a lot of decks in the format like as well. Emu wants the second Don curve. Zoro is pretty happy with the even curve as well. A lot of the big players in the OP13 meta want to be able to go second and hit all of these big impact plays as soon as you're able to do so. For Eduardo here, we did just have that 5-cost Yamato bounced back into our own hand. Now on 7 Don as well, we do have a window for our own Jozu to be able to be played if we have it, and still have 1 Don available to attach to lead, 7K swing, and have it ready for leader ability as well. It will be Jozu.
It is always Jozu, Ben. Jozu is inevitable. It comes down, and it's obviously going to bounce to Jozu. It's not going to bounce a 1-cost. You've got to imagine The Atama, obvious choice here for Eduardo as well. Jozu, obvious choice to bounce for David. And now we are just playing that Atama right back down again. We often see Atama flickering, if you will. We often see Atama used as a 2K counter once it's hit the board once. But, you know, using it as a flicker to draw some more cards, also a very good option.
Yeah, does have to trash one of those cards away at the very least, but with no Charlotte Pudding having brought down yet from David's side of the board, Eduardo can be a little bit more liberal with what he trashes away here. It's just going to be that Yamato, so that's information away from David. It was a card that he knew was in Eduardo's hand previously because of the Jozu bounce, not anymore, so David's running a little bit more blind now.
Little bit indeed. Well, we do see the Garp coming down as a counter there to save the leader from a leader swing. And it looks like we're back over to David. Now, the Garp can be a good attacker here when combined with the Makino skill. You've got your leader, but that's it. They're the only two characters attacking right now. I believe we're on the 8-Don turn here?
Yes, we are on the 8-Don turn.
So we could get big. We could go big if we want to go big, Ben.
We could go I Am Whitebeard, but I don't know whether that's the right idea here. It is instead going to be the Jozu yet again. Intriguingly, we're bouncing the ace or the Garp here back into our hand. I can only imagine that that's going to be because we have plans to flicker it down back onto the board again. There it goes. We're going to do some more searching.
And there must be plans for the Don, because what you could potentially have done there is attach the Dom, use Makino, swing, and then play Josie to bounce it and replay it, you know, flicker it and get that Garp doing the search. So that Don must be set aside for something more important.
It's going to be Izzo.
Okay, that's fine, because then if you only had one Don on the Garp, well, that wouldn't have been any good. It'd still be a 5K. That wouldn't be enough, so would it be a 6K?
One Don attached to the Garp would make it a 6K.
It would. So you could potentially have given up the Izzo to get a swing with the Garp, but instead we do have the Izzo coming down here, searching out that Marco.
Yeah, grabbing that Marco into hand. We've seen how much of a thorn that it has been and can be in these matchups and in so many matchups as well. That on KO to draw 2 cards, PRBO2 treating so many decks to some new tools with brand new cards for the first time in a premium booster set. And really making a very strong and high bar for what those mechanically unique cards could be if there are any future premium sets in the next stage of the One Piece card game.
Yeah, they really went for it. Premium Booster 01 just had Leader Sanji, and Premium Booster 02 was like, what if we gave 3 new cards to every color? 2 rares, 1 super rare. And what if we made a bunch of these really good? And that has impacted the metagame, even despite it being a premium booster set, did have quite a nice impact on the metagame, which was fun to see.
So 9 Don turn here for Eduardo means that we are now an opportunity to have I Am Whitebeard into 10 cost Newgate live here. Leaves us 1 Don available as well for Radical Beam, Garp, Izzo, an Otama as well if we're really, really desperate. We've got a huge hand size for Eduardo here. I want to take a guess that's easily over 10 cards in hand that Eduardo has right now. David as well, as far as I'm recalling, still does have that Charlotte Pudding in his hand that he searched out from Garp a few turns ago. So David is going to be able to do something about this sizable hand from Eduardo here. David's just going to have to figure out when to time it.
Well, Eduardo here, this would traditionally be when you go for another Jozu. But if you know your opponent's got Pudding, maybe you're worried about giving them Jozu on the 10 Don turn to open up that Jozu Pudding combination of, I put Jozu back to your hand, and then I put you down to a 5-card hand knowing you don't have Jozu, and now I'm getting a 7K swing every turn. So the question is, what have we got instead?
Ooh.
It's 9 Don for the Newgate. Just played normally. No I Am Whitebeard. And that's going to give a 2K boost to Ace until the end of your opponent's next turn.
Yeah, this is really interesting here as well for Eduardo in games 1 and 2.
Ben. The Izzo skill just got used.
Very, very well spotted. Very, very well called out. We're trashing it away to draw 1 card and put 1 to the bottom of the deck. But yeah, back to my point about the 9-cost Edward Newgate here. It's very interesting that in games 1 and 2, Eduardo has been trashing these away for Otama effects, for ace abilities as well. This is the first time we've seen him play this 9-beard out onto the board, so not playing in fear of something like a red rock to see it go to the bottom of the deck, Also favoring this plus 2,000 power boost on this turn, knowing that maybe David is going into his 10 Don turn here. It's really, really intriguing.
Well, we saw the swing from the leader. There was an Atama and another card that came down, just countered it away. So the 8K leader swing did not go through in the end. I mean, when you look at the board for David, you've got Jozu at a 7, and then Garp potentially at a 4. Those are the attackers. Now, here comes Puddin to give a new hand, but I'm thinking that the reason for the, one of the reasons at least for the new gate last turn was going, look, this dude ain't got many good attackers. If I get a 2K bump on my leader, I'm getting a whole turn where they're just not putting any real pressure on. David's going, well, I'm going to be putting pressure on, but you know what? New hand of 5. And I tell you what, I know I said sometimes the Charlotte Puddin hand could be better. I'm not sure that's true when you had 17 cards in hand.
Yeah, it starts to get a little bit more awkward if you are getting such a differential between what you started with pre-pudding in terms of sheer volume and then what you are finishing off with as well. We'll have to see if we can get a little bit of a peek into what Eduardo is going to be drawing into. And David just double-checking because there is a secondary ability on that 9-cost Edward Newgate. Doesn't tend to get to come up too much because Emu, when you get to 7 cards or more in your trash, everything is protected from removal. But if there's 2 Don underneath the Edward Newgate 9-drop, when it attacks, you can KO an opponent's character with 3,000 power or less. So currently, both Garp and Makino are vulnerable to that.
And that would be some quite nice removal if you are worried about Garp as a potential threat. If it gets some Don on it, you can use Newgate to just swat it aside with Newgate's humorously large weapon.
So with 6 Don now remaining here for David as well. Plenty of cards in hand. Trying to get a little peek into what Eduardo has drawn as well post Charlotte Pudding. I think I see there's I Am Whitebeard in hand. So if there's the 10-drop to go with it, that will be really, really nice and helpful to be able to draw back into. Still got this Jozu stuck in our hand at the moment as David, and we're not really wanting to bounce anything on Eduardo's side of the board back to hand here. So unless it's Jozu bounce the Makino and Garp back into our hand, or bounce the Makino and the Pudding back into our hand as well, because you are able to bounce any card with a cost of 6 or less. It's not just limited to your opponents with the Jozu. That could be a couple of different avenues here. It is going to be Jozu that's going to come down.
I was going to say, you have to double bounce your own characters here. There is nothing on your opponent's board. Like, you can only bounce the Atama or the Izzo, and they are both cards Eduardo would rather have in hand than on the board. So yeah, double bounce, get yourself 2 counter plus 1K. It's not like you've been attacking with a Garp anyway.
Yeah, it's even better as well with the Makino because that's a 2K counter.
Yeah, it is.
As well. So getting an extra little layer of defense there for David. And it's going to need it staring down this big 10,000 power base character of this Edward Newgate. Little better glimpse into Eduardo's hand. I think I spot there's multiple Jozus in this hand post Charlotte Pudding, which if that's true, that's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, well, we see a Garp coming down initially, going to go and search for free. Worth noting, Eduardo's got 1 viable attacker and no blockers on his side of the board right now. David's got double Jozu and a Puddin, so from an attacking standpoint, David's moved himself into a pretty advantageous position.
Yeah, certainly a lot more wide and a lot more varied in his ability to go within some attacks here. We are seeing a payment of 6, though. There is going to go ahead and be the Jozu. Bounce our Garp back into hand, bounce the Jozu back, flicker the Garp, play that back down, get an extra top 4 search of a 3-cost or more card. And I do see that there's a 10-drop Newgate in hand in this search. That is going to be an eligible target.
Yeah, and that means that can be played potentially next turn. And when you start building up multiple giant Newgate, things start changing quite quickly. Saving grace for David, you still have a Jozu on the board, so you can do the Jozu bounce, do the ping pong Jozu, while also keeping one on the board to swing as a 7K. But when your opponent's potentially going multiple Whitebeard, maybe you need some bigger characters.
Yeah, it could really be a bit of a help here as Eduardo is having to really think about what to take off of this Garp search here. Has he seen another card there that he's maybe wanting to take a little bit sooner? Is there maybe something like Gum Red Rock that we want to take here. Force David or encourage David to play out a 10 drop of his own and then immediately do it in reply. That's exactly the case here as we take Red Rock into hand off of this gap search. 8k swing to finish off what will be this turn here. David, plenty of cards in hand, so I think this is just going to be a counter. There's the ace effect, and then there's a 1k with the Atmos.
Yeah, 3k, got rid of it quite nicely. Leader skill gets rid of the I am Whitebeard. And seriously, being able to use cards like that as a 2k counter when they're supposed to be clogging your hand and ruining your defense, we can see why Ace did so gosh darn well this weekend.
And also now here is the 10k swing that I completely forgot the fact that there's 9-cost Newgate still on the board here as well for Eduardo. And that leader effect from Ace to reduce by minus 2,000 power has already been used. So David is just going to have to take the damage here on this swing. And there's no Don underneath the leader. So David will not be able to draw a card from that life being removed. That could be really, really big.
This feels like a really bad situation for David. Losing that, not gaining the life, and you know, you've got one Jozu and a put-in down, but your opponent's got a Newgate and a Jozu, potentially another Newgate coming down next turn. You're now down a life as well. And look, we know these ace matchups can swing pretty wildly from one side to another. I get that. But it does feel like that was a pretty big swing towards Eduardo in that last turn, Ben.
Yeah, it feels like Eduardo started to try and push the aggression maybe a little bit more, as David did to Eduardo in the early to mid-game stages of this Game 3 with a Charlotte Pudding, telegraphing it a little bit. Eduardo has done the exact same thing, maybe even a little bit scarier with the fact of saying, okay, you can play this really important, impactful card from your engine and for the general engine of this deck and leader, but if you do, you're going to get punished for it because it's going to go straight back away. David's going to do the exact same thing now with his own Monkey D Gap, finding a Red Rock.
And there's no question as to what is going to be Red Rocked here. You have to get rid of the Newgate. It's too big, too powerful, too threatening a card to leave there. Yeah, I was going to say, now if he gets anything else, I'm going to look really dumb here. But why would you get anything else, Ben? There's a 9-cost Newgate on the board.
Yeah, getting rid of that 10k body is going to be really, really helpful for David in these early and these next couple of turns. But the fear then becomes about when Eduardo looks to start to play his 10-cost Edward Newgates down to the board. That's one of potentially 2, at most 3 in most realistic ace lists of copies of Gundam Red Rock that are gone at that point. So is that the door slightly encouragingly opened for Eduardo to start chaining 10 drops on the board and then really started to put the pressure on for David?
Could be where we're headed. Right now we do see a leader ace. Well, no, we maybe don't see a leader ace. It was almost switched over there.
Yeah, I think it might have just been the resolution of the EZO effect that had the players just a little bit confused, just giving them a little bit of moment for pause. Can be a little bit awkward when you have so many on your opponent's attack effects that are able to be activated at the same time. But we see there the damage did get taken from the Jozu swing, then the 8k swing from the leader. Leader effect with the I am Whitebeard, and then a 1k counter of another Jozu for Eduardo to make that attack safe. Both players are 1 life remaining here, and I don't think there's really been any stages in these best of 3 and in these games so far where both players have been on 1 life at the same time. There's always been that differential.
There has, and we saw back in Game 1, going down to 0 life was absolutely crucial for making sure that that Roger could come and end the game. Could we see a similar thing coming out in the not-too-distant future here? We're going to have to wait and see, but for now, both players are just trying to take those last 2 life. Blockers have played such a smaller part in this game than they did back in Game 1 and 2. Can we see some more of those coming out? Because right now, it's been fairly small swings that have been getting through.
And there is the 10-cost Newgate. Speak for the blockers, and they shall make themselves known. And this was the fear that I had here from David. While, yes, it's completely understandable right now to deal with that 9-cost 10k ace, or that Newgate, sorry, that was on the board and putting in a load of threats, it opens the door up and encourages for these 10-cost Newgates to make their way down. Now, of course, again, this could also be a double bluff out of David saying, oh, I'm going to get rid of this red rock that you know has been drawn into my hand from this gap away from the 9 cost, and to, you know, come and play these 10 drops down. The door's open, the kettle's on, the fire's ready, everything's looking cozy. Psych! Another red rock.
Well, we'll see if he's got another red rock coming out right now. That Newgate is looking pretty imposing. If it feels like kind of if David had a red rock, now might be a good time for it. But right now we have to just wait here. I've done up a bunch of stuff in his hand as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, we've got the 8K swing at the moment from Eduardo's Ace Leader that is being resolved here, using the Ace Leader effect to reduce the attack by 2,000 power, and then the Jozu as the 1K. Important card to note, what was discarded away there from David, it was a 10-cost blocker of his own, and now double 2K being expended to get out of the 9K Jozu swing, leaves David with 4 cards left in hand, 5 with this draw for turn. And Eduardo looking like he could be in a pretty decent position here.
And it's not like you got few cards in hand, but a really nice board setup of characters. We have a Jozu, and then put in with a couple of Dom becomes a viable attacker. Garp really is not. So you look at your opponent, and they've got your Jozu, and then you've got your Newgate. You do not have the same level of board. You're even on prizes, but you've got very few cards left in hand at this stage. It does feel like the momentum has swung to Eduardo. Can David steal it back? There's a card coming down now. Might be a 10 cost. It is a 10 cost Newgate. So that's a big blocker. That's a big attacker potentially for the future. But also, it's going to put 2 Don on the leader and 2 Don on a character. But it doesn't have to be put in this time.
No, it can be Jozu that's going to be able to swing in for 9,000 power on this turn. But remember, I'm pretty sure Eduardo is still holding on to his copy of Gum Red Rock. And this was my exact fear here with Eduardo, who's going to be able to get a lot more value out of a Red Rock to bottom deck the 10-drop Newgate than David could potentially be getting out of that bottom deck of the 9 cost out of essentially necessity here. I could be wrong. That might not have been in the hand anymore for Eduardo, but if it is, this could be very, very scary for David.
Wow, we got an 8K swing from David here, and it's definitely pointing at the Jozu there. Like, clearly pointing at the Jozu. But I don't know if that was I'm attacking the Jozu or I'm attacking your leader. Oh, and by the way, this Jozu's really annoying. I might get to that in a minute.
Now, this is going into the Jozu here. And I think if you're Eduardo, you counter out of this with either 2K, 1K, or leader ability and a 1K counter. Means the only swing that David has remaining is the 9K of the Jozu, which we've got our blocker Newgate on board. We're going to be able to easily rest that down, take the free block of it, and then go into the next turn for Eduardo. There is the activation of the leader ability there. And that is just going to actually be the pass of the turn. So really, really nicely done there from Eduardo. Very happily done. And now, do we have the Red Rock still in hand to deal with David's lone 10-cost blocker Newgate?
Well, we saw David not attacking with the Jozu there, just kind of going, I'm going to leave it active. I don't want to leave it sitting there ready to be attacked next turn. I want to keep it for later. But right now, well, we're counting them out. Having a look at all of those, Don.
I do see Red Rock in hand for Eduardo. It was pulled to the front for just a moment here. So
it would be brutal if it came down and got rid of that Newgate, because it's not bumping into hand like a Jozu would. It's bottom decking it, leaves it very much unavailable for a while.
So is Eduardo going to commit to that? It is a big commitment. If so, yes, you absolutely are going to commit to it.
Why
totally
would you
correct.
not? You've got, your opponent's got one really good character on their board. You can bottom deck it, and then you've still got your Newgate. You're probably thinking average list is playing 2 Red Rock. 3 would be unusual. You know 2 have already been used, so let's just go ahead, get rid of that Newgate, give myself board advantage, and then try and take this game free home.
Yeah, and even so, it makes it an opportunity where you don't even really have to swing with this 10-cost Newgate on our side of the board. We can do the same with Dave as David has done, go with the 8K swing and then the 9K swing as well, just to try and get a few extra cards out of hand or force that final life to be taken. If it does get taken, though, again, Eduardo is going to have to respect Goldie Roger.
And that's the problem. As soon as anyone's down to 0 life, that Roger, we saw it back in game 1, becomes such a phenomenal threat. We see the Jozu swinging here, just a 7K swing, no Don.
Yeah, raw 7K swing, so Eduardo here might be preparing himself with this remaining 4 Don to play Marco down onto board. I think Eduardo does have a copy of it in hand. The issue with that means that there is then no Don underneath the leader to get that draw ability online if we take damage or if a card is removed with 6,000 power or more on our side of the board. The swing from leader is just going to get counted for 1K though. So Eduardo now turning his attention to the 10-cost Newgate and saying, okay, is the time now for this big blocker body to get into the red zone with only 4 or so cards in hand for David?
David does take it. Do we have another swing we can throw out this turn? It's a Marco, no swing coming. It's a bit of a defensive turn, but now there's no life left on one side of the board. Eduardo has got a good board set up with multiple viable attackers. David is down to 0 life. There's no blockers down. Just really a Jozu and maybe a Pudding as an attacker. Feels like we're getting to the end of this final, Ben, and it's going to be 1 or 2 more turns until we're crowning our champion.
And I don't know if I see the 10-cost Goldie Roger in hand here for David. Even if it was in hand, it's not the best case scenario, I don't think, honestly, for Roger, because Eduardo still has quite a few cards in hand, still has that 1 life to work with, and we've not got the tall attackers on the board for David here, like we did the last time that David was successful with his Goldie Roger ploy, and Eduardo only had 1 or 2 cards in hand before taking that final damage. So could be really easy here for Eduardo to be able to counter out of the 6K swing of Ace, the 7K swing of Jozu, and then just take the Roger swing from the final life. And David, at that point, could potentially be all Merle out of options.
If there's a Roger in hand from Eduardo, you've got to think that is a great option to finish off the game next turn. Even if there isn't a Roger, if David doesn't play down a blocker this turn, Eduardo can just do like a 22K swing with Newgate. And I'm going to say it, Ben, I don't think David can counter out of a 22K swing from Newgate. And if there's no blocker, I don't see how Eduardo doesn't go, ha, 22K, counter that. Oh, look, I'm European champion. We're not there yet. We're still in David's turn. He hasn't played anything yet. And we haven't had a perfect look at what's in his hand. The fact that he hasn't played anything yet, though, it's been a minute or 2 since we passed to his turn. That suggests to me David doesn't have a great option here.
I think there's a 10-cost Newgate in hand at the very least, so we are going to get 1 blocker potentially on the board. But
there is. Yeah, okay.
But how is that going to insulate us from 6K swing, a 7K swing, 6K swing of the Marco, and a 12K swing at minimum?
Yeah, that's if we don't put any Don anywhere.
Exactly.
Those are the swings coming out. Eduardo can start boasting all of them by 2 or 3K, some of them maybe more. We did see a swing from the Ace there, but that was countered with the Jozu.
And look at David just shrugging his shoulders and gesticulating, saying, okay, yeah, that's fair, that's understandable. I can sort of recognize the situation that I'm in right now. It doesn't feel like it's a great one without any kind of disruption that could be going on here. I did see, I think that's 6 Don and then 4 Don that split into 2 separate piles. So is there a world where David has a red rock of his own? His demeanor and body language says no, I don't think that there is.
Cheeky swing with the Jozu and Goldie Roger. There we go. Cheeky swing with a Jozu to get rid of that last life. Play a Roger, 13K swing. Eduardo, there's a chance they can't counter out of it. There we go, sorted. I've just figured out how David's going to win this game.
Except Ace ability hasn't been used, and if we 2K out of the Jozu attack, then the Roger life just gets taken and we're totally fine.
Yeah. It's not ideal, frankly, Ben. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not the best plan I've ever come up with. We do have 3 Don on a Jozu, so a 10K swing coming out here.
Yeah, and this is all David can, I think, really do, is just try and mitigate the amount of attacks that Eduardo is going to have to be able to play with on this next turn. Try and encourage Eduardo to dump a load of cards out of hand, maybe even block with the Marco to get a couple of extra cards as well. Either way, he wants to get some of these potential attackers on Eduardo's next turn off of this board before Eduardo has the opportunity to go ahead and start to make them threatening. Eduardo here just trying to figure out if I want to go ahead and counter out of this attack. Looks like we are able to if we want to, I do see the 4-cost Jozu, which is a 2k in hand from OPO2.
This makes me nervous, because if I'm Eduardo, I'm thinking, if I get one more attack through, I win. I've got a bunch of good attackers. So I feel like maybe I can just overextend a little bit in terms of countering. Stop all of these attacks going through, but then all it's going to take is for David to drop a couple of surprise blockers or something along those lines. And yeah, I like this. Marco was never going to be a really good attacker next turn. It's a 6k, it's fine, but you're looking at leader, Jozu, and Newgate. That's what you're looking for. Here comes an Izzo. It's going to search a Whitebeard. I mean, are you looking for Marco here, maybe?
Marco or maybe a Thatch as well, just to get an extra 2k counter into hand. It is going to be a Marco that we're going to go for here. Did just think as well there could have been the opportunity or with the Don splits that maybe we were setting ourselves up for Marco plus Uta as well as an option. There is going to be the Uta that is available on the board, and it is still going to be the Marco.
So
okay.
it is double blocker. So this is what David's really working for here, trying to buy a little bit of time, saying, now you've got 3 attacks that have got to go. But there could be 3 good attacks. We have a 6, a 7, and a 12. We have 10 Don. There's a potential for someone like a Roger to potentially come down with Rush as well. Is there anything... I mean, David's clearly done what he can in this turn, Ben, yeah?
Yeah.
He's clearly done the best he could under the circumstances.
Yeah, this is as much as David could have potentially asked for in this scenario. I do also see that there is the Atmos in hand here as well, which could be a really nice, cheap way to be able to stop that Marco from being an issue, because for 4 Don, revealing 2 Whitebeard Pirates cards out of our hand, we can bounce the Marco back into hand and stop David from drawing more cards. Also leaves him with just 1 blocker for the remaining 3 bodies. A C4 Don being paid for.
You've got to go Atmos here, Ben. Come on. Atmos comes down, takes the Marco off the board. This takes away a blocker, but it also potentially takes away 3 cards.
I love that from David. He's saying, yeah, you're targeting Pudding, right? Pudding's going back into hand. Eduardo's a little bit smarter than that. Now counting out with all of the mass, seeing 6 Don get paid for. Oh, it's Red Rock as well.
Red Rock on the Uta. Is that going to be all it takes? We're going to see a swing with the leader. David can probably counter out of this, but can he then counter out of the Jozu and then counter out of the Whitebeard as well? It feels like removing both of those blockers has opened up the route to victory here. Eduardo just wants to celebrate. And there we go. And that is going to be the end. And Eduardo is going to be your One Piece card game European champion. One Piece Card Fest in Germany in Düsseldorf ends with Ace and Eduardo claiming that victory. And what a hard-fought best of 3 it was, Ben.
Yeah, a really tough best of 3 for both these players. You can see how much it means to Eduardo as well. The emotion, the jubilation. This is what the height of competitive One Piece card game, the Championship 25-26 season, has been all about. Being able to climb all the way to the top in what has been one of the toughest formats I think we've ever played in One Piece card game competitive history. Having to play a mirror match as well in your grand final. Yes, you're going to Worlds, but now you're also going as champion.
And let's give some love to David here as we finish off this stream. We spoke to him earlier, and he said his plan was to play 3 rounds of the last chance qualifier, drop, and go and grind side events to get a serial Luffy. That was his plan coming into this event. Instead, he goes all the way through the last chance qualifier, winning the final round on a misplay by his opponent. He tells me, and he told me this very confidently, he said, I played against an Emu. They played 5 Elders. They discarded the wrong card with 5 Elders.
Oh, no.
So they were only able to bring 4 of the Elders back, not 5. That is the only reason I won the last game, the last round of the last chance qualifier. Comes into day 2 after all of that, or day 1 of the tournament proper. Goes through all 10 rounds, top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4 today. Falls at the last hurdle. But you're you're going to Worlds. You're sorted.
Yeah, you are going to the World Championships, as is Eduardo here, in a very, very difficult format. But going into that World Championship format, whatever it ends up being, is going to be really, really exciting, as has been this entire weekend as well, to cap off the 25-26 championship season for the One Piece card game, and also Bandai Card Games Fest here in Düsseldorf in Europe for us as well. It's been a blast, hasn't it, Ross?
It's been absolutely fantastic, Ben. The only downside is we're out of games now. We've crowned a whole bunch of champions, and the downside now is we've just... Well, I mean, we're done. Look, it's been great hanging with you guys all weekend. Ben's been over on the main stream with all kinds of games. I've been with Taj and with Ruben. Shout out to Taj and Ruben for being awesome. Hey, Taj. They have been here all weekend with me doing a bunch of One Piece. And unfortunately, we're out of time now. We're out of games. Thank you so much for watching this weekend. Thank you so much for joining us. And look, if you thought this competitive season was good, just wait till next season. We'll catch you next time. Have a lovely evening.